kinda sleepy, baby. Not at all. I'm dreaming in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I'm dreaming in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you.
Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge, providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it, my skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Nino, tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, Will, tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men, I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm certain you ain't seen like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow it right better than any, I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar, school of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
put your best shoes on, to see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. You're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
You're my little secret, my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. And don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips, oh. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Down every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret.
And the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. And the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. I'm feeling good. I'm coming home. Let's go tonight. I'm not alone. Yes, the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. Yes, the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. Oh, 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 the rhythm drives me. Oh, the rhythm drives me. Oh, the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me.
Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me.
Yes, the rhythm drives me. Yes, the rhythm drives me. Yes, the rhythm drives me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 5 of the LPL. You can see the studio here in Shanghai. The lights are flashing. The crowd is ready to get hype for today's games as we just run through our Group A and Group B teams. Some of these placards may not survive until the end of the season, but these teams are looking to get themselves higher up in the standings and secure that spot. It's Vici versus OMG in our first match as they fill their way in. EasyHoon ready to lead his team to victory as the coach of Vici. You can see just behind them, cheering them on. Hi there, my name is Dom Romer. Joining me today is going to be our analysts, Indiana Frost here in black, and of course, Zach Rusty Pie.
Hello. What's going on?
Yeah. So, before we get into today's games, things have changed a whole lot. Of course, this is our second week of cross-conference play between Group A and Group B. Last week, we got to see the top teams sort of combat each other. We saw some really exciting League of Legends. But more importantly, we're starting to see how these top teams are clarifying their play.
Yeah, the top teams are starting to flesh themselves out nicely. RNG played against EDG, so first v first from both of the groups, and RNG absolutely destroyed them, honestly, and it was not even that close, to be fair. I think the mid lane and jungle duo of MLXG and Xiao who actually stood up and were a big deal, and we are starting to see what it takes to be that #1 team in the LPL, and RNG is showing what it takes now to beat them.
Likewise, EDG still kind of struggling with drafting issues. Their composition not as well rounded as RNG's. We saw them struggle with this through, I think, 3 different coaches now, Aaron, Rapidstar, and now Nofe. We thought that maybe it was player related because they have tiny little champion pools. You know, Clearleft has always been questioned for that, but now they have a completely new roster and they still have the same drafting problem. So something is philosophically and fundamentally going wrong with that team in terms of making well-rounded adjustments to new patches.
Mm-hmm. And of course, this is looking forward for the team of EDG. They're already at the top of their group, and though they did lose to RNG, they're still looking almost head and shoulders above most of their competition.
Yeah, it's now that question of kind of where is the gap and how wide is it between our top 3 teams, which I think Rusty and I, we both agree. It's RNG, EDG, and then WE. And then there's kind of this next step below where it's kind of QG and Victus Gaming, and then like a massive step and it's everyone else.
Yeah, the biggest difference is where we actually put the rest of the teams, because I feel like the top is more defined. We did just watch the top teams play in the first week and actually define their spots better, but the bottom of the table is honestly just confusing. Like, Game Talents are getting victories in situations where I'm surprised they are in the first place, and then Vici are losing games, and NewBee are now losing games, and we don't really know what the bottom looks like, even though we're seeing what the top is.
And the fact is like our bottom 2 teams, OMG and Game Talents, because they're picking up these victories, it kind of pulls the mid-tier groups like closer to them. And again, that's kind of the big question. Like, are Game Talents and OMG actually good, and the only reason why they're bad teams is because they're inconsistent, or is the middle of the pack just actually that much worse, and Team WE, RNG, and EDG are just vastly ahead of everyone else?
And I think the best way to visualize the gap at this point is to take a look at the standings in a little bit more detail. Some of these teams, obviously, they look fantastic. You've got 6-1 from RNG, EDG and WE, both at 5-2, but then you look at the bottom, and it's 2-4, 2-4, and 2-5. Then 2-4, 2-4, and 2-5.
We keep drilling this over and over. Top 4 spots are the ones that move into playoffs. We are in the middle of the LPL right now. It's a nice time to kind of start that conversation about the playoff run. And if you look at Group B, EDG, WE, QG, Vici right now sitting in 4th, but it is neck and neck between NewBee, Game Talents, and Vici Gaming, and that is going to be a very close race.
That's the thing, when you take in the previous week's performances, Game Talents look better than both of the teams above them. However, they are still equal in the standings, and this is where we bring about, can they maintain that form, Game Talents, and actually bring themselves towards the playoffs as we progress through these weeks? Or are they just getting free wins in the cross-conference? Like, is Group A's bottom of the ladder actually just that much weaker, and then when they go back to their own group, they start losing to Vici and NewBee again? It's going to be very interesting to see how that moves forward.
Yeah, and again, it is only this beginning of week 5. We're at the halfway point of the LPL, and some of these teams, they started off strong, had a few faltering moments. Other teams, like IMA, started off strong, then really faltered and have struggled to make their way back up, whereas others, like Game Talents, are climbing.
And teams like Snake are like just continuously digging down. And
Yeah,
you're just,
yes.
yes, there's still time to correct these mistakes, because again, it is week 5. You can still try to make a strong run. A lot of these races are really close, but ultimately, like, you have to start making those adjustments now, because even though we're only in the middle, like, you have the next 3 weeks to really put yourself in playoff contention.
Yeah, and to be clear, cross-group play doesn't directly impact your standings, right? Because if you're below NewBee and you beat them, it actually moves 2 spots on a ladder, effectively, where they get a loss and you get a win. Cross-group is just a win or just a loss, so it's not as drastic on the standings, but you only get 1 shot at those wins. And so they are free points that you're getting. Where Game Talents are now performing, they're getting free wins. If Vici are losing and not getting these opportunities, when we go back to the regular group play, it's now twice as important that they actually start showing up, and every game matters even more.
And what's funny is that last split, that actually bit Vici in the ass a bit. When it came to cross-conference, they started to slip up where they didn't take any wins, and then when they got back within their own domestic conference, they started to snowball back up the ladder and make playoffs. So
LGD as well.
exactly. This is kind of just indicative of needing to perform better domestically than kind of cross-group.
It's kind of interesting how no matter what happens in the LPL, the new players you bring in, the sort of veterans leaving, the veterans coming in, it's still kind of the same old story for all of these teams. New faces, but same chorus.
Yeah, not a lot changes, honestly, when you look at the teams and the stories that actually surround these teams. EDG and RNG are still at the top somehow. WE are that third-place team that seemed to hang around there ever since, WE became EDG, or they took the core of EDG out of it. Like, they've always stayed around third. Not much has honestly changed.
But, of course, hopefully we're going to be seeing some change today out of our 2 lineups. First up, we've got Vici versus OMG. And in our second match, which we'll get a chance to talk about a little bit later, NewBee versus Snake. Now, last week was all about the top-tier teams really getting a chance to go head-to-head. This week, we're getting to look at the middle tier and, in some cases, the bottom rung of the ladder.
But ultimately, again, these matches are still incredibly important because today is kind of the first step in making that step towards the playoffs, and the middle tier is such a close race.
Yeah.
Top 4 spots go into playoffs. You cannot afford to drop these free wins.
And amusingly, Dom, you didn't actually intend that. Last week we saw the top and jungle roles be the most important. This time it's now actually the mid laners, especially with our first game. So we are changing our focus, not only from place on the standings, but place on the map, to see how these teams can actually convert games into victories.
Yeah, so up first in that game, we're going to be seeing Vici Gaming take on OMG. Both of these teams right now are 2 and 4 in the standings, having lost their cross-conference game. And it doesn't look like a great time for either of them.
What's kind of interesting is that you have the all-Chinese roster of OMG. This is the collection of rookies. They're very scrappy. They're very brawl, skirmish heavy. We use the word chaos style all the time. It's kind of like, low key, they're just a bad team. No, they're disorganized is what it is.
Doesn't make them bad. It just makes them mechanical only.
They're really good at punishing mistakes, but they're not great at thinking the macro game. And so if you take OMG late, that's when you're going to beat them. Unfortunately, when Vici get to a late game, they also just kind of lose their minds. They just can't figure out how to close. So I feel like stylistically, OMG actually have a really good shot here, because if anyone can't punish them late game, Vici have shown this tendency that they'll just drop the ball.
I'd call it brains versus brawn, effectively, but when we hit late game, it is just a coin toss and it's anybody's game, just based off what we have seen from both of these guys. So when it starts, if it starts slowly and OMG don't get those advantages, World 6 doesn't get that gank off, then perhaps things go really well for Vici, and Bengi gradually gets further ahead, Easy Hoon gets further ahead, and they can actually be a duo, I hope. Whereas with OMG, if World 6 gets one thing, gets his eye in the slightest way, that is just lights out for his opponent, because he keeps going until it works.
Yeah, and again, this is patch 7.4. I totally forgot to discuss that a little bit earlier, but a lot of things have changed going into this. So obviously the landscape has changed. This is our first chance to see 7.4 here in the LPL. What do you guys think is going to be the most impactful coming into this?
You have the big changes to Maokai, where the sapling damage was taken away on initial impact, so that changes kind of Maokai's pushing dynamics in the lane, which means that it opens up more of a healthy trinity of top laners. I think you used the word, Rusty.
Yeah, there's a higher priority on not just Maokai now. There's Shen, Nautilus, Maokai, and then you've got your Rumble that can beat all of the above occasionally, so there's actually just higher diversity, I would say, and more options it's effectively for counterplay, where Maokai didn't really have any interactivity in lane. Nautilus at least walks up to you and auto-attacks you to get courage. Maokai would just throw saplings, and now you actually have this dynamic in top lane where you can all hit each other. Junglers can actually gank. There's a bit more availability up there.
And then on the other side of the map, you have the lethality changes coming through. The fact that Ghostblade was hit, as well as the ingredient changes for Black Cleaver. It's now Kendall Gem and Phage versus the Caulfield's Hammer. So taking away some of that early AD, that's a direct buff into Bruisers. So then you're opening up the top lane champion pool even more so, because the likes of Darius Renekton, anyone who has high base damages that can then become tanky earlier through itemizing Kendall Jim just got a straight buff. Misfortune support taken down a little bit in terms of her lane dominance, which I actually think in the ecosystem then opens up Zyra. And that's important because 5 is a really big Zyra player.
And again, this is after Malzahar received his changes as well, so there is a chance that we could see the support pool sort of rotate around this in addition. Not 7.5 yet, so we do not have the new mastery involved just yet, so
thank God.
Likely still going to be seeing a lot of these casters.
What do you mean? That mastery is great.
I know.
It's the LPL. We want Braum. Braum uses the mastery. The
Braum,
mastery,
Alistar.
therefore, is the best mastery in the world.
Zero's not even playing, and Zero's like the best Braum player in the world.
He's just waiting for it. He just got phased out by the mastery changes. Now it's swinging back in his way. So we'll see if he comes in later.
One
Biding
shot.
his time.
Yeah.
Exactly. But in addition to that, we're also seeing some more general changes as well. Sort of Anivia getting some bug fixes. Cassiopeia now has her new tail technology, which is going to make her more exciting to watch.
Wow, we reached deep there.
Yeah,
We're
well,
like,
no, while we're going, Bard moves at 80% increased movement
Exactly.
speed when he has max chimes.
Yeah.
Most importantly, Corki also got an R nerf.
He did, yeah.
Thank you, Dom, for segueing me to that perfectly.
I'm going through the mid laners. We're getting there.
that was so amazing. You're like, and her tail's changed.
It looks so great. If you have not seen it, the amount of Cassiopeia that we see in the LPL, now that you finally get to see what it actually looks like.
And Corkia.
And Corki, yes.
So we're talking about Corkia.
It wasn't even the big Cassie change. They changed the bug fix on her ultimate, so she can't just ult you from like
That too.
behind you.
She
That
can't
was
face
also
in the wrong
very
direction.
broken.
So tell us about Corki. Yes.
All right. Yeah, sorry. I forgot what I was
Go for
talking
it,
about
Rusty.
now. Corki does less damage with his R.
Yep.
So that's actually important because Corki's seen a lot.
Uh-huh.
Whereas we don't have to see Cassiopeia's tail because there's not the damaging part of her body. So they actually did nerf Corki's R. So his lane pressure's not as strong. And that was one of the big things that he had.
Yeah.
So realistically, we might not even see as much of him.
Yeah, and Shakraz released a article where he interviewed some of the European mid laners, and I believe it was Senkux that was like, I wouldn't pick Corki at all anymore.
Yeah.
We'll probably still see him because he itemizes and he's very safe into a lot of the ecosystem of mid lane, but
Yeah.
definitely a big hit towards Corki.
Absolutely. Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on that. As you can see, the arena lights are scrolling through. I wonder who it's going to be. Oh, wait. It's that team that we already know is going to be. First up, OMG on this side as the remainder of Group A. Looking a little volatile right now. Of course, RNG setting themselves head and shoulders above their opponents. But OMG, they have an opportunity to continue pushing. If they could take a win here, that really could get them on the path.
Yeah, and they need to continue to make space between them and Snake and LGD. And with LGD and Snake both kind of sitting in a burning car right now, like they can definitely continue to climb.
And OMG are just one of those exciting teams to watch. Vici on the opposite side, if you really like watching a calculated slow game of League of Legends, that is exactly what they aspire to be, whereas OMG are fast and fun. They are the Dominion of LPL teams. So really, this is two completely different styles of teams, and it really just comes down to which you prefer to watch as to who you'd support.
We had this conversation, I had this conversation with Pulse behind stage about how Vici are kind of like the hybrid team, where you have obviously your two all-star Koreans and Bengi and Easyhoon, and then the Chinese rookies kind of surrounding them. But you took kind of the passive parts of both region. You have probably the most passive part of Korea playing with the most passive part of China, and it just makes this really slow grind.
Yeah, we'll see if it's Jekyll or Hyde that shows up for Vici today. As you can see, Long Bengi along with Easyhoon in the mid lane, and AD carry and support are Xuan P and Hatong as expected. Their opponents on the other side of the rift, once again, OMG. It's Xiang, World 6, Icon, and SMLZ in 5 in the bottom lane.
And they really are just an awesome team to watch. World
Yeah.
6, when he joins this roster, they suddenly get victories. I don't even think there's much of a difference between him and Juejue in particular. They both play Lee Sin, they both make big plays, but it's the team's cohesiveness when he's actually there.
Yeah.
It's an indicator of backstage communication, or at the very least comfort playing with this guy, because OMG work around the kicks better now, and they are actually there to complement the guy who is engaging this time.
It's kind of like those two opposite spectrums. You have Vici who play incredibly defensive. They wait for you to make a mistake, and then they punish the mistake. So they're like a counter team. And then you have OMG who are going to always play proactive, and either they execute on their proactive plays or they mess it up. And so they either put themselves in the hole or they just snowball on top of you.
I mean, it could be very exciting to see whether or not they find the opportunity to snowball in this sort of case, because obviously they found success playing around World 6. We know that Icon can pop off, but when he did the same thing like with that Rise last week, where it was like, yes, he's on Rise. This is a champion. He can do something. And then he didn't do anything.
But will they pop off against Easyhoon?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Even though Easyhoon's not necessarily known for being kind of that 1v1 assassin player in the mid lane, he is so frustrating to lane against. He has one of the highest CS differences of any mid laner in the league. I believe Pawn said it best that if given the opportunity between laning across from Faker and Easyhoon, Pawn would rather lane against Faker. Easyhoon is that frustrating. And so if OMG really need Icon to snowball to pop off to find these kills, like Easyhoon is not someone who's going to give him any room to breathe.
No, which is why World 6 has to be the reason that Icon can actually pop off, or at least get free space to roam and move around the map with World 6. There will be a lot of emphasis on this middle lane.
So we have entered into picks and bans for game number 1 between Vici Gaming and OMG, getting right on in. And Rusty, thank you so much for your excellent analysis. He will join us after the match to break down what we saw in a little bit more detail. But running through, we can already see some pretty standard picks, bans already. That Lethality Varus banned away from SNLZ, and Jace going to be taken away for long.
But then there's the right-hand turn there with the Ivern ban from Red side. So
Yeah.
obviously respect to Bengi. I apologize if I ever say Benji during the match. We have a rioter in the office named Benji. We work very close in tandem with it, so I apologize, Benji fans. If I say Benji, you know where it came from.
Yes, it is totally non-malicious in intent. Just trying to keep all of our names straight. When there are 130 champions, each with 4 abilities and a passive, in addition to their names, plus the players on top of that, things start to get a little bit complicated.
Yeah.
But the final ban for Vici Gaming is going to be that Shen. OMG will follow up with a Rise ban towards Easyhoon.
I am of the personal opinion that I think that Shin is kind of the best top laner right now, even though there are definitely answers to him in kind of the 1v1 dynamic in terms of lane. But I think just the fact that he beats pretty much every single top laner towards a bottom side skirmish because of his Stand United being a faster cooldown and faster cast time than teleport, I think just kind of puts him over the edge. So I like the fact that Vici are kind of respecting that and taking it away if they don't want to prioritize it for long.
Yeah. Seems like Vici are actually very conscientious of what's currently strong in the meta, as they are looking towards Graves for Bengi right now. Still very strong at 7.3. Despite slight lethality nerfs, he's still very good in the jungle. And Xiang actually is going to take Maokai here on 7.4.
And this makes a lot of sense. The classic OMG composition is always Sivir and Maokai. It doesn't matter where Sivir and Maokai sit in the ecosystem of League of Legends. That has just always been their identity. Doesn't even matter who's playing them. And so
get a big tree, run at them.
Just run forward, dive towers, kill people. Just some things never change.
Yeah, and a Malzahar is going to be something that works excellent with that run at them. If they can get Nether Grasp to really lock someone down, get Malzahar for the initial sort of turret aggro, reset it when things get a little bit dicey, follow up with Icon, hopefully on something that he can enable his team with.
And this also gives a lot of trading priority and trading power to OMG's bot lane already. Again, we're on 7.4, but 7.3 with the big Malzahar changes, it still kind of didn't nerf his identity in terms of when the enemy champions set up or step forward, Malzahar is there to chip away at their health, to deny them and try to pressure them from not stepping forward. He's not there to control the wave and add push priority. That's in the hands of his AD carry.
In answer, Vici, well aware of the style OMG want to go for, have picked up Lulu. They've got Shield, they've got Wild Growth, they've got the ability to Pix auto-attack those little Voidlings.
Pretty much the hard counter to Malzahar support. The other cool thing about Lulu is that she gives free attack speed. She gives a ton of attack speed if she chooses to use the Whimsy on her allies. I believe it scales all the way up to 45%, and that's a big deal when everyone's running around with these lethality builds, because you don't get a lot of just straight attack speed through those builds as you would with the traditional 2 attack speed items into an Infinity Edge that we see on the likes of Caitlyn and Ashe.
And it seems like Vici are doubling down on this sort of protective, sit back, let OMG kind of run into the meat grinder comp as they stack up the very long range Orianna for Easyhoon. And World 6, in answer, I'm going in. Gets back on that Lee Sin.
No surprise, we said it on the analyst desk, and we'll echo the same sentiment here. World 6 is a Lee Sin one-trick, pretty much. He's explosive on the champion. He's highly volatile in his playmaking ability, and this is what OMG need. He's the hinge on which their success swings if he can get that playmaking potential off. So now it's about, can Icon also get a very strong carry-oriented champion in mid lane to get either push priority or roam priority on EasyHoon's Orianna.
That's what Vici have got left to sort of target ban with their final 2. Icon and SMLZ have not picked champions, and so far, Echo is banned away from Icon in the mid lane, so Vici seems like they know something we don't.
Well, we've seen Icon experiment with the Echo in the mid lane. It's kind of cropped up in LPL a few times, I believe in the hands of Rookie in particular, as well as Godv. Xiaohu has also played it up, so a bit more of a popular champion here than necessarily globally, although normally we see Echo in response to the likes of Syndra.
Also very good at diving in on Orianna. You eat the shockwave and immediately just counteract it by trying to get out if you can survive the initial burst. But 80 carries are the final bans as SMLZ and Xuan P both receive a Caitlyn and a Jhin ban.
And you would think that this would try to pinch OMG to push SMLZ into an Ashe pickup because she's kind of the last one of the Holy Trinity left. But Sivir still works really well with OMG's composition. It helps empower the Malzahar as well as the Maokai to engage. And so I like the fact that they're going that direction.
Yeah, I like how you called the Sivir Maokai like at the very first moment, and all of OMG's comp has been sort of built around that, whereas Vici, they saw the Maokai and immediately followed up with like Lulu, disengage, Orianna, disengage. Ezreal, potentially, Arcane shift away from the Maokai.
Very self-sufficient bottom lane.
Yeah.
The cool thing is they'll also have trading priority on the Malzahar with the Lulu Ezreal combo, so especially if they can get a good position on the first wave, Ezreal is so punishing with Lulu to just walk past those creeps and just start throwing out Qs.
Yeah. Long, however, this is a bit of an interesting twist to the formula.
Is it?
Kled a hover right now. Well, you figure for a team that you want OMG to run into you, you don't really put a Kled in there, do you?
But the thing is, their composition is missing engage potential. Like you said, they've got so much disengage. They have the self-sufficiency of the Ezreal. They have the Orianna that can speed up and move you back. Lulu there for disengage. Graves can quick draw, so they kind of just need that one extra factor. They don't have the Ashe for the arrow engage, but now they have the Kled ultimate.
Yeah. So that's going to flesh out Vici's composition. In answer, OMG looking at their final pick for Icon. He's got 5 seconds left to pick something relatively self-sufficient into EasyHoon's Orianna. Though you know World 6 is going to be up there all the time, and once 5 gets level 6, there are going to be a lot of roams and pressure. But it is Syndra as the final lock-in for OMG, rounding out their chase and dive composition.
And that's the thing about Syndra into Orianna, is that Syndra can kind of choose if she wants to have trade priority on Orianna, especially early levels, or push priority. Technically, over the course of 12 seconds, Syndra can get 3 Qs off, where Orianna can only get 2, so she can automatically get wave pressure. But a lot of Syndras are actually starting their W, I believe it is, Force of Will, and it outranges Orianna's command attack, and she can actually choose to chunk away at you. And this is kind of indicative of, if Syndra starts Q, she's just looking to push you in and control the wave that way, but if she starts W, it could signal that an early gank is coming because she wants to trade health with you and set up her jungler to kill a low health Orianna.
Either way, it's going to be up to EasyHoon to keep track of Icon's choices very early on so that he can keep an eye on World 6, as I'm certain that a lot of eyes are going to be on World 6 for the first few levels on that Lee Sin. And Vici Gaming taking a sort of defensive answer, death by 1,000 paper cuts. Well, this time, they're just going to sit back and hold the paper and let OMG sort of run themselves into the gauntlet.
But they also have the power to have a very strong 5v5. Against OMG, you know ultimately it's going to come to a 5v5, especially when you're looking down the barrel of a Sivir and Maokai composition. So I like the fact that Vici have opened up their options where, you know, if Long gets ahead on the Kled, he can be that split push option, join the team with his ultimate, or if it comes toe-to-toe, if they stall out late game again, they have the answers in the composition to pull off a big wombo combo 5v5 and not just get out-comped late game.
Yeah, and suddenly this composition is actually a bit reflective of Vici in general. They've got the Korean patience with the sort of Orianna, get the Ezreal in there for some late game scaling, but they've also got the Chinese aggression with that Kled in the top.
The problem is that they need to get the cohesion here. This roster, like wombo combo compositions, are fairly simple to run just because it's like, put the Orianna ball on Kled, run him in, press the Orianna R. But you need to make sure that the communication is clean between Long and EasyHoon and everyone's running forward together.
We'll have to see if their communication has improved, as we appear to have loaded onto the Rift. Already, we can see 5 members of Vici at the very least invading on that top side of the map. It's game number 1 between Vici and OMG. A very early ward. They actually managed to clear out the ward for Icon, as we can see OMG sort of looking for vision on the opposite side, but Vici well on their way. They're going to spot out World 6, and they will also see 5 there. They pop his Void Shift, and that's going to be the Q start out of Icon. So Dark Sphere's lane control is the name of the game.
And again, over the course of 12 seconds, Syndra can get off 3 Qs, whereas Orianna can only get off 2. So this should mean that initial push priority should go over for Icon. It's now a question of what will World 6 do with that, especially now that both teams have information on where both junglers are starting.
Taking a look at the summoners, looks like fairly standard summoners, and with all of the vision that Vici and OMG have got in the jungle, they certainly will know where everyone is starting. Looks like Bengi.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be rough.
Bengi starting off with that Raptor camp. We got to get him a new name. The guy in our office, of course. That's who I'm referring to.
The world champion can keep
Yeah,
his
yeah,
name.
yeah.
It's fine.
He's starting off with the Raptors. Red buff start out of World 6. And yeah, there goes the push pressure. You'll notice that the champions don't currently have nameplates on right now. We're currently looking into that. Hopefully we'll get that fixed very soon, so if you don't recognize the players by their champions alone, that'll be fixed in no time at all.
It's super easy.
Hey, look at that.
The Maokai and the Sivir composition is always going to be OMG. I've watched OMG play for 4 years now, and nothing changes.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
But this is interesting as we're looking at the bottom lane. So this is what I was talking about. Trade priority over to the Ezreal and the Lulu. We already know that Lulu acts as a good counter to Malzahar because she can use that picks to clear out the void lanes. And the thing about a Malzahar priority pick is that when you show that as your support, you're pretty much saying, I am here to chip away your health to get control of the minion wave. He does have good push power with Sivir, but later on, when she gets more points in her Q and her W. So for now, Ezreal and Lulu could actually have the advantage as long as they look for trades.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing right now is SMLZ
There you go.
eats a max range Mystic shot to chunk him down to about 120. And already at full health, Hitong is feeling rather fine. Chuan P still at half, but they burn one of the health potions of SMLZ. Lucky that he went for the long sword. Luckily, he went for the long sword and health pot start. As World 6 sneaks his way down, he's actually going to dodge the vision here if he ward hops over the wall. Or doesn't?
Yeah, choosing not to ward hop over the wall. He still has his trinket, so now instead looking mid, so Icon probably calling him. Does have level 3 scout of the week. Will it connect?
Yeah, doesn't toss it out just yet. There goes the Dark Sphere, and that's a minion, World 6. So not entirely effective. The fan vote you can see heavily favoring OMG, but here comes Bengi looking for the counter.
Icon super overextended.
Gets around behind him. That's the slow. That's Ghost as well. Burned. Icon eats some huge damage. He's got the flash, sidesteps around, and scatters the weak to hold on to his summoner.
And ultimately, you have to think if that Ricochet cartridge from Graves had been pointed at the wall instead of trying to predict where Icon would have gone, it would have been the first blood. But thankfully, only burns his Ghost, so still maintains that flash, as well as a lot of safety and security in that mid lane.
And just like that, Icon is actually forced to recall. He did have enough for another Doran's Ring and Boots, so he's not going to be terrifically far behind. In the top lane, Long has been trading rather happily with Xiang, as 5 continues to eat harass down here in the bottom. SNLZ and 5 are just not having a great time. But Hitong does eat a Boomerang Blade.
Hold on, though. World 6. Can he connect the Q?
He's within range right now. There goes the snare. Long is going to be popped off of Skarl.
He still has
World
Q.
6 is taking a lot of damage, and he follows up First Blood Xiang.
Yep, so despite the Maokai nerfs to the sap lane, you still got the power of the Twisted Advance with the Lee Sin combo. Beautifully executed right there. It meant that World 6 was able to hold on to his Q. He could walk up, lead with the E, get an auto attack in, and then get the Q for the maximum amount of execute damage.
That's going to help OMG quite a bit. We talked about how good World 6 is on that Lee Sin. On the bottom of your screen, you can see the Maokai changes. His mana cost on the Q now scales by level, and saplings no longer do damage when they land.
Yeah, and I was having this conversation with Rusty backstage before the show, and this really impacts Maokai's kind of wave control, because normally you would Arcane Smash and then throw the sapling back and insta-clear the minions. Now there's a longer window where you're more reliant on your arcane smash, which means that you're approaching the wave more often, which means that there's more windows for your enemy top laner to have a trade dynamic on you. So it doesn't give Maokai as much dominance as he once had in the lane, or as much safety as he once had in the lane.
Well, Benki has yet to make use of that, though he is getting very close to level 6. World 6 is as well. Continuing to roam around. Icon, he would have gotten level 6 off of that cannon if he hadn't been pushed out of lane earlier, so EasyHoon's going to try to use this, but World 6 sees the timing window. That's Scatter the Weak, instant cleanse. World 6 is going to force the flash. Sonic Wave, they're diving, and they get it. OMG are 2-0.
World 6 is so good about holding on to that Sonic Wave and making sure that he can get the long-range snipe for the maximum amount of damage right there. That's twice now. It's been kind of the last spell of his rotation. You know, he doesn't rush into it, land it, and then try to predict the insta-flash.
OMG look to be immediately converting this. World 6 is going to start off the Infernal Drake 6 minutes in with the push pressure of SMLZ in 5. Now that they've got a few more levels, they're able to follow up and clear out this Drake very early on. No sign of Bangi, no sign of anyone from Vici Gaming. OMG, they're up 2 kills and an Infernal Drake 7 minutes in.
Incredibly punishing on this composition, as it would be multiple ones. I do want to kind of point out, though, that 5 actually messed up his Voidlings.
Yeah.
It's much easier to do dragons like that, but because of the AoE damage, you needed to make sure that the Voidling was on the back side of the dragon or wherever the aggro was going.
Oh, they're collapsing onto Bengi. Here comes Long, as Xiang might just be overextended. Icon is caught against the wall and pinned there by that shockwave. Xiang's still very tanky early on. He's trying to stall them out. Flashes away. World 6 is going to get the brunt of the collateral damage. Gets a kick onto Long, but he's still on that Kled, so not going to take too much as he hops over the wall. Bengi exhausted, burning down, as 5 is up there as well, and the Dark Sphere gets Icon a follow-up kill.
And Vici are just running headfirst into the meat grinder that we talk about for OMG. You know, they see that the Infernal was taken bottom side, so they predict that the backs probably came through from OMG. They think they have enough time to invade and contest the red, but OMG predict the maneuver and just run headfirst at them and say, hey, 3v3, I'm game.
Yeah. And with 1-0 and 1 at the time of that fight on Hatong, and Icon already with his lost chapter, they certainly had the damage to make it happen. As it is, 8 minutes in, it is 3 kills to 0. A lot of those are balanced around that mid and top, however.
And that's the thing about the Syndra versus Orianna, especially when both of them can make the rotation. EasyHoon did his best trying to keep Icon out of the fight for as long as possible. I think also using a solo shockwave on the Syndra, but Syndra's just going to peak earlier than Orianna. They have very similar itemization, but because of Syndra's passive as well as just the initial burst damage at level 6, she's going to make those early skirmishes hurt much more.
Oh, yeah. Suddenly, OMG back in their native element with the Sivir Maokai composition. Even on 7.4 with Maokai feeling a little bit weakened by the nerf and Sivir just a bit out of meta with the 80 carries.
But that's why it's so important that they have the Lee Sin and the Syndra, because they need some sort of early game bridge to get to the point where Maokai and Sivir can take over the late game.
Jeez, even just tossing out the ultimate onto EasyHoon to zone him away as he sees Bangi coming in for a gank. And you can see Vici have got vision set up. They should know where World 6 is and what they're doing. He's currently looking for a gank bottom.
He does have level 6 on Sivir, but he's waiting for level 6 on 5. I assume that Malzahar is probably close to it, and it's going to be the classic run Malzahar face first at you.
5 is right there. World 6 is waiting. SMLZ is actually eating a lot of damage as a result of this. There he goes. He's got the flash.
There you go.
Pops onto Hatong. Here comes World 6 as they race in. Immediate knockup from Hatong. SMLZ is forced to heal as he eats too much outside damage from Xuan Xuan P and OMG.
Needs to watch out, though. Xuan Xuan P about to get ult.
Oh, there's the long Sonic Wave. A kick for the execution. Exhaust isn't going to die that much damage.
An excellent target priority from OMG. They pick Lulu because they see that she is the wild growth. She'd be able to interrupt the Malzahar ultimate, and in response, Vici trying to get this big wave to dive Maokai.
Yeah, they force Xiang down. Here comes Long. He's going to be the first to grab aggro. Very capable of resetting it. That's almost an easy kill for Vici. They don't even lose Skarl in the process.
Yeah, great tower aggro management right there. Like you said, even if Skarl had hopped off, it's really cool because it actually automatically swaps tower aggro to the other person diving the tower. But here we go. Target priority. They choose Hatong because he's got the ultimate. He does manage to get the wild growth off, almost turns it around. But the problem is Xuan P, he's just seconds away from his ultimate. And that's why he's stepping forward aggressively here. He wants to try to get with those Qs and set up for his ultimate. And World 6 just immediately punishes him for it.
Follows up with the classic 1-2 kick Lee Sin combo. And then kicks Hatong through Xuan P for the execution. So damage nerfs to the ultimate, not when you've got a Caulfield's Tiamat at 10 minutes into the game.
Not when you're 2-0-2, and we talked about this on the desk. You know, he is the hinge on which OMG's success swings, and right now that door got kicked wide open.
Oh yeah, World 6 is online right now. Icon feeling very enabled himself, a full 13 CS ahead of EasyHoon as he is 1-0-1. And despite SMLZ being down about a minion wave, he's actually got a pretty strong spike himself as he's got his completed Berserker Greaves and a full BF sword. But here comes the rest of OMG, maybe heading bottom.
They do have the Malzahar ult back up online as well as Sivir's ult, so they have all of the tools to start an initiation as well as a big wave starting to build and push onto that tower. But it looks like they're not going to time it just yet.
Yeah.
Laying down just that deep vision. They see that Bengi's not on that side of the map, so he immediately Xiang's like, okay, I'll pull back. Kled's also got a big minion wave. I could have a potential dive coming my way.
As a result, that first turret did go down to Vici Gaming from the kill they managed to get onto Long. And again, patch 7.4, not as much first brick gold, down by about 100. And that is split between both Bengi and Long, so they're going to be a little bit closer back into this. However, they do still have those kills, so that really just evens it up. As Long invades, seems like they're giving up the top side of the map.
But that means that responsibility is now on Long to make the most of this. He has been unlocked, so can he assist his team?
Oh, World 6 goes in, but that Graves really going to hurt. Here comes Xuan P. Oh, boy.
Teleport is
yeah,
canceled.
That is canceled, yeah, you're right. From Long. Xiang didn't even start his, so that's going to be on cooldown.
World 6 just a little bit too overzealous.
Yep.
It was cute how he tried to use the Krugs to block some of the Graves damage.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, he also tanked some of the Krug damage.
He tried to sidestep, go for the sort of Q play, but this is now Bengi roaming bottom. He has no ultimate, but they're going to try to burn through Hatong. There's the teleport out of Xiang. Nothing to stop it as he's going to get in there. Flash engages onto Bengi. He's got his own. Tries to sidestep and is going to eat one hit. As the sapling follows a different target. That means that nobody dies on Vici just yet, but Long is looking to collapse onto Icon. Oh, Icon's actually running back. Long could follow him here. Dashes once, eats a Dark Spear, flashes over it, but Icon saves his own. And World 6 freshly respawned. Mountain Drake is up.
Xiang just slowed himself.
Yeah, Xiang trying to get in there as he gets that Honey Fruit. Long, he's going to knock himself up and gets knocked off Skarl, and 5 members onto 1 does not make a safe character. Even EasyHoon getting caught by the massive range on World 6. Is that guy point and click on those?
They do realize that that's not like a point and click ability, that it is a skill shot,
Yeah,
right?
he can dodge that. But
with that, they managed to get the dragon. But what's cool here is this is the fact that Vici, again, they keep trying to make kind of these counter plays off of OMG's.
Holds on to the smite.
They keep trying to make these counter plays off of OMG's kind of proactive, aggressive moves, and OMG are actually just then like trap, being better. It's like a double trap.
You've activated my trap card. Well, your trap activated my trap.
Pretty much it. Just like a straight Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Two guys arguing at a Yu-Gi-Oh table. Well, the stack actually declares my trap is activating first. With that, however, despite being 6-2 in kills, 2 dragons ahead, OMG only find themselves 100 gold up, as Long is more than up in CS. And we're starting to see Vici Gaming with that first neutral turret as well, keeping them right in this.
But it's the difference about where their power is allocated. So yes, team gold, it's still fairly even, but the problem is if you're head or even on Long, and he's not getting engaged in any of these fights, or he's not able to be that carry Kled, then it doesn't matter.
World 6 follows up. SMLZ is there as well. Just enough mana for an on the hunt. They turn onto Hatong. He just wanted to save his jungler.
And they're going to lose the tower because of it.
Yeah. A bit of a tragedy, but OMG continue to activate trap cards upon trap cards. I actually played a trap card deck way back in the day in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Do you feel good about yourself because of it?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it was great. I actually won tournaments.
You're actually like a dirty Syndra player.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
It's like, well, you should have been aware that that's a thing that can happen.
Especially when you're sitting 2-0-1 on that Syndra.
Yeah.
Just disgusting the amount of pressure that World 6 and Icon have. If they ever just pick this up, they can walk into the jungle and contest EasyHoon and Bengi at any point.
And that's what we're seeing from just about everyone on OMG. Completed Warriors plus Tiamat. You've got double BF Sword on SMLZ and 5 going for the super early Moby boot so we can catch up to you no matter how fast you're running for that suppression.
Hold on though, 5.
Bengi doesn't want anything to do with this. He just wants vision.
But luckily for Bengi, 5 still doesn't have his ultimate because he just killed someone with it bottom. Now, speaking of the double BF sword, naturally you're going to go towards the Essence Reaver build, but the thing is going this route, it's more about kind of tower pushing priority, and you have really good skirmishes on trades, so just delaying some of your initial spikes, or your initial itemization spikes for kind of a... I don't want to use that word spike, because technically if Sivir hits you in the face, she's going to hit you really hard right now, but just... delaying late game scaling.
Power fist?
Power fist?
World 6. Oh, he stepped out of the bush. His trap was turned into Vici's trap. But is it actually OMG's trap? They've almost got teleported.
I don't know if they win this.
Traps on traps. Admiral Akbar is having a fit.
Hold on, here we go.
Yeah, Long is looking for Icon and has found him. That's Ghost used very late, and Icon is able to scatter the weak to break that bear trap on a rope.
And Icon is absorbing so much of Long's pressure, and again, this is where Vici are ahead. It's with that Kled in the top lane, but unfortunately that's, I think, his 3rd ultimate now, where it's been unable to convert into any sort of power, you know, any objective or even a kill.
And Vici Gaming starting to find themselves at a bit of a loss, as OMG are starting to press these side lanes, running a 3-1-1. Icon definitely holding his own against EasyHoon, having a great time despite the skill of that mid laner that he's up against. 5 in World 6, man, these guys are a dynamic duo right now.
And Xuan P and Hatong are just trying to thin out this wave long enough to get the support from Bengi. They managed to hold off. Graves also now moving up here, so we're again going to turn into a 3v3 topside.
They didn't spot World 6. They know that Bengi is there. They have to, as he's clearing out that control ward. They're trying to bait it, but they force the engage. Who was the one setting the trap, and who was the one springing it as World 6 kicks Bengi back over the wall. Bengi goes down, and World 6 will survive. They follow up for the kill onto Hatong, and World 6 once again from way downtown follows with a huge kick, and SMLZ gets the triple kill, 10-2.
And now this Sivir is a big deal. A champion that normally takes a very long time to scale up suddenly just got a triple kill, so she's just going to ramp perfectly on time.
So the analogy of bear trap and a rope actually works just great here.
And the thing is Hatong, you know, he uses the blast cone, I believe, to rocket himself over there to apply the ultimate to Bengi to try to save his life by disengaging the Malzahar, but that just kind of puts him in harm's way.
Yeah.
So it's like the 2-for-1 special. You know, you had a sundae, and now I'm the cherry on top. And this is the concern that I had before when we were setting up kind of the look of a 3v3 topside. I was like, I don't really know if Vici want to take that 3v3. I don't think they necessarily win it.
Yeah, already Vici now starting to definitely find themselves behind. As we get towards that 20-minute mark, another Mountain Drake is up in 60 seconds. And OMG with complete control of the map. Now that they've got the side lanes, now that Vici have seen that their own traps are ineffective, it is OMG who have got the momentum in this game.
I'm trying to figure out what SMLZ is really... I just feel like he has so much gold. He's like, I just don't know what to buy. I've got, you know, the makings of an Infinity Edge, but I got this random, you know, other crit item over here.
Cloak, yeah.
He's just kind of like the one-hit wonder. He'll hit you and crit your face off, and that's
once.
really about it.
Well, he does have the auto attack reset, so he'll 1-2 and hope that that's enough.
He's got a lot of CDR.
It's the 1-2 good night.
No.
As Long is split pushing once again into Xiong. We get towards that 20-minute mark. Icon going to be gifted over blue buff as Herald the Rift Herald disappears into the void. OMG setting up for that dragon. They've got teleport on both top laners. Most of the ultimates have reset at this point. OMG are ready.
Long's doing his best to try to make sure that this Maokai doesn't want to get involved with the fight, so keeping both of them low health. I think that's a smart idea. I think Maokai's worth a lot more in a potential 5v5 than a Kled is at this point.
OMG will force the issue and take down that Mountain Drake, knowing there's nothing Long can do to get involved in this. He actually is going to try to dive onto Xiong here. He has got so much health once he got Scarl back. and Xiang didn't stand a chance.
And that's one of the really cool things about Kled, especially in elongated pushes like that. We said it opened up different win conditions on Vici's composition. They don't necessarily have to be a 5v5. If Long gets ahead, they can look for the 4-1. And if he's left alone, because of Skarl returning to him, he just gets that infinite kind of hard sustain in lane that even Maokai's passive can't deal with.
Oh man, 3 auto attacks is enough for SMLZ to clear out that wave. As Long, we mentioned that he was a power point for Vici Gaming. Cool. He's got the the Black Cleaver, 7.4 built out of the Kindle Gem, and he's got a Tiamat for even more AD on top of this as he looks for a Titanic Hydra, but OMG are just playing around him.
And it's about if Vici can kind of absorb the rest of OMG on the map to give Long enough time that he can try to exploit these solo side lanes. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, mostly because World 6 is executing on those proactive plays. That's what we said about OMG. You know, we know that they're going to go forward. The difference is, do they actually manage to pull it off?
Ooh, that's a whole bunch of regret. He hops over the wall, and SMLZ is actually going to try to pop his ultimate to get there in time, but that's Long burning 2 ultimates single-handedly. Suddenly the onus might have changed a little bit as World 6 got to recall. Going full AD on that Lee Sin might be biting him in the butt here.
He's now picked up some armor items as well as some health right there, so listening to you, Dom, he's like, maybe I should tank up a bit. And that'll give him more time that when he wants to make these big late-game plays going into that backline, that he has the tankiness to do so.
OMG, bottom of the table in their group, currently 5th place, tied for 4th, I should say, at 2 and 4, with Snake and, of course, just behind them, OMG LGD at 6th.
I was gonna say, don't drag them down. They're in playoff contention right now.
Yeah, they're playing up. And Vici Gaming, they're the ones who find themselves struggling. With 2 world champions on their roster, Vici Gaming have difficulty bringing down a 4th place OMG. And
it really comes down to kind of that communication across the map for Vici Gaming. You know, they look great in their individual performances. Even in Xuanchuanpi and Hatong, who have also been stepping up, we saw Xuanchuanpi early on in this game very aggressive, taking control of the lane away from SMLZ in 5. But unfortunately, it's just been better coordination and teamwork from OMG that's kind of exploited different advantages in each lane. And that's what Vici are missing.
Exactly.
They're missing leadership, they're missing teamwork.
They're specifically missing a player called World 6, who is just having a great time. Xiang actually tries to time out the bear trap on the rope.
I say this
down to the bottom lane.
All the time about EasyHoon, and it's not a slight against him. He's an amazing player, but Vici got an EasyHoon when they needed a faker. They needed a carry. Well, now it's extended even further. They got a Bengi when they needed a Peanut. They need a carry-oriented jungler, and Bengi's trying to be that with the Graves, and he does a good job, but unfortunately he has no one else around him to help him out.
Gotta start to wonder about that communication for Vici Gaming. Is this something that they can fix in time for playoffs, or is this going to remain an issue? As slowly but surely, OMG are pressing their advantage time and time again. Now SMLZ is going to get some pressure onto that turret as 5 forces the fight onto Bangi. Despite the huge shockwave in the background, they're able to get that 1 kill. World 6 is way too deep. I can only presume he waited for maximum range there as Long teleports in from behind, tries to follow up onto Icon, but turns from the 5 instead. But SMLZ is doing so much damage. They finally get the kill onto 5, but SMLZ is just getting huge crits. EasyHoon will walk up to him to clean up the sombrero. Long, freshly refreshed with that Kled, chases down that kill onto Icon. Xiang will walk away.
EasyHoon just destroyed OMG. Just absolutely obliterated them. Yes, Long did a good job following up on that with the deep teleport play, but that was a disgusting shockwave.
They're making their way to Baron right now, and there are pings going out from Vici Gaming. They do not have a lot of health. They do not have 2 Mountain Drakes. However, they do have a smite, as Bengi will get there long before World 6. Xiang waiting just over the wall. Doesn't have any flash, so he's going to have to get over there.
Here comes Lee Sin. There's no way they can do this.
Yeah, they're racing there in time. Long! Oh, if only the sapling did damage! He shielded up in time as well, and Baron resets. Vici Gaming 2,000 health away. World 6 is right there. Sonic Wave! And Bengi's gonna body block for him before dodging out of the way. Vici Gaming. So, once again, those Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde moments.
Oh, but oh my god! Oh, okay, I guess we're going to replay. It's okay, Observer. I wanted this replay anyway. So this starts out with everything going right for OMG, but then that sick shockwave from EasyHoon over the wall. Now my concern is, oh no, EasyHoon doesn't have a lot of mana left to his name. Can they continue this chase? And Long's like, hell yeah, we can continue the chase. Gets a sick deep teleport to follow it up, and then check out SMLZ on your screen. He's like, I've got this. I'm critting everyone. I'm doing, oh god, I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm doing a ton of damage. We can do this, guys. And then EasyHoon just destroys him.
I love how EasyHoon didn't even risk the play as Bengi's actually walking into 5 members. With his life this time, OMG are not able to convert that as there's no damage to follow up. But he put the ball on himself, walked on top of Sivir, and then just moved it 500 units to get the execution. Perhaps that's going to be the play that they need. Just walk into the beat grinder and then break it apart.
But the scary thing is that SMLZ is going to be even stronger the next time around.
Yeah.
So it was a good 5v5. They tried to over-capitalize on that by moving towards the Baron. But this time around, SMLZ has the Essence Reaver, the Zeal, as well as the Infinity Edge. So we talked about how quickly Sivir was ramping in this game because of the early triple kill. She's online.
The traps once again getting stacked up. Long is going to turn onto Icon, but there goes World 6 following up. Xiang stalls away the rest of Vici Gaming. Long loses Scarl and goes down to Icon. Here's the chase from SMLZ, getting there well, in fact, faster than the rest of OMG. Shockwave is going to separate them, but Xiang continues to lead the charge. Cleanse from EasyHoon gets them away as they land a stun onto Bengi. Now, Infernal Drake is up, and OMG already set up a lot of vision, but they're at very low health.
That said, Xiang does have teleport, so they can quickly just get the Maokai back and have him TP in position, and SMLZ is still very fresh and ready.
Yeah, Xuan P is actually going to be enough to dissuade them as he fires a few Mystic shots into the dark. Recall started up.
Yeah, what Xuan P is trying to do is delay their backs because he's trying to buy enough time for Vici to get in position before OMG are able to refresh, get back on the map, which is why World 6 is hanging around. Again, they have the teleports. Now it's a question of, are we going to go for the dragon? Are we going to try to race for the dragon? They ping it.
Yeah, Vici are now getting involved as World 6 completed his own recall. There's no chance OMG will make it in time. So Vici Gaming finally able to capitalize, and OMG start to fall apart a bit.
And you have to give props to Xuan P in securing that Infernal Drake. Not only is it a big deal because Ezreal, one of the few champions that does both types of, or both forms of damage, so the Infernal means so much more for him, but the fact that with that cheeky, you know, shift forward, throwing out blind Qs, he delayed OMG enough to secure it.
Suddenly, OMG, despite continually looking for traps and opportunities, are finding themselves getting a bit stuffed by Vici Gaming. As EasyHoon does massive damage with his Ludens and Morellos, Long is starting to find these ever so crucial flanks. And not to mention he's dealing with Xiang in the side lane. Vici Gaming might have finally found their stopgap from OMG's insistent pressure.
Ultimately, though, it's really just the combo between EasyHoon and Bengi and the amount of burst potential between a Shockwave on top of a Graves ultimate. That's what's been kind of determining these fights. Long just performing well on his own and getting nice flanks is just kind of the cherry on top.
They will find a quick rotation onto this mid turret. Force engage onto Bengi despite an excellent knockup from Hatong. There's not that much that can save him from 4 people.
And I just want to kind of underline the essence of OMG. They all turned off that tower instantaneously to follow up on the dive. Little things.
Xuan P is waiting right there. They're going to trade a tier 1. That's going to be a teleport that spots out Xuan P as well. Let's see if they can get the save. Long is going to get into the pit, and Smite secures it for World 6. He's going to have to hop over the walls. Long forces the fight. He kills 5 before turning on the World 6. Traps pull him back despite flash over the wall. He goes down to the auto attack. Long managed to buffer. He continues to trade it out. SMLZ firing shots over the side, but it's Hatong and Long who are doing some damage here. He gets Kled back, or excuse me, Scarl gets Kled back, turns back onto SMLZ, pulls him back in, loses Scarl again. Icon is trying to get the stun. He's got the GA. Will they have enough to kill this Kled before Scarl shows up? Pinned against the wall, and Xiang is like, I don't want anything to do with this guy. Why is he so crazy?
Hatong's trying to cage them in, though.
He is. He's going to eat a big snare from Xiang, who suddenly uses the rest of his mana with that Arcane Slash, and Long is re-empowered. He gets back in and chases forward. SMLZ is going to Spell Shield the Bear Trop in a row, but Icon completed his recall. He races out of base and will save his team, escorting them to safety.
Oh, hold on. No. Spectator, the ultimate from Ezreal. So the thing is Vici have to fight the 5v5 here. They don't have the ability to smite contest, so they're just looking for the massive shockwave, as well as the ridiculous Kled tankiness. I mean, he's got GA, he's got Skarl. I believe he gets Skarl twice over the course of this fight. And I'm just so happy that the LPL has Kled players, because they're just ridiculous to watch.
So taking a look at the death timers, nobody is dead. It's still 9-16. So OMG, they've got the Baron. They finally were able to take a successful fight, but Long is enormous. This is like Gimkun-esque levels of Kled right now.
Big thing, though, is that his GA was popped, and that item, when it's on cooldown, is actually such a gold sink.
Yeah.
Nice thing against this composition, though, is that it's one of the few items, other than, I believe, Rock Portal, that gives you both MR and armor.
Like a high amount, yes.
Exactly. So, still got that going for him, but he's not going to be as tanky as he was, and that might be an actual breath of fresh air for OMG, because, again, they still want these 5v5s.
Yeah, and OMG, they know that Long isn't there. He used his teleport to get to the Baron fight. He's split pushing in the top lane right now, so it is 5 versus 4 for a few seconds as they take down the bottom tier 2 turret. They've got enough wave clear to clear out the minions so that Long can finally show up. No, he's still going.
Yeah, Long canceled his back right there. Just the wave clear enough from Vici that they feel that they don't need to call the Kled for the team fight.
He is going to force Xiang to recall, but Xiang has had his teleport for quite some time. So, OMG, they struggled with trying to demonstrate macro play. They struggled with demonstrating patience. So, go back to what works. Get a big tree and just run at people.
I have a theory that OMG actually look better when they face smart teams, because their goal is simply to chase you down like this.
Ooh. Are they going to continue going? Shockwave is actually going to do a lot of damage. World 6 goes down. Long, meanwhile, is racing up. He's going to catch 5 on the flank if he keeps walking. Long is behind them, but OMG are going the other direction. Now they are between a Kled and a hard place. And Long decides to let them go.
Because both of Vici's primary damage dealers and the Orianna and the Ezreal are chunked entirely off of that fight. So there's no follow-up for this Kled if he decided to get frisky and run in 1v4.
It seems like a very Kled-ish thing to do.
We saw Gamgoon do it the other day to
Yeah.
a lot of success.
Xiang is ready. He is very tanky indeed as he's going to get pulled back onto the turret. They're trying to get some damage. The suppression drops him to Lung, but he is so massive. True Shot Barrage finds Icon, and he's forced to back up. And the question is, which team is going to burn through the tank first?
I think the other thing to really point out is the fact that OMG have now tried to siege into Vici's composition 3 different times, once including with the Baron, and really got nothing. It's only off of these instantaneous picks where, you know, they kind of find Vici just slightly forward, delete a member, and then transition it into Baron or a tower. Otherwise, Vici have effectively put the brakes on them. OMG can't do anything until they get better flanking vision, so Kled isn't a problem for them and shows up on the back half of a team fight, or they just instantly delete someone because they overstep. But if Vici continue to turtle, we're in for a long one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is Vici Gaming.
I just think that OMG are so dependent on Baron right now.
Is this like classic Vici Gaming, where it's like they're really going to wait it out, the 60, 70 minute mark? Oh my gosh. 2017 LPL is the old 2015 LPL just returning.
I just feel like we're getting to that point where eventually we're going to flip a coin for a team fight.
Yeah.
Whichever way it lands is whoever wins the game. And
Well,
that'd be super disappointing for OMG because they've been ahead for so long.
Infernal Drake is going to help out quite a bit as OMG secure it. Bengi waiting in the wings. Doesn't quite get in range as World 6 is well ahead of him.
Double Infernal, double Mountain. There are no excuses for
Yeah.
OMG here. They have a composition that they've been running for years that they're super comfortable on. They're good at 5v5s. They like to dive. Is he going to go forward?
No.
He doesn't
I mean,
want...
Xiang was there, actually.
Well, the thing is he didn't want to because he knew as soon as he went in on Bengi that the wild growth would come up and disrupt him.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be able to get a kick on a primary target that he wanted, or even to complete it because Lulu would deny a lot of that interaction.
Long, meanwhile, is going sightseeing down the mid lane, completely isolated from his team, but probably fine with that. There are actually a lot of pings onto him now coming out of OMG.
What are you gonna do?
Shout at him?
You can't kill him. You could drop every single ability. It'd still take about 5 minutes to kill the Kled just because of
Yeah.
how tanky he is. GA's back up. He's got Skarl. Or even
Finish
if you,
Deadmans.
yeah, even if you start to roam towards him because he has great vision in the mid lane behind him, he would just ult away from you.
He's actually split pushing towards the bottom lane right now as Long has got his teleport, completely giving up on this fight, as it looks like Vici are going to focus on their wave clear. OMG just swinging back and forth, looking for a pick, but Vici are trying not to give it to them, even using the collateral damage for it. But Double Mountain is going to do so much against the turret.
Ultimately, though, that's still just an inner tower, and they need to crack those inhibs. So still very reliant on the Baron. It will be spawning in 35 seconds. And this is kind of Vici, do they continue to exploit the lane assignment of how big Long is and drag OMG around the map, or do they face OMG in the 5v5 over the Baron and take their chances that they're better team fighters at this point?
I mean, it looks like that's what the game is building towards. 15 seconds before that Baron spawns, 5-man recall out of OMG. Spirit Visage now finished for Xiong. You've got the Randuins and the Dead Plates for World 6. Icon has finished his Rabadon's Death Cap as SMLZ has finished both his Mortal Reminder and Death's Dance. OMG are massive right now. Vici Gaming didn't get the luxury of a 5-man recall. Now they find themselves out on the map trying not to get picked in front of Baron.
Which means that they need to make sure that they have clean and methodical vision control. There's no reason for Vici to face check into this.
I think doing the Baron's probably reason enough. They see it go down as the Double Mountain and just raw damage from OMG is enough to shred through that Baron's health bar.
But you're still competing against the wave clear of Orianna, Ezreal, and Graves. So yes, OMG need the Baron to get anywhere, but it doesn't automatically mean that they're going to break these structures. They still need to play it out correctly, and so far they've just been, stacking all 5 members into a single lane and trying to compete against the Graves, Ezreal, and Orianna exactly like that, clear.
Yeah.
And bam, Baron creep gone.
Gosh, the True Shot Barrage even caught the minions as they came out of base, so Xuan P managing to time that is going to start clearing these out. Dodges the Scatter the weak as World 6 starts firing off these Sonic waves. The minion wave is cleared out, but the Cannon minion slowly going to start working on that inhibitor turret. Xiong, meanwhile, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and we already have an adaptation. The fact that Xiong, as I say, they're like, no, stack is 5. I was like, play the 4-1.
Sivir, Maokai, group up. Long is there as well, so this would be a 5v5
They
if
want
they
to
force to
dive.
commit to it. They drop on the hunt. They've got bonus attack speed. Shockwave finds only World 6 as Xiong turns onto Long. It's tank versus tank in the front line. Rumble in that inhib. Icon tries to dive on a Xuan P, but he's kept alive by heal and wild growth. Easy Hoon is going to be forced to flash away as he gets popped. Bangy gets the Steric's Gauge, but it's not enough, and OMG turn forward onto these Nexus turrets, trying to end the game right here and right now, but Long tries to force the fight instead. Bangy goes down as Long is doing what he can. Xuan P is firing shot after shot. World 6 goes in. Long has got the GA as it is popped. Icon kills Hetong. Xiong is going to finally get that kill on the Xuan P, and Long will almost certainly be ineffective here, as this is the Nexus going down. Game number 1 going to OMG.
And that last team fight was really just the story of Icon. He was a full item over the Orianna right there and zoned out the rest of Long's team. So despite the fact that Kled was doing everything in his power to try to dig that game back for Vici, none of his teammates could approach.
Excellent zoning from OMG, returning to the tried and true and finding success once again as they take game number 1 against Vici Gaming. Now joining us once again on the analyst desk to help break down that game is Zach Rusty Pie.
That was honestly, I never thought I'd see the day, right, where there is 2 world champions and an SKT coach on a team, and a Kled top lane of a random Chinese guy is the one bastion of hope for this team. That's exactly what we just saw from Vici. It was a one-man army. And I mean, to be fair, he had to kill him 3 times.
Yeah.
It was a big deal, but wasn't enough.
It certainly wasn't. Just taking a look at the stats from that, a single Mountain Drake, 4 turrets to 9. It seemed like Vici were just at a loss.
And reminder, Vici were on blue side this game. They had every ability and option that they could have target banned out things like the Lee Sin and denied World 6 that comfort pick. On red side, they might not have that same liberty.
There was a couple of interesting decisions from Vici just from the get-go when you look at their drafting. They basically built themselves a counter draft, so they said, we need to build the Lulu into the Malzahar because Lulu's good into Malzahar. We've got Orianna, knowing it's a safe pick. It's one of the only options that we have to pick a safe pick in. Icon can do whatever he wants. We're going to ban some of his champions, and we're just going to pick Orianna. We're going to pick Ezreal because he can get out of anything. And that's basically how they built themselves. And then they just threw a Kled in as well. And I'm like, and if we ever decide we need to engage for some ungodly reason, we decide, you know what, let's actually start a fight off, and we now have a Kled.
Yeah.
I don't know how this works in, but we've got one. So now we can engage, but like, why?
It's kind of like one of those when you're buying a new car or something, and you've got the minivan, you know, the comfortable seats, you've got the screens in the back for the kid, but then you wanted to get it 4x4 in case you ever take it off-roading.
This is like Mad Max.
Like,
This
why
is
would you-
absolutely not like a car. Like, cars could do everything. They can reverse.
Well, sure.
It's like Dodgem cars.
What
You can
kind
only
of
go
what kind of
forwards.
minivan do you put a Kled in where you're just kind of going off all over the
we're-
off-road?
We're gonna pull it back from the cars,
Okay.
and I want to say it's like a puzzle. And the problem is that Vici are trying to build like 3 different puzzles at once.
Just put devil horns on a soccer mum van. That's all I'm envisioning right now. That's Kled. Like, that's his addition to the car.
But does he have cup holders?
2.
Are they heated?
That's irrelevant.
What?
You gotta get heated cup for when you get your coffee in the morning. Anyways, okay. Enough with the metaphors. Let's get down to the game. Let's get down to what matters.
But the problem is that Vici's composition is almost like symbolic of the problems with Vici. It's that you have all of these different pieces that aren't fitting to the same puzzle, and you can't make them fit. Like, the Graves and the Orianna are awesome because the burst damage on an AoE scale was just disgusting. If Bengi and Easyhoon ever hit their ultimates together, OMG just pop like balloons.
Yeah.
And then Long comes in and he does his own thing because he's Kled. But, like, if he doesn't have follow-up, and then who knows what Chuan-Chuan-P and Hatong are doing.
Yeah, the thing is, like, whilst we look at the Lee Sin, we are seeing a lot of big plays from him in particular, but he also built Randuin's Omen instead of Guardian Angel. So he's got only armor, and that's the deal with only physical damage dealers. So you've got your top laner and your jungler, where Easyhoon was destroying people. But because Vici aren't playing like a team, they're completely separate entities that have different ideas of how they want to execute. Easyhoon very rarely gets opportunities to actually make big plays. The only person who was doing that was Lung, and in one Baron fight in particular, Lung was actually a complete monster destroying them.
Here's a replay of that Baron fight, in fact, as OMG try to force it, and Long teleports in for the flank.
So the thing with this fight, right, is he doesn't just get one skull, he has a Guardian Angel, and so they hesitate to kill him. And the reason that I wanted to watch this replay is because no one protects the rest of the team of OMG. They are just 5 fingers, they're never a fist or a team. He gets taken off his Dracolops, and then no one wants to actually mess with him. It's like, because he's got a Guardian Angel, right? We have to kill Hatong, and we have to kill these other carries. Then he gets it back, and now he's unkillable. And this is the story of how you play against Skarl in particular, and Kled in particular, is if he ever gets off the horse, you have to kill him before he gets back on the horse, or he's unkillable. It's kind of like a Zillion composition that one character can do.
Yeah, it's actually going to be World 6 who's getting MVP for that game for his performance in the early game. 4-4-13 overall, involved in 81% of those kills.
100% deserved. We talked about, the changes from Shui to World 6. They're effectively kind of the same player in terms of their champion pool, but for whatever reason, World 6 just stepped up, is the leader of the team. He makes the early game plays, and more importantly, he executes on them. He's hitting all of these skill shots. He just makes it look easy.
So the reason that I think it is deserved is because he got Icon to a point where he could carry. Like, once we got to mid-game, this guy just mental boomed all over the map. Like, just
There were so
running
many
in
times
and
where he would get
dying.
the max range kick. Like, one point he insect Hatong, and then he was like 2 turrets deep and just got destroyed by Easyhoon.
Well, there's also one time where he walked into an Orianna with no magic resistance and
that
died
too.
whilst Icon killed everybody. So the point still stands. He hit mid-game. He doesn't really know what he's doing, but it doesn't matter because he did early game perfectly and actually got his team ahead in every lane that mattered the most.
Massive performance out of OMG overall. The fact that we are seeing them return to the tried and true and see success bodes well for a team that's fighting for that 4th place spot. Question is, can they do it again? Of course, this is a best of 3, and we have to see if Vici can adapt.
And that was our question kind of coming in, since we are looking at kind of the lower teams on the standings. It's like, are they just inconsistent, or are they just consistently bad? That defines them as those lower tier teams. And I think for OMG, it is really just inconsistency. They have the mechanical ability to pop off, especially in the early game. It's now about just like making their late game macro calls more consistent. And we saw that, having the confidence that we need the Baron to close. We know that we need vision control over it. And once we have the Baron, instead of just kind of wasting it, let's just dive them.
Yeah, and they're definitely lacking when it does come to late game, but this is one thing that I actually want to highlight about OMG that I really do like from them is they're drafting Siva Maokai. They actually do not care for how perfect drafting looks if they just draft champions for themselves that make the most sense for themselves, because if they get that Baron, throw strategy out the window, just dive. and just make it work every single time. Brute force your way into the base. They can do this because they're drafting to do this.
And I'm so happy that a team finally has the balls to do it. We see so many teams not look for the dive. EDG comes to mind, and it's like it's such a, especially that early in the game. It gets scarier later on because your death timers get so long that a team can just ace you at inhib towers and then run it all the way back. But that early, it's super low risk and super high reward, because if the dive is executed, you end the game there, and if you do fail that 5v5, basically you just give the other team a foot in the door, but it's not like they're able to then run it back and start taking towers, taking Baron, because you already have it.
And the in-game shot calling as well, the awareness that they need Baron to be able to do all of these things also stood out to me the most. They get a mid lane pick, they dive for that pick, and then instead of pushing or trying to push, even though it was a priority champion, they just go straight to the Baron, because that's the bigger deal. They need that to be able to push, to set up all the minion waves, and then to dive.
So something very clearly has changed between Shui Shui and bringing World 6 onto the roster. If it is the shot calling coming from the jungle or just being enabled by World 6 instead.
Yeah, and it's also just OMG know their identity. It's really basic. It's very binary, but that's the thing. Like, Vici don't.
Well, we'll have to see if Vici can take a look in the mirror and find out if it is Jekyll or Hyde in this next game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 2.
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been stepping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new mood. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move. First cross the line, I'm in the backward, life to ground, turn me on and nail it down. Table tipping, record skipping, it's equipping us with more to say. It's a moment for the people, for the lovers, and it starts today.
Welcome back, everyone, to our second match between Vici and OMG. The studio in Shanghai looking very nice this evening as the light sky sort of sets the stage for this very exciting match that we've got coming back. Vici Gaming, can they bring us to game 3? Will they finally be able to close out a game?
I'm going to say no,
Okay.
but that's just a prediction. They definitely can do it.
with an asterisk,
Yeah,
of course.
if they get it together.
Yeah.
And it's something that we haven't actually seen from them for over a week now, so it's a little bit concerning.
The nice thing, though, is that it wasn't like a straight hard no. It wasn't like a no. It was like, ah.
Yeah.
So there is space for Vici. They are doing a substitution here, so Xuan P will be subbed out for Endless. Effectively, we haven't seen these two AD carries over their 2 years with Vici really
Yeah.
change the dynamic of the team, but it certainly could change the morale of the team. And maybe that's just the difference here.
There is also something I was recently talking to one of the Oceanic teams about when you actually sub people in. Now, don't take the Oceanic as meaning anything good or bad. It's the logic behind
keen.
this. If you watch game number 1 with your coaching staff as any player and you sub in for game number 2, you now have all of the information of the whole game processed from the first game, listening to the coach's reactions, and also monitoring how lanes go. So if AD carry or bottom lane's an issue, then you can actually come in and either change that lane or win that lane in various different ways, or it's the information the coaches can give you because you've got 40 minutes to listen to them opposed to a 5-minute break.
And reminder that Vici's coach is Pumandu. So, I mean, if you're going to have anyone sitting next to you in that back room, especially if you're looking at the bottom lane because they're subbing in the AD carry, it's going to be that guy.
There were, I believe you even mentioned it before we actually got into the break, the fact that, yes, we saw Long getting in the back line, doing some really, really awesome things, but nobody really got to follow up. Easy Hoon was always zoned away by World 6. Xuan P just seemed to be on a different page. Well, this time, maybe Endless can flip to the same chapter of the book.
Now, we saw Ezreal in the first game from Xuan P.
Yeah.
I actually would expect something much more like the Jhin even to be seen in this particular game. I know that Endless is a good Jhin player. He can play pretty much everything that Xuan P does play except Twitch. So I expect maybe a little bit of a change in the bottom lane in terms of drafting. I don't think the Ezreal has as much merit. There are only 5 people in the world that I would say can play Ezreal, and I believe 4 of them or 3 of them are currently in Korea again. They left us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got Mystic.
Yes, and Uzi. Mystic and Uzi,
Okay.
the only 2 from this league that have permission.
That have the rusty seal of approval.
But my problem is that even if the bottom lane dynamic changes up, it's still not the primary issue of Vici. It's trying to plug that bottom lane in with the rest of the team, not just their strict performance.
Well, perhaps adding in a different AD carry is going to be enough to sort of swap out that puzzle piece and complete the big happy smiley face puzzle of Vici Gaming.
Is that a smiley face? Is that what it is?
I would hope so. I mean, they certainly are going to need some positivity going into this match because even Bangi is starting to look a little bit sour after the loss that they suffered in game number 1 to OMG. But as you can see, we've entered into picks and bans. Rusty is going to join us after the game for some more analysis. Ivern, Rise, and Jace, so identical bans in the exact same order from OMG. Varus LeBlanc going to be banned away. The next one should be Shen if Vici are going to follow up, but they decide to target away 5's Malzahar instead.
It could also mean that they want some sort of champion that Malzahar disables. Rengar comes to mind. I don't necessarily see it as a big priority pick for OMG, but maybe they have confidence that World 6 can pull it off. And we really haven't even touched on kind of the World 6 tale. World 6 was originally the jungler for Vici Gaming. If you remember those dark days when Dandy became the top laner for this team.
Oh, yeah.
World 6 was actually the jungler that took over that mantra. But the thing is that means that World 6 was flanked between the likes of Dandy and Mata on that era of Vici Gaming. And Vici have always been very public that they're a development team, especially back then, that it wasn't about that moment, but the future. Now, the future has come for Easyhoon and Binky, so this roster now has no more excuses. But World 6, I mean, there's a reason why this guy came in so explosive. He had so much training with 2 of the greatest players in the world, especially one of the best junglers in the position.
Yeah. I love how even when Dandy was in the top lane, he was still playing junglers like Grim and Rengar. That was, of course, pre-rework, very long time ago, but Vici Gaming perhaps going to return to something a little bit more explosive as Rumble is picked up right away for Long and Karma.
And Rusty said this earlier on the desk, the fact that Rumble can pretty much be blind picked into that top lane. Now that said, he is going into the Shen, so he knows exactly what the matchup, but it just kind of speaks to how healthy of a spot that Rumble is in right now. What you would assume then is that you really need a AD jungler, and since Graves is taken away, you either need the Rengar because the Malzahar is banned, or you need some sort of way to balance out all of the magic damage on your composition. Lee Sin works.
Bangi's just going to say, you know what? Anything you can do, I'm Bangi. And see if he can play a better Lee Sin than World 6 this time.
I'm Bangi.
Look, when you're a world champion for SK Telecom, you can pretty much get away with stuff like that.
Unfortunately, it hasn't meant much having 2 world champions on this roster.
I love how even back in the way old days for Vici Gaming, like mentioning the fact that they had Mata, they put Dandy in the top lane. They still had these sort of identity issues of like, we're trying new things, we're developing. but they really haven't.
Because Vici haven't figured out what their problem is, and it's the rest of their roster. Like, no, it is frankly really inexcusable that back-to-back they've had dual world champions. They started with Dandy and Mata, couldn't make it deep run in playoffs. They then get Bengi and Easyhoon, and are now still kind of just scraping it at 4th best. Eventually, Vici need to grow up past development stage to we need to get stuff done stage.
Perhaps over-indexing a little bit in the power of their world champions to affect the game as explosively as they'd like. But taking a look at these final bans, it is going to be Orianna, Cassiopeia, and Syndra. 3 mid lane bans. OMG, we've got 1 final ban left. No AD carry seen just yet. Seems like they are respecting each other's pool, but Vladimir is the ban away from Easyhoon.
We've already seen one Vladimir in the LPL. It was played by NewBee,
Oh my gosh.
and to a disgusting extent. There's also the gen that we were talking about earlier, fits into Endless's wheelhouse, and again, it offers that engage potential that Vici were really lacking on their composition last time around.
Of course, in 7.4, the curtain call slow only lasts for 0.5 seconds instead of 0.75, so it is going to be a little bit more difficult. Like 0.25 seconds per bullet hit.
This is pretty much the initial drop that Jin's about to take off as we look towards later patches like 7.5. You know, as his masteries are getting hit, as lethality is starting to take a drop off.
Yeah.
Jin is about to get hit, but 7.4 is our patch right now, so the downfall hasn't come for him just yet.
Oh, do it, Icon.
That is a Ziggs 80 carry.
If he takes that Zed into the mid lane, that is going to be awesome. I mean, SMLZ even picked.
This is the thing. You're looking at, you're like, Zed, do it. And I'm like, that's a Ziggs 80 carry. That's a Zed in the mid lane.
All right, they're doing it. Zed locked in along with Ziggs AD carry. Easyhoon, very familiar with that matchup coming from the LCK as the stereotypical sort of mage deny player. Currently one of the most frustrating mid laners to play against in the world, and now he was on a disabler on that Lissandra into Icon Zed. It's going to take a lot of pushing from World 6 to get Icon sort of enabled as he did in the previous game.
Okay, I know you're super excited about Zed, but
Yeah, well, what are you excited about?
Lissandra?
Yeah.
Hello? That's Easyhoon's Lissandra. Easyhoon used to be undefeated on this champion, and last year, there was pretty much every game I was like, Easyhoon, play Lissandra. Just do it. Because what's amazing is on Lissandra, Easyhoon actually shows up early game. He starts to roam around the map, he makes these great early game kills, and he synergizes so well with Lee Sin. Because during the duration of his ultimate, pretty much while they're locked up, Lee Sin can 100-0 burst someone.
Well, we'll certainly have to see if he can find success returning to that Lissandra for which he is so well known, or if OMG are going to take this series in a very swift 2-0 as they have got an absolutely explosive team comp with AD carry Ziggs and Zed in the mid lane.
Hardy har har.
Meanwhile, Vici Gaming are going to try to burn them down with a Rumble in the top and that Lissandra to try to deal with it.
The problem with Vici's composition is it's still incredibly reliant over 5v5s, particularly around monster objectives like the Baron, like the Dragon. They've got the Rumble. Rumble has always been strong in kind of those arena team fights because of the power of the Equalizer. You have the Lissandra on top of that as well as the Jhin. Like, it's all about those big 5v5s. Whereas the OMG composition has so much map control, so I feel like these teams have actually just shifted identities. Normally you would think it would be Vici that would be playing kind of the siege, map control, you know, 1-3-1, 1-4 composition, as they just try to out-macro you, and it would be OMG playing the run-at-you 5v5 dragon fight.
In answer, though, perhaps OMG are ready to show us that they have indeed learned and evolved. If they could take a win with this sort of composition against Vici Gaming, that would be a huge statement for them and really start to set them further and further up in that bracket. Of course, this is week 2 of cross-conference play here in the LPL. We're getting into game number 2 between Vici Gaming and OMG. And Vici Gaming perhaps getting a little bit frustrated with OMG in that previous match, returning to some comfort picks of their own. Going to try to bring us to game 3 here.
Now, the lane that I always want to look at is bottom lane. I'm an AD carry support player.
Yep.
That's what I live for. I'm
course.
very excited to finally have a Ziggs AD carry. It's seen limited success globally, but what I particularly like about Ziggs into Jhin is that Jhin has to be stationary when he opens up his ultimate.
Yeah.
And Ziggs can just
dunk him.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal just right up on his face. And it hurts,
Oh, yeah.
especially if Ziggs gets ahead. Now, the problem is you need to make sure that Ziggs gets ahead because he's so mana dependent. And if he ever falls behind Clock, he doesn't really have a lot of options or do a lot of damage, and SMLZ will frankly kind of become worthless.
Oh my gosh.
Thunderlords.
I wonder what Mastery is really strong right now. They're actually going to be starting off with the Raptor camp here.
But they're also giving it to Icon is what it looks like, because he's standing off to the side, so you would assume
Oh, World 6 is found long.
Hello?
Oh boy. Surprise.
they're not giving it to Icon. They're just giving the Raptor camp to SMLZ.
Yeah, he's got 3 so far. 5 actually did take one of those Raptors as World 6 on the invade finds Bengi and says, you might be a world champion, but I'm in your jungle. Oh, actually denies level 2 from both of them. And World 6 is going to have to reset that camp as he invades the red instead.
That said, it's still Benki who loses out massively there. He's so low health, he'll have to back in between some of his camps, surely. And it's also going to slow down his jungle. See if he's maybe able to sustain enough that he doesn't get immediately 3-buffed, because he needs to contest for World 6 red, because World 6 is stealing his.
And OMG well aware of this, that the fact that Bengi could try to counter invade by a control ward level 1 and place it on the back of that red buff. With SMLZ and 5 pushed in super early on, this is some really big foresight out of OMG. To keep an eye on that. Blue buff is going to be the clear now from Bengi. He's still very low health as he already went through his refillables. Let's see where he decides to path.
He's going to continue with his jungle.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see if he can beat World 6 to the punch. I'm doubtful, but I'm not a 2-time world champion.
Yes. It's up to Bengi.
Reserving judgment.
Meanwhile, Endless and Hatong continuing to shove up in this bottom lane. SMLZ missing out on a few minions here.
He is, he's going for it. So because Hatong and Endless have had control over the bottom lane, he's pulling Karma and Jin over. He does have Smite up, so he'll be able to get health back and won't stay low because of it. But again, World 6 has just been so fast from his jungle that even though Vici tried to make the play with a 3v1 on red, they're denied.
They will see World 6 get there just in time. And even if a skirmish were to break out, it wouldn't be too threatening as World 6 continues to clear out. And now they finally know that the control ward is here. EasyHoon is going to spot that out. World 6, is he going to contest him here? It just takes one more auto.
Oh, he got it.
Lissandra, the best. Also, I just want to point out the build for Xiang. This guy has got one decked out necklace. He's...
It's a bit more common these days on the Shen. It just really helps him stay up infinitely in that lane. But you are correct. The triple Regen B.
Rejuvenation B.
Oh, God, I can't. Please.
You got there.
I'd like to buy a vowel.
You had too many vowels. You needed consonants at that
Okay,
point.
I'd like to sell a vowel.
However, World 6 will time his gank with Icon getting aggressive as they trade into each other. All of the potions have been consumed by EasyHoon, where there are still a few for Icon as 5 eats some harass. Patong is going to start getting some damage here and actually rushes forward. He's got the tether ready. Manages to land it in 5, immediately flashes out. A flash auto, but Exhaust keeps 5 alive as they trade it back. Misses the bomb, and SMLZ is going to have to back away.
A perfect Exhaust saves OMG's bottom lane from feeding first blood, but now mid lane.
Ooh, immediate shadow from Icon, plus the slow. Flash snare, EasyHoon. Oh, that's embarrassing. Sonic Wave misses as well.
He hasn't played Lissandra in a while. Maybe just not, remembering the direct range.
Yep.
Feels bad. Could be worse.
It certainly could be.
Lissandra is still incredibly safe because of her ultimate and how it goes against Zed. Zed tries to jump up on top of her. She can protect herself. Likewise, she doesn't necessarily need the flash because she's got the glacial path. So, again, could definitely be worse.
Yeah, and taking that teleport, Icon actually took a turret hit to try to push this wave in, so EasyHoon is very politely denying that opportunity to miss CS, so doesn't want to take any chances letting Icon get ahead. He's going for his first recall right now. 5 minutes to top himself up with a Ruby Crystal and has now reset his control ward, but Hatong is right there in the jungle as well, and the junglers are hot on their heels. 5 is like, I just spent 75 gold on this.
Get off my lawn.
World 6 is there. Is he going to try to fight him over this?
Wow, what a scumbag. I hate when support players do this.
Oh, man.
The day is mine.
There he goes. Hatong clears it out, secures vision for himself, and manages to maintain that control ward on that bottom side of the map. politely dropped by Bengi. But as Bengi looks to take advantage of that slight vision he's got in the bottom lane and the pushing lane from SMLZ. He's got mana to push, but does he want to?
Haton can walk him down.
Yeah, that's the tether. Teleport's being used as well. They're going all in on this gank. They are leaving 5 for dead. As Long actually completes the teleport, Endless is going to try to finish this off here. 4th bullet. He doesn't have any flash, but that's still going to be first blood going to Endless, and SMLZ makes none of the turret. Meanwhile, Xiyoung is shoving mid, and Easyhoon's actually trying to answer.
Hold on, though. Here comes World 6, also kind of floating down behind the Dragon Pit. Nope. They're just going to leave SMLZ to his own devices and give away the teleport.
Yeah, Long swaps up to mid. Easyhoon heads on up to top. Remember that time top Lysandre used to be a thing? And when top mid Rumble used to be a thing?
957 remembers.
Yeah, yeah.
Round 2.
Icon is making... Oh man, Icon's gonna force this. There is no Ignite, there is no Exhaust, and there is no chance for Endless. SMLZ actually gets the kill as Hatong with his flash has to leave his AD carry for dead.
And I feel like it's one of those moments where Shin's like, I just want an assist.
Yeah. As it is, that's gonna be the equalizer used to try to force this lane pressure in the mid lane. Vici Gaming answering back across the map. Teleport from Xiyoung to head back top as he did. Use the Stand United to get bottom. And Icon says, stop taxing my lane. I'm here. Secures those camps. Easyhoon looks to contest this blue here, but World 6 is ready, and Icon's there as well.
But look at how much Easyhoon is roaming around on Lysandre. And again, you expect this of Lysandre players. You don't necessarily expect this of Easyhoon. You know, this is the Azir guy. He just kind of sits in his lane, he does his job, he shows up late game, and he carries team fights. But on Lysandre, he just becomes this different animal where he's everywhere doing everything at once. And I love to see it. And even though Lysandre is still so niche and fringe in the meta, I just love what it does to Easyhoon's mentality.
Enabled so much by his team, forced to make things happen. Icon going to be gifted over his blue buff, as Long will complete his recall, picking up a Haunting Guise and Blasting Wand. SMLZ, with that first blood, has rounded out an Amplifying Tome for himself. So mana no longer going to be an issue for this SMLZ.
Zed's in that comfortable spot where he can just continue to spam out. That said, Vici and Hatong are completely taking control over this jungle.
Yeah, setting up a lot of vision. They are not going to let World 6 start popping off this game. World 6 is going to see that Brambleback start to take some hits.
And it's because of the rotation from SMLZ and 5 that Bengi's not pulling the trigger on contesting that red buff, despite how much gold and how much vision they had laid over the area. So good heads-up communication across map from OMG's member to flank and protect World 6 on the possible Vici play.
Yeah, Endless not quite able to follow up with only a serrated Dirk and Swifties, along with a lack of lane pressure.
I call it serrated jerk.
Hey! Someone's a salty AD carry.
Oh man, I play the triple itemization AD carries, and so when those lethality, you know, jerks come into my lane, are just like, okay, I automatically win this. It just feels bad.
But taking a look at OMG running that lethality jerk sort of combo, they have got double control wards in their bottom jungle with another one just on that bottom side. You can see so much priority from OMG to keep this Ziggs AD carry enabled and to allow him to continue to just farm freely.
Yeah, and continue to be pushed up in the lane. Again, the nice thing about Ziggs AD carry is he has so much structure threat, because if that structure gets under, I believe it's what, 27% HP?
20 and it scales up.
Yeah, he just pops it like a balloon. You can already see World 6 also then capitalizing on all of that control vision, getting behind Bengi, and Hatong and Endless are just sitting ducks, fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
Someone needs to respond to this lane, or OMG are just going to passively win it.
Yeah, currently the person responding to that is Bengi, and with teleport now popped up for Easyhoon, they could look to force a fight here.
That said, Icon's already making his rotation, spotted out by a ward. We could also have a potential 5v5 because both Rumble have teleport as well as
they're going to get so much burst. He's caught by the snare, dodges the auto attack, and flashes to evade the kick, but Easyhoon will pursue. Stand United, he can't make it over the wall. Easyhoon destroys Icon.
And ultimately, it's Vici Gaming that beat them to the punch. They had the ward placed deep enough that the control wards from OMG didn't matter. They see the play being set up, and the trap card springs.
Does indeed. And tragically, it is Icon who walks into the maw of the beast this time, but that's Vici Gaming now 400 gold ahead. They do have some priority on this mid lane tier 1 turret, and you can see Bengi's actually on his way as well. Nope, he's going to Raptors, never mind.
I was going to say, tier 1 tower, Raptors.
Yeah.
If I'm a jungler, I know where I'm going.
He's the 2-time world champ.
Hold on, though. Easykun's on the roam. That's what I like to see.
Yeah.
I wanted-
Spotted out by Award, though.
I wanted him to go top, but he didn't have information about where Xiang was. Xiang is smartly ducking out of vision
yeah.
in between creep waves. So, you know, Lissandra's glancing up there, not seeing Shin.
We saw him doing the exact same thing last time, and with World 6 absent on the map, that just creates such a terrifying threat to walk into a bush with Shen Graves. To be fair, though, World 6, we see him farming in his jungle right now. No smite, but he's still going to be able to get the auto attack as long as collapsed upon. Eats some damage from World 6. And is going to get the execution onto Long. Bengi tries to walk it away. There is Shadow Dash available for Xiang, but World 6 is very far behind.
And this time
I was just
around-
about to say, World 6 hasn't been doing anything this game. He gets spoon-fed a kill by Long.
Caster curse. But
Yeah.
this time around, it's OMG that are just playing more reactive to Vici making the play. It does give them now priority on the top tower because Graves is hanging around and a cannon wave is coming in. You'd assume that they'd stick around here, but Rumble has teleport. Maybe they just don't like
Yeah.
the 2v2.
Deciding they don't want to contest that teleport usage.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, it makes sense that they don't want the 2v2 because World 6 doesn't have his ultimate, and they know that Rumble has the Equalizer as well as Lee Sin having the ult. So in the straight 2v2, they would simply lose.
Instead, OMG, can't believe I'm saying this, play it safe. World 6 is passively farming in his jungle. SMLZ is enabled to just keep shoving in the bottom lane, and Icon is very mobile and very safe on his Zed. Do OMG even need to do anything for the next few minutes?
Well, they're definitely going to force down the bottom tower. The fact that they don't care if World 6 is spotted coming into the lane and Icon is also rotating behind them, they see that the tower is low health, so they're just trying to get Ziggs to it to burn it down and take first brick.
They forced the ultimate out of Endless, and Easyhoon has headed down there as well. Meanwhile, Long actually headed down to the mid lane. Stan United is almost off cooldown as Icon races mid to defend his tier 1. But there are 4 members of Vici. Icon is this time it is a trap.
This is clever. 2 teams racing to rush down the first structure. Vici looking mid and OMG looking bottom, but ultimately...
Whoa. That's Satchel. I actually didn't see before they swapped away. Is he going for Q-Max or Satchel Max?
I didn't even check.
The Satchel Max does scale with the execution damage on turrets. So despite the push pressure in the mid lane, it's OMG who take down that first brick. All of that solo gold on the SMLZ.
And you could see what Vici wanted to do. The fact that Hatong was in the mid lane,
Yeah.
it's just that's the power of Ziggs 80 carry. If you ever step out of position or lose any sort of control in your structures, they are gone in a heartbeat. And again, this isn't a composition that we really expect from OMG. They play the 5v5. They don't play that tower game. They're empowered to do so now, so can they show us something different for a bottom tier team in this series?
And nobody knows quite yet. World 6 is going to turn on to the Dragon as there is no vision of the pit. They will see 5 actually casting a spell here as he starts walking out for vision, but they have no idea that this Mountain Drake is being done.
They probably have an idea right about now, which is why Long's kind of peeking his head in. Likewise, Zyra way out of position.
Oh yeah, he's collapsed upon by Long. Equalizer, but that's a Stand United and Stranglethorns. 5 is still being burned down. Taunt and Mega Inferno Bomb is going to do so much damage to Long as 5 will go down to the Proto Belt. That's going to be a kick as it looks like Xiang was betrayed. They managed to trade 1 for 1 so far. Xiang is still surviving as they turn on to Hatong. The target priority is huge. Such a clean execution from OMG. They're trading very chaotically in the end as Easyhoon is the one who now overextends. He goes down, and it is a 2 for 1 when it's all said and done. I was just praising them, and then it turned.
And I'm going to pump the brakes on the praise. OMG, there's no reason to fight. There's no reason for 5 to be that deep. The reason why they went for the Dragon is because they knew that Easyhoon wasn't on the map, that he took a back right then, and that he didn't have teleport. So they had a numbers advantage because Zed was there. That's why they went to the Dragon. They didn't need to look for the fight. So again, they have a sieging composition, but old habits die hard.
SMLZ walks into the snare. That's the curtain call. Oh man, 5 could die to this 4th foot as well. He's very low health. Oh, he tries to risk it. Runs the numbers and comes up short.
I think he knew. just the fact that he just stopped moving.
All right, hands off keyboard. What do I need to buy next? You have died. Yeah, I know. What's up?
Literally just spawned and died again.
Yeah. Tragedy for 5, but that is his 3rd death of the game. He is still enabling his Ziggs AD carry. Icon now has got that first assist with his Youmu's completed. And World 6 has got a Hex Drinker as well at 3-0. He hasn't even done anything.
That's a nice way to say it. Enabling.
Yeah.
As the support player, I'd be like dying for your sins. But sure, we'll go with enabling you.
Blue buff.
They give the Ziggs.
Yeah, gifted over. They're enabling him.
That's how I'm actually being enabled. And that's
Yes.
the cool thing about this composition. The fact that they have 2 energy users on their team, you know, their mid laner's not dependent on the blue buff, it means they can give it to SMLZ on that Ziggs to constantly be putting out that wave clear spam. The other cool thing about it is my problem with you pick an assassin in your mid lane is a lot of LPL teams will not flank it with the appropriate amount of wave clear, and if the assassin ever falls behind, although that's very difficult to do on Zed these days because it like spikes every lethality item, you lose all of your structures.
Well, Icon so far is 0-1-1, and Vici Gaming are going to try to force a play onto Xiang. He's holding the minion wave off, and ooh, the Shadow Dash misses Bangi. Xiang, why are you staying? You have no reason to be there anymore. Hatong forces the tether, and with the wave clear from Jin in the mid lane, they're going to try to force down this turret. Icon casually walks up as Endless sidesteps the Mega Inferno Bomb. Still will go down to the death mark of Icon. So it's turret for turret and kill for kill traded.
But a far more important turret picked up by OMG here. The fact that they get the mid lane offers them so much more pivot potential into deep vision, either on that blue or red buff from BG.
They're going to try to force a fight here. OMG are trying to back away as Stranglethorns is not going to be enough to save SMLZ. And suddenly the wave clear is a bit lacking for OMG.
Can Vici continue to push anything off of it though? Ultimately, still just 2 towers traded as well as some kill gold. EasyHoon is the primary benefactor of all of these kills. You do like to see that, but ultimately, Lissandra's not one of those champions that scales as hard or as well into late game as the likes of his famous Azir or his Orianna from last game.
Yeah. Well, at 5-6 right now, Vici are probably still feeling pretty good about this game so far. The pace is a completely different setup, and it's Vici Gaming who are now going for blow with OMG. And forcing them to make the somewhat questionable decisions with this composition that they've set up for themselves.
Scary thing is always going to be lane assignments, however. Anytime Zed is on a composition, we talk about this all the time, it opens up that potential for split push. Now, EasyHoon is safe to lane across from Icon as long as his ultimate is up, and by safe, I mean he can kind of survive it, depending on, you know...
He's got his Zhonya's completed as well, so he can survive the Deathmark combo.
Okay, so he just completed it. Perfect.
Yeah.
Then yeah, they're okay.
Okay.
For now. But Jin is not.
Yes. I mean, we've already seen Endless get
Doved.
chased 2 turrets deep
Dived.
by Icon.
I'm done, I'm sorry. I'm just messing with you.
That was my birth name, David.
But the issue is that he's still going to shove EasyHoon around. Like, EasyHoon can stand across from Zed, but he can't really control him. And so there's still going to be map control from Icon and Shen. And then Icon will just slip into Fog of War, and suddenly Endless is like PTSD flashbacks, like, I can't stand anywhere.
And that's exactly what he's doing right now as he looks to contest this vision. Bengi tries to fight it out, a huge auto attack, and then a Mega Inferno Bomb just in case he survived. Gets the pick onto Bengi, 2-time world champion.
Surprise! That's why World 6 has World 6. He's like, you may be 2-time, but eventually I'll be 6-time.
Just give me 6 years. It's a very... it's a little bold to be saying that OMG are going to be winning Worlds, considering they are currently tied for last place in their group in the spring split.
They're currently in playoff position, though.
By 1 game.
Counts. As a flash is burned there for an exchange on Proto Belt, so EasyHoon still trying to make plays, make things happen, and he's actually working a lot better with Long this time. You saw the collapse from Rumble coming in.
Blue buff now going to be stolen away by OMG as Vici, I mean, they looked for the play. They're trying for it, but OMG, even when they're making the wrong choices in dealing with Vici's plays, they're still coming up ahead or even in most cases.
And it's because Vici are still playing into what OMG are good at. It makes sense for Vici's composition. The win condition is still, we want to 5v5, we want to use these big key AoE ultimates. But the problem is that OMG are always going to be better at it just naturally, it comes to the communication bombs. Vici have never been good at 5v5ing in any iteration of their team composition. They've always been a hybrid team. There's always been clear communication problems. OMG are the all-Chinese team. They don't have to deal with any of that.
Yeah.
And they've been terrible at a lot of things, but 5v5 have never been one of them.
It's kind of interesting. It's sort of the yin and yang of the two. OMG is a team that it seems like they're returning to their old identity and seeing a lot of success, whereas Vici, they are still maintaining their old identity and still not seeing success.
You have to go to the most veteran member on OMG squad, and it's Xiang. And Xiang was there not from the very beginning of kind of the dark forces never give up OMG, but he's played with the likes of Go-Going, Lovely, and Cool. He understands and is familiar with kind of that Bash Brothers 5v5 play style. And we don't necessarily know how strong Xiang's voice is in the team, but you can definitely see the fingerprints of leftover OMG on this team.
Oh, long. He got baited into that one as Xiang pulls him forward. And from over the wall, SMLZ will get the execution by dunking him with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Meanwhile, Infernal Drake was also picked up by OMG. So that's a kill and a dragon. And Vici didn't do anything.
And continuing to ride kind of the nice performance of Xiang in that play, this guy was a mid laner who transferred over to a support who is now playing top lane. He is incredibly resilient, he's incredibly flexible, and he's now become kind of a staple and core member of a young but very promising roster of the LPL.
Despite being at the bottom of the roster, it seems like OMG might have finally found some stability. You've got to wonder what changed between this week and the last from that crushing defeat to Chaogu just 7 days ago. As the top tier 1 gets cleared down, OMG continue to push their momentum forwards. Endless actually just used his curtain call and hit SMLZ a few times. So that's why you see him recalling now.
But the easy part is over now. All of the outer towers have fallen. You know, the point in the game where you're coloring inside the lines, where you're painting by numbers, that's fine.
Yeah.
Once the map opens up, you can really tell the good teams from the lost teams on how they siege up into inner turrets.
Sure.
And how they prep bigger objectives like the Baron. And this is historically where OMG fall apart.
And I feel like that's one of the questions that we've got for OMG right now. We're not expecting them to be a good team or a great team in this match. We just want them to win more consistently and start taking these wins against the likes of Vici Gaming. So maybe we don't expect them to break a turret in the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but if they can continue this momentum and take a win, that would be huge for them. Xiang just casually 1v2s 2 world champions at the same time.
Well, he's also a very big Shin right now, but this is a 1v1 that 5 does not want.
Oh yeah, 5 is going to eat a lot of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be Zanya's as Zong flashes away, caught by the Shadow Dash, and over the wall, SMLZ follows up again. Teleport completed for EasyHoon, but he's pathed in by Endless. Xiang is doing such a great job of zoning for his team. 5 follows up with a snare over the wall. Bengi, despite getting a huge kick, is going to try to get out of there. Icon follows, looks for the execution, and will find it. Ignite, and the bouncing bomb is not enough. Endless walks away as EasyHoon is running for the hills. Vici Gaming are falling apart at the seams.
And the damage has been done. Immediately you see that the call is for the Baron. Vici know that it's happening, but they can't do anything to stop it. They have to take a 5v5 because their smite is still on death timer.
Xiang is teleporting in. EasyHoon doesn't have his, has his Zonyas, but doesn't have his ultimate up yet. Katong fires some blasts over the wall, looking to poke it down. And it is not enough. Baron secured by World 6. This guy has been on point today.
And if you thought their siege composition was disgusting before, it's about to get much worse. Again, this is a composition set up for 1-3-1. They can now apply Baron in every single lane, and sieging into these inner towers, it's easy mode if you have the Baron. You don't need to think about it.
OMG. I hesitate. Well, let's get into the replay.
So 5 thinks that he's caught out long. Unfortunately, he's caught out by the entirety of OMG. Xiang uses his uses his ultimate, gets into position, and he's actually also going to hit a really nice taunt on Bengi. And this is kind of the final nail in the coffin for Vici at this moment. Icon then uses that to get all the way into the backline because he follows the Lee Sin, and also then chunks out the Jhin.
the siege continues as it's not the Ziggs or the Shen who take a turret, but rather World 6 and Icon who are going to take the first tier 2 as they're breaking it down. I almost hesitate to say this, but these are the movements of a good team. They've broken 2 tier 2s with a single Baron and are already setting up a siege for the next one. They've got pressure. They're not taking any risks here as it's Vici who are the ones forcing the fight. Almost all of these bullets are going to go wide, and not even EasyHoon can get involved as OMG are primed to pressure onto this. Mega Inferno Bomb chunks Endless to half. They've caught EasyHoon out. He's Anya's to buy some time, but Xiong just camps on top of him. He dies. Equalizer onto the backline. Minions as Icon dives forward, gets the execution onto Endless, and OMG are breaking this game wide open. Vici Gaming are unable to keep their inhibitor alive, as they've still got Baron for another minute and a half.
And the nice thing about Ziggs in this composition is even though they only have a single cannon wave, it's still enough because Ziggs burns the structures so quickly. Like, if they normally had their wave crushed like that, they would have had to back or would have had to stall out, wait for the next wave to come in. The second wave just joined them, and they're on Nexus towers.
Yeah, they break down the first one. SMLZ has got his satchel charge up once again. Banky tries to get into the back, but will die before he gets a chance. And OMG, 27 minutes in, take down the Nexus and 2-0 Vici Gaming.
The definition of a snowball composition. Every single lane got ahead. Ziggs was popping off, could take structures in pretty much 3 hits. The fact that Zed gets a power spike on every single item in his build meant that vision control had to be perfect for Vici, otherwise every single member had kill threat on them.
And joining us once again to help break down that series as a whole is going to be our expert analyst, Zach Rusty Pie.
Man, Icon on Assassins is the biggest PogChamp I've ever seen, isn't it? That guy is clean when he plays Zed. Unfortunately, Hitong was better at times, but I mean, OMG as a team were legit in that second game. There's no other way to say it. Vici, doesn't matter if they're good or bad, OMG was still good.
Yes. So we saw game number 1, OMG return to the tried and true, get that Sivir, get that Maokai, just kind of run Vici Gaming over. Game number 2, they went for more snowbally composition, more sort of playing the lanes and roaming and looking for picks. And they also demolished Vici Gaming. Could this be a new leaf that we're seeing out of OMG?
It's definitely nice for OMG fans because you're starting to see some maturity or some evolution of the team, but ultimately it's still a comfort pick. Icon is the assassin guy. You know, we kind of equate his story a lot to that of like BDD in Korea. He was like big shot in solo queue. He came in and he became the LPL's hitman. He just started taking down like all these all-star LPL mid laners when we had Pawn, Rookie, EasyHoon running around, and Icon just is blasting through all of them.
Yeah, he's a genuinely impressive player, at least mechanically, and it's very good to see, honestly, a team of 5 individual strong players come together and actually be much more of a unit. They've got the experience of Xiang in that top lane and SMLZ in the AD carry position, and it feels like they're the mental rocks now that help this team actually and coerce this team into being a better unit when they get ahead.
And it goes back to the confidence of the organization to stick with this exact roster. Again, nothing changed from OMG going through promotion tournament last split into this split. They made no roster adjustments other than the Shui Shui World 6, but Shui Shui still is with the team. So again, like OMG invested long term, and Vici did the same thing. The difference is OMG's paid off.
OMG looking very strong in this 2-0 set. You can see 8 turrets to 1. They dropped a single dragon this entire set of 2 games. Even just that graph is just a beautiful sort of little snowball. Taking a look at the damage dealt, SMLZ was huge. Icon all over the place. Even 5 outdamaged most members on Vici's roster.
Yeah, a much more tepid game from World 6 as well. Didn't get heavily involved like he does when he plays Lee Sin, but you can see Bengi's damage to champions as well, and that's the important takeaway for me, is neither jungler really did a lot. And the standout performer for Vici was Lung again. Like, that guy is a one-man army on a sinking ship, and for some reason it has all of these star players that are going down with it.
Yeah.
Likewise, also on a comfort champion, Long, known for his rumble play, it's normally banned away from him. I do want to quickly touch damage graphs. While they're really cool and they do tell their stories themselves, they don't show how much control that Zed had. Yes, he did a lot of damage, but because of how far ahead Icon got and like anytime he walked into Fog of War, Vici were paralyzed. They couldn't do anything. And with a Ziggs on his composition, that means that you just get to rock up to any tower and just destroy it.
Yeah, if a Ziggs doesn't win a damage chart, it's because there's a teamer on the team. It's just got so much incidental damage to it. Between that and a Zyra, they actually had a very high damage bottom lane from OMG. Their jungler didn't need to do that. He actually just needed to burst people out, which is what he was doing with Icon. And their top laner was the rock of the team, which is this tank, but also makes you a tank by giving you these shields. And that's the beauty of the team comp that OMG actually compiled for me, is there's only one direct tank, but there are 4 indirect tanks, if that's what it comes to.
Yeah, and it seems like that's what we saw from OMG since the very beginning of the match. The fact that they set up triple control wards, setting up a defensive line, sort of like this nook that Ziggs can sit and farm in. World 6 never overextended, except for maybe once or twice when he saw, Bengi out of vision. It really seems like they were prepared for this.
It meant that they recognized the win condition of their composition fully. Ziggs was a huge integral part of that, but he was empowered by the Shin, by the Zed, creating that space on the map, and OMG were just patient enough to let him have it.
The MVP is going to be that Ziggs in the bottom lane. SMLZ going 3-1-9, getting a full 75% kill participation and involved in did 31% of his team's damage.
And 106% is the gold to damage ratio, I believe. So in terms of percentage, here's 1.06 effectiveness, which they just put into a more appealing number.
Yeah.
Basically just means that he was really good with the money he got.
Yes. It paid off, apparently, to invest into SMLZ on Ziggs. I mean, he was sieging turrets. He had his team to enable him. He was landing those Mega Inferno bombs. SMLZ was looking sharp.
Yeah.
But we expect that of SMLZ. You know, we talk about how Xiong's kind of the most veteran member of that squad in terms of his longevity with the organization. But SMLZ is the oldest, most veteran player on the team. That guy's been playing forever. We wanted him to kind of step up and be the leader of that team when things were rocky, when things weren't being cohesive and they were falling apart. I don't necessarily think he's taken the leadership role, but he's starting to work on his own consistent performance. We always know he's a good Jhin player. It's nice to see him also be a good Ziggs player.
He's also got that Sivir in the back pocket as well. I mean, the OMG staple diet. Wake up in the morning, have a breakfast of Maokai and Sivir.
Well, he also
and
has the Caitlyn as well, right? So
Yeah.
SMLZ through the past split and this one now has actually grown his champion pool in terms of his best champions to be now, it seems, 4. And this is substantially better than what we have seen from a lot of OMG AD carries, including Uzi when he was on the team, because usually it is Sivir. Like the team says you're playing Sivir, you don't get a choice. Sivir does everything the team needs. However, he's now proven that he can play up to 4 successfully.
And you have to understand kind of the history of SMLZ. You know, he was coming to power around the time that Uzi was, and Wei Xiao kind of handpicked, you know, STYZ and SMLZ as kind of being the players who would ascend his throne. And unfortunately, STYZ got banned, benched, left. SMLZ, kind of the same fate, disappeared into the background, and Uzi rose to the front of everyone's center attention as that big 80 carry. So, you know, it's got to feel pretty... I feel like SMLZ is just like the primary anime character. He's like, that could have been me. I could be sitting on the throne. And now he's just kind of biding his time back to glory.
It's kind of funny, though. Like, he is deserving of that MVP, but I still look at Icon as the person who stands out the most, right? So he's now performing super well, and I do actually have a replay to highlight this as well, because Icon is the one that, at the end of the day, even though he isn't doing the damage, is still controlling the map, getting all of the kills, and actually setting his team up for getting it over the line.
Yeah, I'm certain I know the one that you're talking about, where he sort of dives into
it was
back.
when Zed gets the 3 shadows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll, as we describe the replay with our hands instead of having it on the screen, unfortunately some technical difficulties, so we will not get to show that to you right now. But trust us, it's awesome. Go back, watch the VOD. So let's turn the tables to their opponents on the other hand. Vici Gaming, things are looking a little sour if you're an Easy Hoon fan right now.
They just... Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You had Dandy on the roster, so there was a world where Easyhoon and Dandy were playing, and Vici were still struggling. And Dandy had been with the organization and been with a mixed language roster for that much longer, and Vici still weren't finding the results that they needed. They then changed pieces, and again, they had lost Mata at this point, so it wasn't like you had it was the Easyhoon Dandy show. They changed pieces out for Bengi. Wherever you sit on the Dandy versus Bengi scale, you're still making a downgrade in the fact that Bengi's new to being being on a mixed language roster. He's new to that organization. He's new to most of those players. So it was just a straight downgrade. They then also lose Coach Home. Like, going into 2017, there was no reason for Vici to perform, and we're still seeing those growing pains. And again, this is now a team of OMG in development that took the risk on their players, that continued to play the same roster and build synergy, versus Vici, who continuously reset their synergy.
Yeah, well, the pressure certainly is on for Vici to show us some growth. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our second series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You're my little secret, my little secret. La 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 la. One finger on your lips. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret. And the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. And the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. I'm feeling good. I'm going home. Let's go tonight. I'm not alone. Yes, the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. Yes, the rhythm drives me. The rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're getting ready for our second set of the evening. It's NewBee taking on Snake. Battle for the bottom of the sort of rungs, the bottom of the groups for these two here. Once again, my name is Dom Romer. This time we are swapping out. Rusty is going to be joining me on the cast, and Frosco, you're going to be helping us with the analysis for this set. So let's set the tables. Currently, NewBee, they managed to swap out their mid lane. They brought in Coco. They saw some temporary success, and then they started falling apart once again.
He said set the tables, right? I'm imagining, we've got Christmas decorations on the table and everything, and it's Easter.
Yeah.
That's what these teams are right now. I feel like
Oh, it is Easter, but they've got the Christmas decorations.
yeah,
up.
that's what I'm saying. They're actually insane.
There's a skeleton in the garage. Pumpkins are being set up
I
as well.
don't know, so the rosters are swapped is the first thing that we have to say. That's the reason that I bring this up. There's
Okay.
a lot of confusing decisions, and this is actually brought about from the last week of Snake, where they put SOFM into the support position. He's a jungle main. Then they decided that their AD carry is going to be a jungler, and they're going to put their support on the bench,
Yes.
which is just weird, and it obviously didn't work.
But they, even past that, they continue to like shoehorn a language barrier onto their roster. They have enough players in every position that they could run a full Chinese or at least a single language team, and they just refuse to do it. So SOFM has to be so infinitely important to the team that they are willing to play him off role and to put a language barrier on their team for him.
Either that or this guy just like smells great, and they just need something positive to keep them up in these games.
Yeah, unfortunately, Smells puts them at statistically the worst team in the league right now.
Yes,
until they
well,
get it together.
tragically, Snake, as you said, worst team in the league currently. Again, we're going to get through the rosters as we start to get into this match a little bit proper, but from what we can expect, Crystal in the AD carry right now, SOFM on support, Zatai in the mid lane.
The last time we saw Crystal was the regional qualifiers, and this is why I was really shocked that Crystal wasn't the starting AD carry for Snake. Of course, they picked up Mitten Mo. Mitten Mo had, mixed success. I wouldn't call them good or bad either direction. I don't think there's enough tape, honestly. Yeah. But Crystal was performing actually very well the last time we saw him in regional qualifiers. That was a grueling 15-game day for Snake, where they just barely missed out on qualifying for Worlds, and Crystal played out of his mind. If you don't remember, he's a Draven main, he's a Kog'Maw main, he plays either fast and aggressive in the lane, or he plays hyper carries. And sometimes he has kind of like Crystal-esque or Uzi-esque moments where he's got all of this gold, and he just face checks into 20 people.
Sort of like every once in a while, it's like the perfect clear Crystal or the slightly cloudy Crystal. The question is, which one's showing up today?
There's an excellent GIF that sums him up where he actually gets hit with a Fizz ultimate, and then he grabs a lantern from a Thresh, and he pulls the Fizz ultimate into all 5 members of his team. And it's like, that's so Crystal.
Yes, of course, Crystal, the AD carry. He's going to be going up against Happy for NewBee. But again, things aren't as copacetic for NewBee on the opposite side as well. They're making some roster changes in addition to this. So Coco is not starting this game.
So when NewBee first came into the LPL in spring, we knew they wanted Coco. We knew that they duoed all the time with Swift. You know, there's a lot of good things here that's about to happen, but Cool had to start because they weren't actually able to start him for the first week in the LPL. Cool looked really good.
Yep.
Like, Cool actually looked better than I expected. And then they brought Coco in, and somehow the whole team got even better as a result of this, right? Coco made the team better, and then they started losing. They randomly decided that Implosion was the next step of progression for this team.
Yeah.
And so now Coco's gone again as if he was the problem. I'm not too sure as to why they would do this, but for what it's worth, Cool was playing really well.
Yeah.
But the problem is Cool was playing really well individually. Cool wasn't playing very well with his team. And whether that's the team ignoring him or him ignoring the team, it's very unclear. Ultimately, we knew that Coco was going to be the starting mid laner as soon as his contractual issues were resolved and he was able to start in week 2, because Swift and Coco are like the love story of this LPL. Like, they duo all the time together. It's a straight bromance. They're the Bash brothers.
This team has 2 love stories as well, right? There's Happy and More. They were formerly known as TNT and TCT, which are 2 faces. They matched each other.
And the thing is NewBee are incredible when, everyone's in love, power, friendship, holding hands, and they're that big 5v5 late game team. But for whatever reason, we're having a hard time getting to that late game because, and this is expected, Coco's new to the roster. There are going to be growing pains. I do think that he's better for the team in the limited tape that we've seen. But like Rusty's saying, Cool is no slouch right now. He's playing at the top of his career.
Do you think that this could be a question of preparation for NewBee? When they brought in Coco, they played against Xiaogu, which is a huge grudge match, a huge rivalry, and they effectively demolished them. They played against EDG, the top of the group, and they definitely beat them as well. But then against the bottom tier teams, they started struggling.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we even brought up when we were looking at them losing last week, is like perhaps they don't actually treat with the teams that are below them with enough respect to actually prepare fully for them, but I couldn't really say that anymore, especially now that they've swapped out Coco for Cool. They're obviously taking this seriously. They are putting changes into effect to try and win the games at the very least by making these swaps. So, like, if they continue to underprepare, then that's just inexcusable at this stage. Like, perhaps they were, but not anymore.
But ultimately, they shouldn't be punished for their changing roster just because Snake are an absolute disaster right now. It's just a mess. We have no idea what direction they're moving in. They don't seem cohesive as a unit. Multiple people playing off-role. People making very questionable individual decisions. SOFM comes to mind, when he was still playing in the jungle. And in the support, still looking quite shaky. I mean, he's on a completely different champion, but it's the same old SOFM. Doesn't matter if it's Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, or Lulu. He's caught off by himself and dies 1v1.
Certainly a lot of weakness that we're seeing out of Snake. Hopefully they will be able to sort of pull themselves together because they have a lot of potential to be a great team. I mean, when you look at Crystal, when you look at Zatai in the mid lane, who stepped up very briefly for a time and now suddenly is sort of falling apart with his team.
Zatai was the man who came in at Game 3 against IG and beat his old mid laner in Rookie, which is kind of just hilarious. And it does speak to the potential that Snake does in fact have. Mint did look good when he was there. Mo was perhaps the only question mark when we looked at this team, and now SOFM's in that spot. So, like, sure, logically they have so much potential now in every single position. It's just about, like, and you told me not to say this word much, but they just don't know what consistency even means.
I hate this word.
That's
But, like, what are they? Like, what is that?
But that's the thing, like, if it seems like we're so hard on Snake, it's just because we're so frustrated. This team, the other word that I hate using all the time is potential, but Snake literally were supposed to be like we were so excited seeing that roster, like coming into the LPL, like, damn, these guys could make a run for the top. This is finally it. Like, Snake are the team liquid of the LPL. They are always fourth.
Yeah.
And this was their chance to finally break that, and they went the opposite direction. They're like,
Well, they're
put it in
12.
reverse.
Well, I mean, comparatively, Team Liquid is... they're not doing too great either. So they're just keeping par with the analogy.
Oh my god, and they bring in Double Lift, and we bring in Crystal.
Exactly. We're going full circle here. So wait, you're telling me that the LPL Double Lift is a Draven main?
No.
One of them is successful. The other one is Crystal.
No, that's where the analogy ends.
Okay. Well, you can see the players on your screen. Cool, getting prepared for this match. It's been almost 4 weeks since he has sat on that LPL stage. You saw how defeated he was when NewBee lost their first set because he knew, despite his exceptional play, he would not get to play with his team again. Well, looks like he's got a second chance.
Speaking of second chances, look at how happy Crystal is on your screen as we go through these rosters.
Yeah, here's NewBee on your screen. V, Swift, cool in the mid lane, along with Happy and more. Once again, returning in the bottom, looking as thrilled to play as ever. And of course, their opponents on the opposite side, the sort of shambling monster of Snake right now.
It's Flandre Mint.
Yeah, Flandre, Mint, Zatai, along with Crystal and SOFM, the Frankenstein of Snake.
Yeah, definitely, I guess, apt analogy, calling them a Frankenstein of sorts. However, they do still have the ability to take games even with their roster in this position. And when you look at how both of these teams have been performing, NewBee weren't looking too crash hot, neither were Snake, and one of them has to win in this series, right? So someone's going to change their trajectory upwards.
Yes. The question is it going to be a bounce upwards, or is it going to be a single one foul small hop?
Dispute that logic.
I'm much meaner. I feel like both these teams are sitting in the bin, and we're going to discover which one's actually on fire today versus which one's getting hosed out.
I mean, if one of them's on fire, they're still below the other one, right?
This
So
is
you're
true.
technically going up by not being on fire.
It's just so disappointing because NewBee and Snake, like, this could have been such an exciting matchup literally just 2 weeks ago. These teams have, I hate it, we're going to use it again, potential on their rosters. It's now, NewBee, you kind of expect them to stumble because we're still going through growing pains, like, not so much expectations on them. Snake, though, so many expectations on them. They're making these, you know, very extreme roster rotations. We need to see some sort of success come from it. Otherwise, it's just wasted effort at a very key moment in the split.
It is indeed a very key moment. These wins are going to become so important in just a few weeks. Playoffs is only 4 weeks away. We're at the halfway point already, and with only 2 wins to their name, both of these teams are going to be sweating. You can see a couple of fans for Crystal in the crowd finally returning to play back on stage once again. It's time to see who is going to prove the most in this one. Is it Cool returning for NewBee, or is it Crystal returning for Snake?
Yeah, the reinforcements have arrived. And the thing is if there's anyone that's going to synergize with how forward-moving the likes of SOFM and Zatai are in their aggression, it is Crystal. He is a very aggressive, lane-dominant AD carry. It's been a hot minute since we've seen him, but you cannot forget that he used to have like one of the highest pentakill averages in the LPL of any AD carry.
Oh, he's so great. Level 2 on Draven, he just all-ins. He doesn't wait for his support or summoner spells or positioning. He just goes.
And the cool thing about Snake as well is this is, usually you'd look at SOFM and say, here's the wild card in the team. The rest of them are solid, they're consistent, they'll get it done. But SOFM throws a spanner in the works and he's like, all right, I'm just going to those Raptors right now and fighting whatever's on the way. They all do that right now. Flandre, Mint, no idea.
Yeah.
Zatai, definitely the only, like, rock in this team
Yeah.
because Crystal and SOFM as a bottom lane, that's probably do or die at level 2.
Yeah. We're going to find out very shortly. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Frostgurin as her analysis has been excellent before the game, but she will join us shortly after to further break down what we have seen. But getting into picks and bans for game number 1, it's going to be Malzahar taken away from SOFM, so no level 6 hard engage, and Varus banned away from Happy.
Yeah, Malzahar and Varus, I guess bottom lane's going to be a focal point here. Crystal, I'm surprised he's not going to see any bans against him. We haven't seen him play in a while, so we do have to challenge what his champion pool will eventually become as the bans continue.
Last time we saw him was before the lethality changes, so, before lethality as a whole. Perhaps he can show us something a little bit new with his AD carry pool that he's sort of practiced in secret over the past few months. As Graves is going to be the follow-up ban towards Swift, Elise taken away from Mint. Oh man, Snake, ban away a mid laner. You got to follow the pattern.
I don't think they will here. There's still
there's no
lot
reason
of
to.
champions.
There's like LeBlanc, I guess.
Rengar, Kha'Zix, also with
Camille.
Elise being banned. You have to look towards what Snake won in a jungle role. Now Elise and Graves are gone.
Yeah.
2 of the best out of maybe the top 5. So by banning something like a Rengar, they do leave open the Kha'Zix. Might indicate they want the Lee Sin or something of the likes for themselves.
So NewBee with first pick, we'll see what they decide to prioritize. And Swift, so vital to the team, effectively the heart and soul of NewBee right now, is going to get that first pick priority with Kha'Zix.
Yeah, so the Kha'Zix first pick is expected, especially given what we've seen in the bans thus far. You look towards Snake, what are they going to respond with? Well, with a single support ban in the Malzahar, I don't think there's too much of a worry, but Zyra and Karma are the 2 lane control bottom laners that are still left open. With Crystal, if he's going to pick something like his Draven as an example, but like a single target like a Jhin, Karma actually rounds that out well. Gives them control of the lane at the very least.
It's also very hard to overextend on Karma. She has a lot in her kit to let her get away. Sort of a snare, a shield, a speed up. She can slow other people.
You know what's
Might
cool?
be playing into SOFM a bit.
When 7.5 comes around, she can actually be one of the few supports that takes the new mastery because all of her slows actually are proc. Thank you, Support Mundo, for teaching me that.
Amazing.
I hate that guy.
A little bit of solo queue salt coming out of Rusty on the desk here. As Lee Sin is the follow-up from Mint. Oh, man. That's just... You gotta wonder if SOFM just feels hurt to see his own champions being played by an AD carry. But in answer, Camille and LeBlanc are the pickup from NewBee. They
That's dirty.
got some strong picks.
Yeah.
Camille in the top, Kha'Zix in the jungle, LeBlanc, cool playing LeBlanc.
So if I was to make like a tier list, of top champions in every role, I'd say Camille, Kha'Zix, and LeBlanc are all in the top 5 of those, maybe top 3.
Yeah.
With Graves banned, I'd say Kha'Zix is the best jungler. They can still pick tanks into the top lane if they choose, and should be okay. The likes of Poppy usually does adequately to get through laning phase and actually is still relevant with team fighting afterwards, or Darius for lane control, right? So they're okay with a Camille being there. We'll see if it's flexed or if it is just going to go to that top lane.
Yeah, we've already seen Shen very popular so far. Of course, OMG playing Maokai, despite the fact that it is 7.4. In answer, though, Snake are going to be taking Syndra in the mid lane to deal with that tie. Getting a little bit risky, as Lulu is banned away from Moore.
So Lulu's known as a counter
To
Malzahar, who is
Yeah.
banned, right? So if they ban the Lulu, and we haven't seen the bottom lane of NewBee, perhaps they're just preemptively getting rid of a potential Cogmore team composition, which is unlikely because there's a LeBlanc anyway. There's not
Yeah.
going to be a double shield or a protector
There's
Cogmore
nothing to
comp.
protect the Kog'Maw.
I'm confused by this, as NewBee have decided that Flandre is going to play a carry, and it is likely.
Yeah, it's another support ban targeted towards Moore. So far, Snake, they seem to be set on either disabling NewBee's bottom lane or enabling their own. As they've already got that Karma, very strong, and we haven't seen any AD carry bans just yet. So aside from that, Varus, Jhin still up along with Caitlyn, Ezreal, Draven. I'm going to keep saying it because Crystal, one of the few professional players who will consistently take it.
10% at best that he plays it. Let's just put
But
it
he
at that.
does. That's the thing. It's like Gimgoon and Kled.
No, it's
albeit
not
Kled
like
is pretty
Gimgoon
much
and
a little
Kled.
bit more
One's
well-known.
meta.
I guess, yeah.
That's
Amazingly, Kled
Keep
is
digging.
meta here. But the final ban is going to be Shen targeted towards Flandre. So NewBee setting their priorities up in the mid, top, and jungle. Snake setting
it
up
is.
all that priority on the bottom. as Renekton is the lock-in for Flandre.
Renekton known as one of the champions that you can pick into the Camille, so Flandre also diving a little bit deeper into the depths of his champion ocean that he has. It's not just a pull. That guy plays Yasuo top lane.
Yep.
In important matches. Let's just be clear.
Is that something that you could take into a Camille?
No, but Renekton is, thankfully, so he's locked that one in. The Fiora ban does kind of indicate they knew where Snake were going to go with their top lane choices, and they early rotated Camille, saying we're okay with it. Like, this is what we want for the team comp. The Renekton into the Camille matchup, actually, when it hits late game, is more about I'm going to lock the Renekton into this arena, and neither of us are leaving this so that my team of 4 can do stuff.
As it is, to help deal with that arena is Ezreal locked in for Happy, and more going to be taking that Braum. We've seen some excellent performances from Happy on that Ezreal previously, and with a Braum to sort of soak some hits from that Karma, that's going to somewhat alleviate the pressure of that Karma in the bottom lane. But Crystal might just be going for the big lethality Jhin.
He may even just go for the crit Jhin, knowing Crystal.
Yeah.
But this champion does make sense, so I'm glad they have locked that one in. One thing we have to look at with NewBee's team composition now that Braum is secured for more is that they all actually have auto attack reliance in their kit. They don't necessarily need to. So you've got LeBlanc with the spell damages, Ezreal with the spell damages, Camille will auto attack, but Kha'Zix has the Q. But the fact that they all weave auto attacks in their spell combos is super beneficial for a Braum, because it means they get easier stuns off, and if every champion then directly impacts the stuns, it actually gives every champion crowd control or an extra added amount of crowd control. And so with a Trinity Force Ezreal now being meta, the Braum is actually really cool.
So this is our second matchup where both of the teams are 2 and 4 in the standings at the very bottom of their respective groups. With these team compositions locked in, Rusty, what are you thinking about the setup for this game?
I feel like NewBee with their team composition are actually very comfortable sitting around to that level 6 point, and whilst there is a lot of importance on this match, they've started it off a little bit more slowly than you would perhaps expect from them, and there's a lot of reliance on Swift to make it happen, whereas you look at their opponents and Lee Sin doesn't necessarily want to meet a Kha'Zix in the jungle.
Especially
he also
without
wants
Camps,
6.
Yeah.
And so while we're looking at both team comps, I'd say we just lane and see who is the better mechanical player until a jungler can affect it.
I mean, that's the big question for this team. Is Crystal going to retain the form that he showed at the play-ins for World, or has he perhaps fallen off over the past few weeks? Once again, of course, Zitai in the mid lane, Mint with his recent move to the jungle and SOFM swapping down to support. We're all of us are looking at the question mark that is Snake and trying to figure out if they aren't a Snake anymore, what are they turning into?
They're headless chook, honestly, at the moment. They're definitely struggling, but if they do find some form or get it together in some way, just a strategy, right?
Yeah.
And the first way that you can fix strategies if you're a coach is just by picking a solid, simple to execute, and really easy draft. Now, when you look at NewBee's team composition, the Braum does exactly that. Makes it simple. It's elegant in its simplicity, but it's so simple to execute. They just hit champions. Braum hits a Q on them or auto attacks them. You stun that champion, you kill that one.
Exactly.
If they get in trouble, Braum presses R. Whereas you look at Snake's team composition, and they're a little bit more solo QE. They're harder to execute, and it's going to take a bit more precision.
We'll have to see if Snake can demonstrate that precision and take game number 1, as we have loaded onto the Rift for this first set between NewBee and Snake. And so far, defensive lines out of the 2 teams, both the AD carries and supports, setting up on that bottom side as they don't want to take any chances getting caught out by any early cheeses. But SOFM is going for it as Swift, V, and Cool, the first 3 picks out of NewBee, will try to get a ward onto Mint and see where he starts.
Yeah, bottom lane's always starting in that brush now as well, so everything's standard across the board. And before we were talking about the junglers needing to be that level 6 mark before they perhaps impact the rest of the map. Kha'Zix obviously usually at the moment is evolving W. Lee Sin gets the kick at level 6. I would actually say we look towards the top lane if there's anything going to happen for these junglers before that point. Renekton usually has lane control. Camille also very capable of actually snowballing the whole map as well as lane if they get going in any way. So we'll have to just keep our eyes open on that side of the map and see if it does pan out aggressively.
You can see Cool already trying to assert his dominance in that mid lane as he just tries to pop a lot of damage. And Mint taking a very circuitous route around his camp to dodge the ward that he saw get placed by NewBee, is going to continue through his jungle clear as red buff was started by Snake, or excuse me, SOFM.
It's cool
or
because he
Swift.
saw the ward, but realistically, by not going for the Raptors, he's having an inefficient clear, so his pathing's not going to be ideal. The only thing he gains from this is not revealing his position on the map to NewBee. However, if you're Swift, by process of elimination, if he goes for the Krugs, he's going to have the worst clear in existence. He didn't go for the Raptors, and so either he's level 2 cheesing top lane, or he's gone straight to his blue.
Yeah, it is well after the time for that level 2 cheese gank, so you can see V is probably going to be feeling pretty safe in that top lane, and it is in fact more and happy. We're going to be forced to play just a bit back here as Crystal and SOFM are shoving very aggressively in their lane to try to take a bit of control early on while they still have the opportunity. Swift is going to swing around towards mid. Zatai has got Cleanse and Flash, and Mint is just off the side.
Mint won't be aware of this though, so he'll be reacting, and he'll react through vision that NewBee have already got placed there in the bush he's now walking past. So this can very well be a counter gank. But they actually just spot each other and decide to reveal themselves.
Yeah.
I don't know why Swift has done this. He wants to protect his Raptors that much. Like that much.
Mint is actually heading back over the wall. Never mind. Took Scuttle Crab, so far it
legit.
is 7-6. The junglers just kind of pathing around each other. Mint,
This is a big mind game. Like they're just completely trying to find each other and no one else. They're both one step ahead of each other.
Crystal is actually bringing, Mint is bringing Crystal and SOFM to fight over this Raptor Cramp. Zatai is pressuring in the mid lane. Snake really want this, but not quite going to find it. Fan vote heavily in favor of Snake in this matchup. As NewBee,
If I can see you, you can't gank. That's all I'm getting from this. Sending 3 people to a Raptor camp to deny it from Swift is
yeah,
extreme measures for a small gain.
but they're bringing the laners as well. I mean, Zatai pressed up in the mid lane. Crystal and SOFM left bottom for this. You can't gank, but the laners aren't in lane.
Yeah, as in, there's nothing actually gained from this besides the information. At the end of the day, like, it doesn't amount to anything, but it does isolate the top lane. Flandre obviously wanting to have a 1v1 in this matchup by pressuring the jungle, not even killing for the jungle. Flandre does get free time. And that free time will be super handy because of the timing of his back. That's actually super greedy. He doesn't have pots.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to lose trades, and if a jungler's there, he can.
The jungler, in fact, is ganking bottom. Crystal is stunned. Those auto attacks you talked about, Flash engage. Crystal already used his. He gives up first blood, but Flandre looks set to solo kill. Body blocks it, but gets stunned.
Oh, no.
And the slow will follow up. So Flandre almost solo kills Fee in the top lane, but Mint is here. He's got the Sonic Wave, and
there it
will
is.
get it. He's got his buddies back.
So the positioning of that recall from V is not disrespectful, but unaware blissfully of where Mint was. However, with Swift on the bottom side of the map, fair assumption that he'd be down there. So clever from Mint. Once again, he's a thinking jungler at the moment. He's trying his absolute best to just traverse the rift as safely and efficiently as possible. And so kudos to him for getting something in the first place. Flandre, unfortunately, blundering to actually prevent the kill from just being soloed before
Yeah.
all of that.
SOFM's actually going to take a few hits here, sidestep some of these shots as Crystal
big.
now turns in. The Unbreakable is topped up to soak some damage on more. And SOFM actually holds the way for Crystal, so despite his earlier mistake, Crystal gets back in just fine. Swift on the invade, though, is waiting. And I think he's just going to take the Gromp and get out of there. Recall
Yeah.
completed from Happy.
He's also denying one of the wolf camps, so just trying to push Mint further and further behind towards that level 6 point. Swift is actually super far ahead in comparison. As you can see, that's why you killed the big one at the very least. A lot of Lee Sin's cheat like that. And he's now spotted, so, I mean, Snake's jungler, not going to have an impact for the next minute. Swift can either track him or get an easy recall or a gank off. He just has the advantage, and that means all of NewBee actually have the exact same advantage. Their jungler is free, Snake's is not.
Yeah, Swift is now spotted out, but the Scuttle Crab was secured. Mint at level 4. He's got that warding trinket, but not too much that he can do with it as Zatai continues to absorb some of this harass from Cool, who is very insistent on this pressure. Again, LeBlanc receiving some slight nerfs lately. Not quite able to get the aggressive Sigil of Malice damage.
Here we go.
As Flandre tries to turn onto V, drops the Dominus and forces V's flash just by standing there.
Yeah, he didn't actually use his stun, so that was a good flash from V, but also well played from Flandre. By saving the stun, you force him to run. As these two are going at it.
Ooh, Cool's going to land the tether. That's Cleanse. Cool does not pursue. Just going to play it safe instead. And now we find ourselves at about the 7.5-minute mark. Snake and NewBee.
Yeah, and Zatai also using Cleanse and even running Cleanse in the first place is super risky because Swift can burst him out. V can trap him and burst him out. Cleanse doesn't save any of these things. Not that Ghost would, but an Exhaust would go a very long way. Even towards that trade that he just lost and had to cleanse out of. Seems like he's running it explicitly for those Braum stuns. And as we said, you know, makes a stun out of every champion. They all have crowd control thanks to Moore.
We'll have to keep an eye on Moore's mobility and see if he can set it up. That's going to be a big bullet. Ouch. The snare actually catches Moore in the front. Unbreakable only going to soak so much here as they're just receiving consistent harass. But there's a teleport. Mint is on his way down there as well. No, he can't make up his mind. A little bit of miscommunication here as Cool is the one who teleports onto Crystal. Welcome back to the LPL. I hope you like the sepia-colored game.
Very well done from Cool. Unfortunately for Crystal, he has to be the one that goes down. SOFM, of course, wants to save himself. Self-preservation is the #1 rule of the junglers. Even though he's a support, he's a jungler at heart. And so the first blood goes to, a second kill rather, goes to NewBee. And they push themselves back into a good spot in this bottom lane, consistently killing Crystal.
Yeah, they spot out Cool as he makes his way back towards that mid lane. Negatron Cloak going to soak any damage he would take just in case. As Cool now finds himself feeling very comfortable in his return back to the LPL. And NewBee, they're not playing the super aggressive game. They're not playing the super tactical game that they played against Chaogu or EDG. But just playing it nice and slow, keeping an eye on Snake, and slowly but surely dissecting these kills apart.
And we've hit that level breakpoint too, so there's a lot of threats everywhere. So every single lane now has kill threat. The junglers have enough damage to provide that same kill threat too. Now we have to actually highlight Mint once again. Can he actually get these ganks off and start pulling Snake's position on this map back into their favor? Or will NewBee just eke it out a little bit more? Because they have that tempo. Swift is now keeping tabs on Mint consistently.
Yeah, they're going to spot Swift on the invade here. Put a ward over the wall, and another one will spot Cool as he roams down towards the bottom lane. So NewBee, perhaps feeling a little bit emboldened by these early kills, are invading into Snake's territory. V still struggling just a bit, did go for the ninja tabbies, so that should help him a bit against Flandre.
Swift is also being spotted on wards as well, so
yeah.
This is interesting because if you deep ward against the jungler of NewBee, but he's invading you, those wards actually have no use. And so the efficiency of those wards is drastically reduced until right now where he was in fact spotted. This is a big problem for Snake. They need to actually just start getting it together because they're slowly losing out on this ward battle in the bottom river.
Yeah.
Top lane doesn't matter too much even though there is an assist and a kill up there. He's just going tank. He's just going to hang out, and Camille still hits that late game breakpoint perfectly fine.
I mean, with that Mountain Drake on the board that is so vital for NewBee, if they can secure that early on, that's going to be so advantageous as the match goes on. Isolation damage from Kha'Zix, plus, you know, Ezreal's going to start scaling up eventually. So Snake will start setting up some vision as they bring both Crystal and SOFM on that warding route. And you mentioned the top lane, V and Swift continuing to farm, or excuse me, V and Flandre continuing to farm it up. Here comes
Here he
Mint.
goes.
That's the Dominus. And V almost goes down just to Flandre. Mint will polish off the kill, but Snake just capitalizing on that advantage they've got.
And this is the right thing from Mint. He's attacking the winning lane. He's trying to push that lane further into a lead, because if Flandre is actually not just farming ahead or just pressuring ahead, they're getting turrets, they're breaking the map, and they're freeing the top laner of Snake, then they have a definite win condition. NewBee are trying to trade, however, and it's a fair trade, but it does not compare.
Yeah. That's going to be Mountain Drake secured by Snake as Happy still pushed into the bottom lane. Isn't even going to try to help it out. Cool, gets some damage. Still not a lot of AP, but is still able to chunk Zatai rather healthily, as Zatai has been playing nice and patient, just farming up CS wherever he can.
But he has no lane control, so Cool can do these teleports that we saw before. Even the timing of that teleport, came back to lane and collected a full wave of minions. He has absolute control. One awesome thing that Cool is doing, I almost said Cool, is that he's not using the tether when he's actually engaged. So he'll distort forwards, he'll press Q, and then you'll watch the Ty just freak out, not know where to juke, and then the tether never actually comes out.
Right.
And then he'll use his Q again to guarantee the double damage.
Yeah, and this was the big thing that Cool sort of demonstrated the last time he played with NewBee in week 1 of the LPL. He's still a very talented player.
Oh yeah.
Exceptionally skilled. It was when he was playing with his team that we started to see NewBee struggle.
Will they have a mid game? Will they have a late game with Cool on the roster? Coco was providing that when he was playing Ryze.
Yeah.
He was Ryze ulting Swift around the map. They were going for objective with conviction, even if it was a bad call. They were going for things with that aggressive decision making. Cool wasn't providing the same. So he needs to step up. He's had a few weeks to assess it. Perhaps it is better.
We'll certainly find out as the match goes on. Flandre just continues to bully V out. He went for the Tiamat and double dagger as he is going to go for a Triforce first. So despite being bullied, V is not going to have a great time here as SOFM and Crystal are just holding each other as they move around this lane. But Mintz is down there as well. Swift heads up top. V's going to force the engage on the Flandre, but with the Dominus engage, that's a lot of damage. They have enough to finish this Renekton off before he finishes then
Oh no, here he goes.
Swift is going to try chasing, flash for the slow, and Cool gets there as well. He is gifted the kill by his team. So, if it's Cool playing with NewBee or NewBee playing with Cool, either way, they set one up and take a kill home.
And to be clear, that was a necessary roam from Cool because Flandre might have actually survived. However, the rest of Snake have moved themselves. Their reaction straight to that mid lane. They've already got the top lane turret with this one going down. It doesn't actually even matter if V pressures that top lane. I don't think it's taken enough damage through laning phase to even be at threat of going down just yet. And Flandre has teleported.
Oh, SOFM gets caught window shopping. And he will go down. Cool is gifted the kill once again. 2-0-1. This LeBlanc is starting to come online.
They used so much to secure that kill.
They really did.
Raw multied and exhausted because they were waiting on the cooldowns of
Cool.
the LeBlanc. Thank you. I'm trying to actively avoid saying that. But they do still get him that extra kill. There's a lot of money now on the mid lane of NewBee. A lot of resources towards their jungle, mid lane, and AD carry. So it's good to see that it's spread, if nothing else.
Yeah, and you're starting to see this in how they're starting to sort of tailor their play as well. Swift going for the evolved Q first for increased assassination damage as they're diving onto Crystal. Happy backs it out, but NewBee chase Crystal down. He dodges one, and Cool has to flash out. Is Crystal outplaying this? Oh my gosh, or is it NewBee the ones who made the mistake? Fourth bullet goes wide.
He just 1v4'd under a turret and lived.
Oh my goodness.
Really good use of the minion wave from Crystal in particular to prevent Cool from getting his chains off. Preventing those chains is what saved his life. That was the difference between life and death. But Crystal did it, and that's super impressive.
He did. Perhaps some communication from Snake, seeing that Cool is holding on to that chains until after the Sigil of Malice. Or perhaps just a very good reaction. We're not quite going to know unless we ever get the communication. Here you can see the nerf to Jin's curtain call. The slow duration was reduced by 0.25 seconds for each bullet that hits.
Wouldn't have made a difference in that last fight, but that is the change.
Yeah.
And Jin doesn't really get affected by that change ultimately until the next patch, where I'm sure they'll provide nice graphics for us to show how butchered Jin attempts to get.
Absolutely. So, now we get towards that 16-minute mark. Snake are actually with an advantage as they've taken the first 2 turrets of the game. NewBee still have that gold on the map as V from over the wall engages onto Flandre. Here comes Happy and Swift. They're going to bully him down for another kill. So NewBee are finding these picks across the map, but Snake still have got a bit of a momentum advantage. Swift kicks Cool into the snare from Crystal. He pops back just in time to get a 4th bullet to the face.
And they trade kills. There will be a Rift Herald. Doesn't actually mean all that much. I expect V will be the recipient of this buff, and it is just a 1-for-1 in terms of kills. However, Snake have priority on the bottom lane turret. They've pushed in the mid lane turret. NewBee are making a lot of effort towards just getting kills onto Flandre when the rest of their map is in fact suffering. They need to look towards objectives that give gold a little bit more highly in terms of priority if they want to make this game better for themselves.
Yeah, it's not kills that win game, it's Nexus. And the way to any Nexus's heart is through turrets.
And they have got lots of kills on the side of NewBee. It's 5-3, but their kills are spread evenly. The gold's distributed evenly. They're just not translating it anywhere.
Yes, Snake are actually very successfully translating this pressure into the tier 2 turret. They're going to try to force it down, and they succeed. NewBee do not respond fast enough. Cool follows up, but misses the chain, and with Zatai backing away and Mint keeping him safe, they get the chance to walk away. All 3 tier 1s are down, and that bottom tier 2 has been cleared out. Snake, currently the worst team in the league in terms of win-loss record, are ahead of NewBee as we approach the 20-minute mark.
And honestly, Mint looks good. I don't know if I'd say he's better than SOFM when SOFM looks good in the jungle, but so far, it's okay. NewBee are attempting to go for these objective trades now, but the gold difference is starting to crop up nicely for Snake Esports. Now they're just waiting for items to really seal the deal with the strengths that they've now accrued. Flandre, whilst he's being targeted and killed a lot, V's starting to garner small advantages. It doesn't amount to anything realistically. That is still a big croc.
Oh yeah. Completed that Black Cleaver. Again, 7.4 Black Cleaver now with the additional health and reduced attack damage building out of a Kindle Gem.
Kindle Gem's actually quite a good item for a Renekton to get. Doesn't need mana, so it's a health cooldown reduction item. In saying that, he's actually gone for 2 Kindle Gems as a part of his build. Black Cleaver building out of it, and Spirit Visage also building out of that item. He builds both of those. So Kindle Gem again, one of the best items that a Renekton can now actually build. Which way is it going to go?
Yeah, nobody knows. Flandre knows. Hopefully he knows what he's building before he buys items, instead of just following the recipe blindly.
I hope Flandre knows, because based off the interviews we've seen of him, his communications don't exist with the team.
Swift actually gets a little bit caught out in his own jungle as he leaps away, takes Evolved,
NewBee
spikes at level 2, but this is NewBee forcing the fight. Snare is not going to hit, but that's a follow-up as Ward chases forward, soaking these bullets. That's teleport being activated by Flandre. Here comes the big croc, and does NewBee have time to burn it down? No, they don't. More gets detonated as V flanks over the side for Zatai, forces the flash. He's found Mint as well, and despite the low health of Snake, no one has gone down yet. Happy is firing shots away as best he can. V follows up, gets the snare, knock-up onto Zatai. Swift will follow as well, and they manage to lock down both Flandre and Zatai. Swift chases SOFM, says jungler versus jungler.
Don't do it,
wait,
SOFM.
this is a handicap. The minions almost finish him off, but there is Cool. He's going to be able to get that kill easy peasy.
V still had his ultimate until he died. Just to be clear, the Camille could have used that. They might have found kills a lot sooner. I mean, overall, it's still good for NewBee, but it's good from Cool. He is the biggest deal at the moment. The rest of the team aren't exactly all on the same page, but they get exactly what they need. They actually find a team fight, and they look to objectives after said team fight to bring back that gold difference to equal.
And this was exactly the problem with NewBee in week 1 when they played with Cool last time, was that they were mechanically good and they were playing well, but they weren't playing as a team. Mint is trying to 1v1 a LeBlanc. Oh, that was just a little bit sad.
It's closer than he would have liked.
was
Of course,
cute,
we
cute,
get
cute,
to
cute,
see
cute.
this again. Now, I have highlighted that V's lack of ult usage was a big difference here. The damage that actually comes out from Snake is also onto a Braum. So a teleport, an ult, and a stun from both Zatai and Flandre used onto just the support of NewBee is a pretty big deal, especially when he's used his whole combo. He actually had nothing to offer. There was no point in doing that. Now, V, where is the ulti? Still waiting for the ulti.
He's hanging in the back
I've
right
seen
now.
3 potential
Now he sees
carries walk past him, even right now, right? This flash is good. Ult. Straight away, ult. That way, Flandre, by Eing over, gets knocked back out, and everything's different for NewBee. Thankfully, he's got a team.
There he goes. He's listening to your advice and ulting immediately onto Flandre, who almost 1v2s. Ah, V doesn't get the tactical sweep heal in time, so it is a 1-for-2 trade as Swift is dead as well.
And this is great from NewBee because Cool is the teleporting, or the second teleporting member of the team. This is one of the few times where you can look towards Flandre and say, well, we're just going to consistently try to take you out. And it is working as intended. 6-1 right now is this LeBlanc.
Yeah, despite being huge early on, Flandre is 2-4-3 at this point. Still pretty big as he's got his Joram's Fist and that Black Cleaver, so almost Hysterics on top of it. But not quite as enormous as you would like or possibly need him to be. And Snake going to lose their second turret here. NewBee keeping pace in this game.
Yeah, we're still relatively even as we move towards the 22-minute mark. So the Baron now stands to attention by having a Kha'Zix on a team, even a Camille. And honestly, a lot of single target from a lot of both of these teams' members. They can take out neutral objectives extremely quickly.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix isolation. Lee Sin actually has a lot of single target. Jin's got the crits to help out as well. Like, even killing their opponents in team fights is quite disconnected. And it comes down to how they all kill the right target. So we just watched Snake lose a team fight. Remember what was used to kill just the support of NewBee. Whereas the damage allocation from NewBee was onto the right members of Snake.
I believe Moore soaked the fourth bullet from Crystal, the kick from Mint, and the power unleashed from Zatai. That's 3 ultimates on a support, so.
And the cool thing about both team comps is actually how the supports play their major part in the team's comp success when it comes to team fighting.
Yeah.
Moore being able to disrupt entire fights with his ulti and the passive proc to stun. SOFM giving shields to potentially everybody, being able to control people. So if the supports die, you'd say they don't want to actually ever team fight, because that's a big part of their power actually missing.
Certainly keep an eye on whether they get themselves caught out. As it is, the teams are currently skirmishing and setting up vision as NewBee set up a lot of side wave control. And
Sorry.
they've got...
We'll see if they get caught out. Just remember, SOFM's a support right now.
Well, yeah.
One of them's getting caught out.
At some point. I mean, he is on Karma. She's really slippery.
It's like one of League of Legends absolutes. You know, like Team Liquid finishing 4. Apparently one of those absolutes.
Yeah.
So is SOFM getting caught and dying at least once again.
I mean, he's already died twice. Could it be that that death has already happened?
Third time's the charm.
He can check it off his list. Well,
Maybe.
Cloud Drake is up, and this time he's setting up vision with his team. They're right there. And now they're actually leaving him behind. He's caught by the slow.
Yeah, so it's a battle for vision, but NewBee actually have the inside track from the middle lane control they've got. Snake have decided the objective's the way to go. Force the team fight right now.
Yeah, this is a Cloud Drake. It's picked up by Mint. He's going to hop away as NewBee continue to chase.
Oh, God.
Moore follows up. Cloud Drake versus Cloud Drake. That's one big pop. A huge distortion is Moore. He's going to get the knockout to slow. Swift flanking from the far side as Zatai is very low health. They continue to chase. Moore gets Flandre as SOFM is running for his life. Zatai is going to try to look for the hero play, but dies to the auto attack. Swift on the far side as V flanks and catches a huge catch onto Crystal. Manages to get the slow despite the flash of Mint, and with the bait of Swift, Mint gets slowed down long enough for V to follow up for the execution as Snake are aced, and this Frankenstein monster has been dismembered.
It took them 24 minutes for the side of NewBee, but finally they arrive as a team and as a unit. Happy is an absolute monster right now, just destroying everybody he comes across. That team fight started with a 4-man Ezreal ultimate to chunk them all out.
Yeah.
Now the signs of dismay for Snake start to grow. Consistently they're falling behind. With a Baron on the back of NewBee, it doesn't look like there's a lot left for Snake besides this fight. So that Ezreal ulti kicks it off. It's that yakety sack sign, you know? Snake definitely just want to run, but there's nowhere to run. NewBee already has the flank. Swift has the flank. And Moore's able to disrupt the fights. And just look at Happy and Cool. Like, 3 damage constantly out to everybody. And V finally finds his R button, by the way. It's pretty impressive. I'm excited for him.
It takes him some time.
But look at the damage as well. Like, Camille's found his items. Again, doesn't matter how laning phase goes. Both Camille and Renekton will do their jobs. It's about how the rest of the team works. And thankfully for V, NewBee are doing more work.
Yes, they managed to find their momentum, knocking down that mid-tier 1 turret. And with the Baron, still looks like they're setting up to siege even further. Cool. 7-1-3 on this LeBlanc. Swift is 2-1-5, in fact, enabling his team on that Kha'Zix despite the aggressive evolution path. And Happy, as you said, going off as well at 2-0-5. NewBee might have looked a little bit incongruous at the start of this match, but they're certainly pulling themselves together now.
Yeah, they definitely are. And this iteration of NewBee, the 4 members strong, doesn't matter which mid laner it is, are known for hitting that late game and known for their late game team fighting. When DoingB was on the team, it was just a little bit better. This time around, they've got Cool, and he's showing a strong laning phase that translates naturally towards his ability to late game team fight anyway. 7-1, like that guy's going berserk.
Yeah.
NewBee, late game team fighters against Snake. I don't know what they are right now.
Nobody really knows what Snake is right now. I don't think even their coach is 100% certain. he had a couple of ideas. He was like, guys, I want to try something out.
Now bear with me, all right? This might sound crazy, and that's because it is.
You're going to laugh, and you should. But
Cool
here's
is
why.
almost dead, too.
He's fine. He's got the Zanyas. V is split pushing on a tier 2. Flandre can't do anything to him at this point in time with
Here we go.
Dead Man's. Drops the Dominus as V misses his tactical sweep for some health back, and the Sterix actually pops, so Flandre is enormous. Goodness gracious. Oh, he can't actually make it over the wall. V tries to get back around, and teleport is now being used by Cool as Flandre heads right on back. Cool is to hop over the wall as V baits him forward. Flandre goes down. He should have seen that coming, but goes down regardless.
And he did see it coming, but now the problem's going to be the rest of the map, because
Yeah.
that was still members up there, but those members have teleports, and at the end of the day, this is just a holistic coverage for a NewBee where they all win everywhere at once.
Yeah, the top inhibitor finally goes down just about the same time as the bottom one does. Swift is stalling out as teleport is used by V to join up with his bottom lane. The first inhib will fall, and despite 4 members of Snake trying to defend that top inhibitor with Baron buff, it's only a matter of time before it too goes down.
Yeah, this top lane's going to go for sure. There's no contest from Snake. If they do commit, it'll be a desperate fight or a catch.
Oh, Cool is actually caught by the snare. His Zanyas is not off cooldown just yet, so it's either go or get out, and it looks like it's go time. Redemption being dropped very aggressively is going to dissuade Snake from pursuing any further. NewBee take 2 inhibs before resetting this.
Yeah, it was go then get out. It seems nobody actually dying. Right now, Snake, I would look at their team composition and say they're perfectly fine with scaling, and just with how far behind they've suddenly become, scaling's not even a part of the question, it's holding on. And it's hoping that NewBee make a mistake like that fight that they almost just died in. But because they didn't, that might actually just be that final nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
The deal might actually just be sealed as a result.
And it's so much more difficult for the team like Snake because they've got pretty much this shambling roster, this hodgepodge. Crystal finally returning. Their jungler in the support position. Their AD carry in the jungle position. They don't have the security of a career of play in that one spot.
Yeah, definitely.
And though certainly Zatai has been playing fantastic lately in the mid lane, it just doesn't look like it's enough. Yeah, Flandre's been a rock in the top, but he's 2 and 6 in this map. NewBee have shut him down.
Yeah, they focused Flandre after they focused Crystal, so they got the 2 rocks down to absolutely nothing left. And with the wild cards, honestly, Zatai is a mid laner turned top laner back to mid. He's role swapped.
Yeah.
The other 3 are role swaps. The only 2 members that actually main their role are the ones being targeted, so...
Crystal and Flandre, yeah. So NewBee playing the very tactical game in this setup. Their Baron buff looks like it has worn off as they are setting up a siege on that final tier 2 turret with super minions shoving down both side lanes.
They don't need the Baron buff right now. They've got 2 inhibitors done already. They bought their items, they get their elixirs, they power up, and they just win the game.
Oh. Zatai, or excuse me, Crystal almost gets solo killed by Cool, who is almost single-handedly zoning Snake back and buying time for the seed. Swift goes in. Mint is not going to get the kickoff as an excellent stealth from Swift stalls it out. Redemption to top themselves off, but it is just too little too late. The final inhibitor is going to go down. Curtain Call is going to be dropped, but immediately that means LeBlanc gets an opportunity to go back in on the Jhin. With minions shoving down the mid lane, it's only a matter of time before NewBee start pressuring onto this Nexus. It's do or die time for Snake.
Just wait for the minions. They're all starting to crash onto those turrets now, and there's just too much pressure there for Snake to deal with. They have to go.
Yeah, backs against the wall. Flandre is going to be the first to try to force a fight. Hysterix has already been popped as Happy shreds through his health bar. As a collective unit, they retreat to the fountain. But Zatai gets demolished as the rest of NewBee finish off the Nexus and don't even care about the fight. NewBee demolish Snake in game number 1.
As far as victories go, that was pretty fairly on the back of Cool. The damage that he was doing, especially at that mid to late game stage, shows his ability to play LeBlanc in particular is stellar and is honestly telling Snake that it's going to be banned in this next game already because he's just so good at it.
Yeah. Now, joining us once again on the Analyst desk to help break down that match is going to be Indiana, Frost, and Black. Welcome back.
Oh, hi.
So, we got to see Snake take on NewBee here. Both teams at 2 and 4, very bottom of their groups. Snake, as a matter of fact, with the worst win-loss ratio in the league. and they looked like a mess.
And they lost to a champion with the worst win-loss ratio of all the champions in the league, which is LeBlanc. She was sitting at 33%. She's been played 12 times. She's currently 4-8 and now 5-8. Like, we did it. We finally got a win on LeBlanc.
They proved the point. NewBee did it.
Yeah, and it was really on the back of Cool. And how exciting a matchup this is. Like, something we didn't really get to touch on is the fact that this is Zatai versus Cool.
Yeah.
Like, you go way back. That's like two of the four kings of mid lane, White's Messiah, Cool, and Zatai. And to see these two titans clash, especially when Cool is on top of his game, look at that disgusting damage. Like,
Yeah.
this is how LeBlanc is supposed to be played. Everyone else in the LPL, take notes.
And I mean, we even saw that from level 1 when he distorted on top of him, then traded a few auto attacks over the cycle of the lane, and it was just aggressive from minute 1. Tragically, we didn't get to see any sort of jungler interaction. The gank from Mint and Swift was both spotted out due to their sort of creative pathing. I know that's what we followed early on.
But this is actually really expected. We knew that Swift and Cool versus Swift and Coco don't have the same synergy, so Swift's not going to be like riding Cool's back so hard. And Mint, 80 carry role swap into a jungle, you don't really expect him to be the highlight carry for that team.
But he was also doing a lot of smart things, and that's the interesting
Especially
part
top.
is me. Yeah, so just like following around the jungler in the first place, which isolates the top lane in a Renekton Camille matchup, gives Flandre the advantages, and then appears top lane for those kills. So he acknowledges where he has to be, when he has to be there, but it's about doing it that's the problem. And with Cool having such a strong advantage in that middle lane, he can't do it mid. Bottom lane had control for a while, but the gank from Swift completely changed that, and he wasn't actually there to gank it because he traded.
It's literally the difference between World 6 and Mint, where the play is correct, but the execution is what's flawed there. And unfortunately, that was really the undoing for Snake, because I agree with you. Ganking the Flandre lane, snowballing on top of that top laner who was already winning was the right call, just unfortunately missed.
Yeah, I feel like we can expand that theme to the whole of Snake. The idea is there. I mean, they had a high-pressure bottom lane. They had a Lee Sin to back it up, Syndra to roam down and collapse, but the execution. And
the execution really came into play over a key team fight that happened, I'm going to say, around early mid-game. It was that big jungle skirmish over the blue buff area. And Rusty, you called it correctly on the replay. It was all about, like, target priority. But I just really want to highlight Cool and Swift's positioning and just their composition in general over this fight. You have Kha'Zix, you have Ezreal, you have LeBlanc, Camille. There is so much mobility that skirmishing in the jungle is perfect for NewBee's composition, and at the end of the day, that's what executes on it. The fact that V comes over the side here and just does so much damage immediately to the backline, and then uses his E to clean up the fight. Flandre is doing everything that he can, but Renekton can only be so many places at once. Forces the Flash to try to zone. It puts him in a bad scenario because now he doesn't have his escape. He gets followed down on, and then SOFM, he turns around, he's greedy, he tries to go for the 1v1 trade, but then it's just like the cherry on top. Cool picks up another kill. And why this fight was important is because before this, the Camille and the Ezreal didn't have their big breaking points on Trinity Force. After that, that put them over the edge. And so that was the game-changing team fight. As soon as they won that, you're like, that game's over. Camille's too far ahead.
Yeah, albeit the early game did look a little bit sort of rocky for NewBee. Mint was able to get a few dives onto V in the top lane and set up a few kills there. But then you look at the other side of Snake, and it was like where they had strength in the top lane for Flandre, they also had weakness in Crystal, who tried to be its strength, but then just got crushed.
I don't think Crystal was a weakness, to be fair, either. It was just that NewBee were
That they
making
ganked him
him
so
the
many times.
weakness, right?
Yeah.
Like they were trying to exploit not just a new player, but a place on the map where they knew Mint wasn't. And that's the thing. So you've got Swift against Mint, and Mint was doing the right things, but Swift was also doing the right things just a little bit better and just a little bit more efficiently. And the difference to me is you've got an AD carry playing jungle, and you've got a jungler playing support. There's not going to be vision. There's not going to be shot calling. It's the same level as if they're in their main roles. And honestly, it was lacking. And you can see the differences between players who main those roles against those that have just transitioned in a competitive game, in a Major 5 region.
I mean, frankly, Crystal was getting buckled into a car without any sort of, like, there's no wheels on that car, there's no engine. It's just kind of
Actually sat in, put on the seatbelt, and was like, crap.
Exactly, and he still did
Steering
so well. That 4-man dive on him bottom, and yet he almost, like, traded 1 for 1 and killed out these two guys. Like, Crystal was playing well. It's just the rest of that team is just a disaster.
Yeah. MVP for that game, however, is going to go to Cool. That is a happy smile on his face, and he hopefully will get the chance to replicate it. 9-1 and 3, 67% kill participation, and 98% gold to damage sort of efficiency.
Oh, please keep me on the roster. Am I good enough yet? Cool's performance has been super solid coming into 2017. Again, seeing Zatai versus Cool, especially when they're both in form, is so exciting. Cool got the upper hand this time around, proved why you shouldn't let the LeBlanc go through, even in the LPL where it has an atrocious win rate. And it's just very exciting to see how explosive he can be on the champion.
Yeah.
And of course, Snake, on the other hand, they demonstrated at least a little bit of potential with the draft. They had set up some pick. They set up a very strong rock in the top lane. But NewBee, despite the fact that their draft looked a little questionable at first blush, they ended up with these 3 huge power picks and then a very strong bottom lane to sort of supplement that and played around it successfully.
And the crazy thing as well, the team fight that you highlighted with the replay is like all of the vision was actually set up by Snake. They were fighting on 2 red control wards. Like nothing was there. They just played it better.
Yeah.
And every single time there was a 5v5 team fight, if it was for a Drake or it was for that blue buff area, NewBee just played it better.
Yeah.
And like quite simply, they just won because they know how to execute on team fighting differently. And Snake's strategy shouldn't have been to team fight. It should have been to split push and empower their one member of the team that was stronger. But they were opting into these fights saying that we need our strong member if we're going to fight.
And again, it just goes back to the different trajectories of these teams. We expect NewBee to be a bit slow starters. They really didn't get that start until week 2, and Snake are still on that downward spiral.
We'll see if they can bounce back. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2.
Is it the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost our leader, or just blinded by the lights. Are just blinded by the lights. Are just blinded by the lights. Is it the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into our second game of our second match of the evening. It's NewBee taking on Snake. And after NewBee really finding their momentum in game number 1, Snake find themselves reeling here in game number 2. Bottom of the standings, worst win rate in the entire league, and now they're making a change to their bottom lane as well.
Wow, just twist that knife a little deeper.
Yeah,
I thought I was
jeez.
mean.
All right.
Things are not looking good for Snake fans. Forever Fourth might be shattered this year.
Technically, they're looking up, though, if they're on the bottom of the standings.
I mean, there's only one way to look. It's logically sound.
Well,
If you're last, you can only look up.
I mean, you can continue to maintain a consistent trajectory.
Yeah, but you'll be
I
looking
got you,
up.
Dom. So the question
Okay.
is, how do they look up and what do you change?
Thank you, Froskurin. How do they look up and what do they change?
And I'll be your host tonight for
Yes,
the LPL.
we're going to swap analysts over here.
And apparently it's with the roster because they're making a roster change. So Crystal, cameo in a bad movie. Our producer made the joke backstage. We thought it was hilarious. Thank you, Ray. And they're now moving into OQ. So again, we talk about shoehorning language barriers onto the team. They've now got three languages on a single roster. They're already kind of a cohesive mess. I doubt it'll make it better, but OQ really hasn't had enough screen time to determine whether
Yeah.
he's successful in the LPL or not.
So when we were looking at the roster that we're starting with for tonight and we saw Crystal, my first thoughts were, you know what, this is good.
Yep.
This is a step in the right direction. You know why? Because it was 2 languages opposed
Down
to
from
3.
3.
They had a lot of Chinese members and the one Vietnamese import of SOFM, so they can at least all communicate. And now they've decided that the Vietnamese player and the Korean player are going to bottom lane together once again, and then the other 3 can actually communicate fluently. So what I expect to happen, and kind of what we saw last time, is that becomes an island. An uninhabited island where nothing happens down there. You pretend it doesn't exist. It's the modern day top lane for Snake, and we just work as a 3-man unit on the top side.
So I actually get to bust out Frosco.
No, I was going to say,
Okay.
but that could work for Snake. You know, we saw when Mint was actually being successful in game number 1, it was those repeated ganks on top lane to get Flandre snowballed ahead. If there's any top laner that can take off, that can carry a game, it is going to be Flandre. He's just that carry-oriented, dive the backline type of guy. But the problem is again, that execution, and it also makes them very telegraphed. If you know that they're going to go bottom, if you know that they need to get the Renekton snowballed, Swift just has to sit there and just wait, because he's like, any minute now, the free meal will arrive.
Someday. And they already saw NewBee sort of prioritizing that by banning away the Fiora and sort of the Shen follow-up as well. So they are well aware.
Are you okay over there?
The pen just slipped out of my hands. It was a loud clatter.
It didn't like slip. He just dropped it.
But I get to break out some knowledge here. In the NACS, when OQ played for TDK, he saw a lot of success as an individual player. He is very mechanically gifted, but he saw difficulty playing with the team because of a language barrier. Now he's got that same barrier here. Is there a chance that Snake have got some secret sauce that they've been working with him behind the scenes?
If it is secret sauce, it's a placebo, fake water, just like Space Jam right now, because no is the simple answer. The long answer is probably also just no. At the end of the day,
It's a no with 3 O's.
it's like a physical impossibility if
that's
the
hard
problems
no.
he was
Yeah.
having in the NACS were remedied in any way by coming to the LPL.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just my flatline response to that. Hopefully they find out the solution, though. I do expect them to at least be working towards it by bringing him here. That's a clear indicator they want it to work.
You look like you're thinking.
I'm just thinking about how mechanically it's going to work. OQ, so far in the LPL, I believe has shown Ashe and Jen. He was a good Ashe player. Like you said, he's mechanically very proficient. But the problem is he's played really, what's the word? Immobile AD carries. They need babysitting. They need a lot of attention to be effective. And unfortunately, I just don't think he will get that from Snake. Even if they could all communicate to each other, you just think about the natural tendencies of all those players. SOFM's going deep. Zatai's going deep.
Yeah.
Flandre's going deep. And it's basically just OQ looking like, who's going to protect me?
I guess the biggest difference as well is SOFM will play Lulu. Lulu, very protective champion, but he's the kind of guy that'll press the E on their opponents and actually instead of shielding OQ. So he does have a pretty uphill battle to contend with here.
Not to mention the communication issues, of course, and the fact that it is SOFM. We're expecting him to face check at least a few times.
This is so... The fact that this has turned into SOFM's narrative is just so sad for me. Like, SOFM coming into the LPL was super exciting. You know, young player from the wildcard region, the GPL, comes into the LPL, one of the first guys to really bridge that gap. Looks incredibly explosive. You know, when we saw him last year on Snake, super talented. If you've ever seen this guy's solo queue highlights, like, he is legit.
Yeah.
And just to see what he's become and, like, how the narrative has changed for his career, which is still so young, it's just... It's frankly sad.
So I have to break you right there. It's no longer SOFM's narrative. He has been subbed out for Crystal support. Mint in the jungle, OQ on AD carry, and Crystal on support.
Oh,
Zatai is still staying in
Lord
the
have
mid lane,
mercy.
and Flandre is still in the top lane. Snake are just throwing darts at this point.
This is like musical chairs, but everything's on fire.
It's like, you know what it is? When you're a kid and you're like, set up like the fort in your lounge room and the floor is lava. So you like put pillows tactically
I'm
everywhere.
following.
And somehow the pillows aren't lava.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what they're doing right now, trying to find out the solution. Like, what is the best way to get from the couch to the kitchen by not touching the lava? But they're always dying in the lava. That's it. That's
So they have a
Snake.
very limited amount
Yeah.
of pillows, and
I
they're
just
just
gave you-
falling over.
The best analogy you've
All
ever
right.
heard.
Thanks, Dad.
No, I see it. And
yeah.
like literally NewBee or the babysitter at this point, just like watching
Just
whatever's happening.
standing there. Every once in a while, a child falls over, and it's like, nope, you go back into the
That's
little
another
prison
80
in the
carry
beginning.
and an off roll, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
They've got
So
three
3,
80
yeah.
carries on their roster. 2 of them are playing in off rolls. And they still have a support Mo sitting on the bench, as well as an actual Chinese jungler
Yeah.
in ZZR sitting on the bench.
We have no idea what Snake are doing at this point.
They're playing paper, scissors, rock backstage. That's what they're doing.
I mean, they're trying. This is just not looking great for Snake.
Just flip a coin, boys.
Yeah, I
What's
know.
going on? I almost think at this point they're like, get me off the field. Someone else is taking.
I just want them to get
Crystal
the
just-
champion select.
Chris just got dove by 4 people. You know he gets off the field. He's like, I don't want to do it
He
anymore.
outplayed them as well. Like, he survived a 1v4 dive on the immobile Jhin, and now they're moving him to support. He's volunteering to go to support.
And again, my biggest problem is rotating rosters. My opinion of rotating rosters is they do not work. Even at the highest level, a rotating roster has never been as efficient as the standard starting 5. And I'm talking like SKT level, and they still sometimes rotate. But you think about like the Easy Hoon Faker dynamic in 2015. That was ultimately what led to their demise at MSI. Like the one title MSI or SKT lost was a bad rotation on a roster. And I think that Snake are not doing it anywhere near as well as SKT did.
Like, funnily enough, the only time that I'm seeing this work at the moment is SKT. But now.
Yep.
So, up until this point, I am inclined to agree with you. However, they're breaking that trend as we speak. But for the LPL in particular, yeah, there's no way to, I'm trying
Yeah.
so hard to come up with something, logical as to why they would do this.
Yeah, they have a toddler in the back and with a Mr. Potato Head, and they have the names taped to different body parts. So whenever he moves the eyes to a bottom lane, they just move that player over.
Were they toys? I've
Swap
only
it
seen
over.
that in
Mr.
Toy Story.
Potato Head? Yeah, that was an actual
Oh,
thing.
right.
You never had a Mr. Potato Head?
He's
Toy
from
Story.
Australia.
Okay.
They don't really get
That is found it. Did you have one of the mats that had the race car tracks
Yeah,
on it?
yeah,
That was okay. Everyone had one of those.
Yeah.
Okay, that's foundational child. Okay, I know there are people out there who are like, I didn't actually have that. Am I not a real person?
You're a real
this point.
person, and we're in the LPL still. We're not in the children's
Yes,
talk show.
we
Don't be
are.
fooled.
But okay, let's bring the conversation back to something a little bit more positive. NewBee are not making any big changes coming into this one. They're still sticking with Cool in the mid lane, so he gets another chance to sort of prove his dominance with the team. We've seen him pop off single-handedly, and when the team plays around him, he does exceptionally well. They succeed as a unit.
I do want to say this, though. It was Cool being spoon-fed his initial snowball. It wasn't Cool earning his initial snowball. If you think about the top lane the top lane kill that got the LeBlanc popping off, it was pretty much Cool showing up the last second. You did say, Rusty, on cast that if he had not shown up, Flandre could have very well gotten away. But it's still not, it's not Swift camping Cool's lane to make sure that he gets ahead. So there still could be those growing pains that if Cool isn't on a self-sufficient carry champion like LeBlanc, that no one will actually come to help him get ahead if he plays the likes of an Orianna or something.
You just have to think about it, though, if you were Swift, how he manages to take a 1-0 kill that he did cherry pick into the rest of the map, because at level 6 he gets a teleport bottom. That's of his own accord, and that was very well executed.
Yep.
And then with that gold lead, he literally ran around Summoner's Rift and just piece by piece tore apart Snake. So Cool, I would say absolutely camp his lane or get him gold in any way you can. If you were Swift, maybe change the trend that he has been following for over a year and a half. Because Cool with gold wins games right now. This man is going insane.
Absolutely. The stone cold face of death returns in the mid lane. Cool has been looking hot lately. We'll have to see if he will get the chance to keep playing as NewBee later on this week. We'll get the opportunity to play against... I
And
actually don't have that information.
What a gamble to take on Cool really is the the starting point for that roster, and then, you know, gambling on him again after Coco's been doing so successful and doing so well and fitting with the team. The last time that we saw Cool last year was not good. He was not playing well when he was on OMG. So for him to come into 2017, to leave his like grandfathered organization and decide like, I'm gonna pop off, this is going to be my return to glory, it's so nice to see.
Oh.
He's back in the
That
jungle.
looks like SOFM. Seems like the info that we got is a little bit swapped. SOFM is in the jungle here.
Who's the support?
The support does look like it's Crystal.
There's OQ.
Yeah.
Crystal
you can see Crystal
down.
being subbed out for OQ right now. He's getting in the zone.
We're again though, step in the right direction. SOFM back in the jungle.
He is,
This is what we like to see.
And the support, the final rounding out one. We'll get to that in just a moment, as you can see some stats for OQ on the screen right now.
The stats don't do justice. OQ is still a strong performing player, and don't let that one highlight fool you of where he died under the turret. I still don't know how he wasn't in range of Imp. He had extra movement speed that just should have worked, but didn't.
Really tragic. Yeah, Crystal taking support.
What a confusing graphic. SOFM out, SOFM. Crystal out, Crystal in. Okay, here we go. Crystal support. What's he got? What's the champion pool look like?
Jin.
Support Ash.
I definitely don't think that that's what it's going to be. Could be support Misfortune.
Now, I believe Crystal does not have a game on record ever playing the support position. He's
Never.
exclusively been AD carry.
Yep.
But he's been a sub for Snake for a very long time, so perhaps he's had to play it in scrims.
Yeah, he's been sitting out for the past 3 months or so. So maybe Snake well prepared. Perhaps this is their final form.
Disagree.
He says perhaps, optimistically, as if they have been preparing.
Still the right direction though, because now we're only playing one off role in a support position from a dude who mains the bottom lane. So it's not like Crystal's foreign to playing support.
I'd put Zatai support and I'd bring tank in. That's just me. I feel like that is still better.
But then, and keep Crystal 80 carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
That's the best iteration, because Zatai can do everything. Like, that's proven. He's played every role. He plays LeBlanc top lane and mid lane.
At this point, we are just hoping to see Snake play well in a game. Obviously, they need to start taking some wins, but to do that, they have to start playing well.
I just want to see SOFM return to form and clean up and tighten up his individual decision making. Do not get caught out 1v1 at key moments by giving up major objectives like Baron. Do not randomly push down deep waves when your team demands your presence as 5v5. And camp a lane. You know, he's been he started out kind of a very aggressive gank heavy jungler. He transitioned into a very aggressive farm heavy counter farming jungler, and I kind of want to see him meet in the middle or mature in the middle somewhere.
It almost seems like he's been in timeout, where they've put him in support and he has to continue to play, and now finally he gets a chance to
They
get out of
honestly
timeout
are
and keep
just
going.
trying to get around the rule of 2 international imports only. Like, they're trying so hard to find the recipe to have both SOFM and OQ in the same team.
Yeah.
This has ended up where we are right now with they don't trust their support enough. They need to have Crystal there.
I just feel like none of these recipes are easy to swallow.
Oh no. This is a very complicated dish that Snake are making, and we'll see if they can pull it off with Crystal in the support role. Once again, we're going to say goodbye to Frosco as we will break down this game. Rusty, she'll join us for some analysis afterwards. You can see Malzahar and LeBlanc banned away from both Moore and Cool. So not going to let Cool get that mid lane once again. And immediately popping right back out of Champ Select.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sure we'll be back in soon. There
And
we
we're
are.
right back in.
Nailed it.
Wow, that was amazing. How did you do that? I'm sure we'll get right back in. Calling up the graphics like that. But taking a look at these actual bans, Malzahar LeBlanc looks like Shen is going to be the target ban towards V. Camille banned away from Flandre, so that Renekton is still available, and Ziggs is banned away from OQ along with that Varus in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the Ziggs and the Varus taken from OQ in particular. This does leave open the champion that Snake have just locked in immediately, so Rengar stands to attention. Doesn't mean he's the best jungler available. Of course, Graves still available himself. Kha'Zix also there. Swift played perfectly fine on that Kha'Zix. They have jungle option. Shen not being there, however, does mean that they have to take something like the Lulu away from the Rengar composition. Rengar and Lulu as a combo is actually pretty dirty.
excellent at sort of disabling that burst of Rengar. Moore is going to be taking that into the bottom lane, into Crystal support. Swift now looking for his first pick. As you said, that Graves still open on patch 7.4. Maokai not as high priority. But NewBee, no surprise to see if they would return towards a jungle priority with that second pick.
So they go for the jungle and the support, just like they did last time. However, we need to see if they go for a mid lane in their third pick, as it changes the second ban phase dynamic.
Yeah.
Snake also may want to respond in kind if they expect a mid lane picker, if they think there is a super high priority one to be seen. However, with the LeBlanc banned, I don't know if they would even consider that.
So SOFM returning to the jungle. Oh man, he has to pick that Karma again. I wonder if that's painful, as he's now back in the jungle. Rengar's locked in for him, but he still has to lock in Karma. I wonder if he has like that irrational part of his brain that's like, you're going to have to play this in the jungle.
I think he'll be quite alright if he's jungling now. There's an Ezreal with it, so this bottom lane now has the lane control aspects of a Karma with the damage and single target, perhaps poke as well of the Ezreal. It is a good 2v2.
We'll certainly keep an eye on OQ on the Ezreal. We know that's a champion he's very good at, very talented at hitting those skill shots. Crystal on that Karma, as Ashe is going to be the pickup for Happy. So it's bottom lane and jungle priority out of the two, leaving up top and mid for both.
But this is the right decision from NewBee by going for the Ashe when there's already a lot of bottom lane bans from their own team. If they don't go AD carry there and they get banned out, they've basically fallen on their own sword. So they have to go for an AD carry there. They can look towards other lanes with the bans at least, and they can't get banned out.
As it is, looks like NewBee are going to continue to focus Flandre with another top lane ban. That Gangplank stricken away. We'll see if there's a Fiora ban to follow, or if they start looking towards Zatai in the mid lane to start setting Cool up for success. As Ahri is banned away from Cool.
Yeah, Cool and Godv are the two, and Icon rather, are the three big Ahri players at the moment. So by taking that away from him, very curious that they would go for such a thing. It might mean they want a scaling mid laner. Ahri, though, I don't understand, besides it just being a signature champion of Cool right now. I don't think Ahri ever warrants a ban.
There aren't really any hard counters to Ahri. That's sort of what makes her so flexible. But Orianna is going to be the next ban.
But I mean, Syndra as well, right? Like, if you're going to go for a flexible, can't really be countered style of champion, I'd still say something like a Syndra is fine. Ahri has the availability of a little bit more AoE in comparison to a Syndra, perhaps, but not by a large amount.
Instead, it is also going to be the Cassiopeia to follow it up.
Going hard on that mid lane.
Yeah, 3 bans so far, and 4 if you count Gangplank, depending on which meta you're in. Happy going to be looking for the mid lane or top for NewBee. One of them will be counterpicked, one of them will be shown early. Looks like Ryze is the hover from NewBee so far. But last second swap over to Syndra.
So with the host of mid lane bans, you'd expect NewBee go towards the highest priority for their team composition this early. Syndra actually makes the most sense. I would not have gone for the Ryze, although the CC is still going to be present for both of the picks. Syndra just a little bit longer range and less committal with the crowd control. The Ashe is the one that'll actually round that out, and Syndra's burst will complement. Now there's no Braum on the opposite side to deny any damage this time, so Zatai has to think carefully, and does.
Yeah, Echo answered back into it. We've seen this matchup a whole bunch here in the LPL. The Chrono Break is excellent at trying to deny the last few hits of the Power Unleashed, as Gragas top is the final pickup for Flandre on this Snake lineup.
Yeah, and now they decide what V wants to play into it with a Shen banned. Nautilus has a lot of push pressure at the very least, so a bit of lane priority goes towards that champion. Would not be surprised if that's the direction we go. However, if you really want to lose lane and scale, I'd go something like a Trundle. But I think they go Nord.
I mean, V probably doesn't want to actively choose into a losing lane. But
No.
yeah, Nautilus is the final pickup for him there.
Just about having those options, you know, Dom. If you decide that your team really wants to have a split pusher, you can commit to something like a Fiora, which isn't that bad, granted, into a Gragas, as it's quite telegraphed. But, you know, Nord does it all.
The big concern that I see looking at NewBee's composition is that they capitalize on Snake's mistakes very easily. They've got the depth charge, they've got a hook, enormous damage from Swift, enormous damage from Cool, and then Happy's going to be firing arrows from the Black. Snake are playing a dangerous game here.
Yeah, once again, NewBee, I'd say very simple team composition. They've got a Nautilus who can either split push and just like kind of absorb Flandre, Or he can engage. He can be a frontline tanky member. Lulu can empower everybody to be more frontline oriented as well. They've got Ashe for engage, Syndra for engage, and just Graves for damage. Like, this all makes sense. It's all just what they have, and they will use it in a very standard, streamlined manner. When you look at Snake's team composition, Ezreal skill shots, Gragas is always outplayable, Echo as well. Rengar is easier to outplay than he used to be.
Yeah. Playing into a Lulu especially.
Exactly, and a Nautilus to lock him down. Like, they have a Syndra to burst the Rengar too.
Yeah.
So I'd say difficult for Snake once again. If they get that early lead though, it's pretty hard to slow down a Rengar. You can't kill the Gragas then, and an Echo's damage just exponentially increases until it's uncontrollable.
Yeah.
So they need to get that early going once again.
I mean, all eyes are going to be on SOFM in the jungle, finally returning after almost 2 weeks in an off role in that support lane. Now it's Crystal who gets to bear the weight of that bottom lane. SOFM is going to have to show us something big on this Rengar here, and on 7.4 it's going to be slightly more difficult with the nerfs to Rengar lately.
I mean, my only resolve looking at, you know, what Snake have been putting together at the moment is that they just said who's the most comfortable in an off role, and Mint said he can jungle, and that's the only reason SOFM went towards that support role. Whereas now he's back, SOFM's in his main position, he's got all of the capabilities to prove himself one more time, because he looked quite poor when he swapped to the support role in both jungle and support, and now he's got everything to prove.
The pressure is on. We're getting into game number 2 between Snake and NewBee. Both teams at 2 and 4 in the standings. Snake with the worst win-loss ratio in the entirety of the LPL. Looking to show that they are ready to bounce back as NewBee have done in game number 1.
And this is the do or die for Snake, right? They finally have their jungler in his main position. He's the person that they put all their emphasis towards. He did also spot that level 1 ward, I believe. And whilst this fanning decision is consistent through all of the LPL teams, no one really wants to level 1 fight or invade besides perhaps your occasional OMG. It's more about how do they advance their leads. Last game we saw them looking for level 6 and trying to turn that level 6 into a point of power. Right now we're about to watch Snake potentially invade the red buff of NewBee or the Raptors of NewBee and disrupt as best they can. They may not though, because that ward was in fact placed.
Yeah, instead, with the buff spawning in just 3, 2, 1.
The right call.
Yeah, they decide to start off in their own jungle. Flandre sitting on top of SOFM just in case perhaps Swift decided to get aggressive as Moore eats just a bit of damage, and Crystal already making a statement for that support.
So we mentioned this already, but the top lane of a Nautilus generally will have the ability to push. Middle lane is actually Zatai, who gets the matched push of Cool, but he loses health for it. So Cool has the advantage, and so if the jungler of NewBee and Swift actually wants to rotate near the middle lane or invade, you'd expect Cool gets there first every single time. Zatai just wants to hold on until he gets level 6, as we are having a pause.
Yeah. We'll figure out what that is as quickly as we possibly can, as I'm sure the players are ready for this, to try to figure out what's going to happen in this match, because this is, again, it's do or die time for Snake, as you said. This is really the bottom of the rankings for them. And with all of these swaps going on, they have got to figure something out and start taking some wins.
Yeah, and this is very unlike Snake just as an organization as well. Since their birth into the LPL coming from the LSPL, the secondary pro league, they've always looked okay. They started their first split extremely strong, then they faltered towards the end. Wasn't unexpected of the team, they were brand new. And then you look at them coming to the next split, you're like, all right, this is when it happens. This is when Snake show up. And they get towards a regional playoffs again, looking for Worlds, and completely fail it out one more time. So they always start strong, they always finish weaker. But now they've started weak, and this is very unlike Snake.
Yeah.
They need to find themselves one more time. Maybe do some meditation in a forest somewhere as a team.
Get one of those sand gardens, perhaps. Looks like OQ seems to be, or not OQ, excuse me, SOFM seems to be having some trouble. Hopefully he'll get that sorted out rather quickly, as his presence is vital in this game on that Rengar. He has got to enable his team to start popping off. It all starts here. It all starts in one game. He just needs to get the first win under his belt. You don't walk 1,000 miles all at once. You do it one step at a time.
Unless you want to do that all at once, one step at a time. That's pretty hardcore. Like 1,000
That really
whole
is.
miles. That's a lot.
That's like Little Prince level of travel, where you just kind of leap off the planet and circle around it a few times.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Anyway, I was highlighting the pushing potential of most of the lanes that they're going to be against here from the side of Snake. The other thing that I actually wanted to bring about was the Karma, as we are still looking at this middle lane, so we are back in. But the Karma has the empowered Q and actually can control the AD carry and support as well as the lane. So it comes down to if Crystal's actually good, as that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Big combo out of Zatai as he pops level 2 right quick.
The reason that I say it comes down to if Crystal is good though in this bottom lane is because he's against the Lulu Ash. Now they always have push. Like that's a lane that's insane.
Oh, Zatai tries to solo kill. Flashes onto Cool to assert dominance, but Cool survives.
I mean, that's a statement, if ever I've seen one. Swift is here, though, so that statement may backfire very quickly.
There's no flash for Zatai. He's going to tumble away really quickly.
That's good.
And will be able to get out of there in time.
He has seen Swift, however, so things are panning out okay in the end. They do force Zatai to go back to base sooner rather than later by having to use all of his potions. The Dark Seal start. That is why he's aggressive, to be fair, into Cool. Swift is back.
Looping around once again. Slow is going to land, but Cool has got no mana. Swift taking the very scenic route for that jungle path.
Yeah, so the reason he's doing this is because the wave that's crashing is massive. Cool's actually going to be super far ahead if he collects all of this CS. If he... No.
Oof.
All right, so he is still ahead.
Yeah.
But not by as much. Now, the reason that Zatai is trying to do this is he wants to utilize the teleport as an advantage, make them both go back to base, and then get that extra wave. He's using his health as a resource aggressively, whereas Cool just wants to hold on, push the wave, and poke out as best he can. By Graves coming around, he's trying to enable that to happen, or at least set up for a good recall so that he can reset one more time and try and match that teleport. It's not a bad choice from Swift, but I mean, it's not a great choice.
SOFM actually immediately invaded into the top with Cool recalling. There's nobody to collapse on that Rengar. He makes his way top, leaps forward onto V, manages to land the bola. Zatai follows up. That's first blood to Snake.
And clever from Zatai actually to be up here at all. They give him the gold, so a CS advantage doesn't mean anything. Swift now bottom, though, looking for a kill.
Not a lot of crowd control in this lane. Manages to land the slow, but Arcane Shift gets OQ under the turret, and Crystal walks it off as well.
And look at the difference between these junglers right now. Swift has shown up in lanes 3 times and has nothing for it. SOFM has been farming a little bit harder, shows up once, and they get that successful kill. So this is really good signs from Snake's jungler and SOFM, and also just from the team with their decision-making. Trying to pick lanes that aren't going to be able to stun for him, Swift, it does not work like that.
Tragically, that is going to be first blood over to Snake, and hopefully Snake fans going to be able to take that home and bank on it for a little bit. SOFM making good on his promise to return to the jungle as he gets that first assist. And again, Swift is so aggressive. SOFM just tossed his hands off his keyboard there in the camera.
Jacket adjust.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Swift, again, it's not going to work out as planned. He's just pressuring. He's honestly, and I said this in the pregame, he wants to get Cool ahead. Cool with a lead has proven that he can carry already, so that's a good decision from Swift, but by just consistently coming, he's trying to keep Zatai down instead of just getting Cool ahead. It's a different strategy, but still focus in the exact same lane.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Happy and Moore having a bit of difficulty farming against OQ and Crystal, who are expending nearly all their mana to try to harass out this bottom lane. Still haven't seen OQ finish off his own health potion, so he's probably feeling pretty happy about that. SOFM, I think that Gromp is actually going to get him level 6,
though,
yeah.
Like, the difference in experience even between these junglers, let alone farm. Like, 37 to 15, one's about to be 6 and one's 4.
So he actually did just get level 6 right now and is pinging top. V, his wave is resetting.
He is 6 and only Flandre is 6 on the side of that team. Like, he got there before Zatai did. This is a really lopsided game.
You can see V is sitting very far back. If he goes for these minions, SOFM is going to try to force the engage. Flandre is 6. He's got the cask ready, but you can't knock that Nautilus out of his hook.
No, you cannot. You're welcome. So they don't get the gank off successfully. It does mean that he'll be fine in the top lane. It also gives Swift some time to farm up, at the very least, looking for those camps. He may even want to take the second blue buff just to give him experience now that he's seen that he is so far behind SOFM, because none of the jungle is safe now. If he doesn't catch up in experience, he can't even trade with a Rengar.
You can see 18 to 47 as he finishes off the Krugs. That's the second time he's gotten that Krug. Swift did manage to steal the Krugs on the opposite side, so that is relatively even, but SOFM is just not stopping. This guy is a machine right now.
Yeah, even if he clears that ward, it's like it's okay decision. He wants the red buff, I believe. So that's why he's just hanging around on top of the control ward. This will be a fight. Swift is the one who won't
Swift
win.
Immediately knows I cannot be here. Cool is there as well.
He knows
SOFM
Cool's
is
there.
just waiting.
So he's on a ward. Still goes for it.
Yeah, tries to force the engage. Ooh, good reset from Swift to knock him away. But that's SOFM with the help of Zatai and lane pressure from Fladre turning onto that red buff.
With the support from NewBee Roams. They're very much aware that the Rengar is trying to contest this. It does leave a problem in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're diving onto Happy. Teleport is being used as Flandre is collapsing. Happy's trying to clear the minions. He needs to get level 6, but does not stand a chance. Gets slammed by the barrel.
And a big minion wave is going to collapse. So CS disadvantage for Happy. The turret definitely going to go down with the size of that wave as well. And Snake, just above and beyond what we expected from them, especially after that first game. They are stepping up.
They certainly are. Now stealing away the blue buff. SOFM is almost omnipresent in this game in NewBee's jungle. This Rengar is running amok amongst NewBee's back lines. NewBee will, however, try to trade off that blue buff for their own, but Cloud Drake is the name of the answer for Snake.
And they just don't know where Snake are. Nautilus recalling in the top lane, doesn't collect the next wave. There's not even a teleport to be able to come. They were back pinging at the blue buff as well, where they were starting to take it. Snake are aware. NewBee are definitely one step behind.
They certainly are. 2,500 gold down. First brick going to OQ and Crystal, with that being also split to Flandre. NewBee are forced to lane swap, and Snake are trying to answer. It almost seems like NewBee are frantic. You can see the question mark pings from NewBee all across the jungle of Snake.
And they match the lane swap here as well. So they're actually proactively meeting the requirements of this game to stay in it, but they're not bringing it back to anywhere even near equal. At 8 minutes in the game to have an advantage that large is kind of ridiculous. Okay, it's not just kind of, it is.
It's pretty ridiculous.
It's pretty ridiculous. It's all like a conscious decision as well. That's the real concern for me. NewBee actively said, I'm going to come mid 3 times.
Yeah.
And lose all of my jungle camps for these 3 times. And it wasn't even for a gank that looked realistic. It's just to stop Zatai from pressuring Cool.
OQ's actually getting a lot of pressure onto the turret as Crystal starts trying to toss out some harass. Swift is there, but he's trying to clear out his jungle, and he's been spotted out by a ward from SOFM. They will spot him relatively soon if he walks just a little bit further. There they go. As he aggressively leaps onto that ward. And Swift is just desperately trying to catch back up in CS. Snake have got complete control of the tempo in this match. They're moving their ward line forward. They're controlling the side lanes, and here comes Zatai on a roam as well. His teleport is off of cooldown, so he can get back just in time.
Yeah, Zatai is able to even just walk his way up here as well. So this is a potential dive in the top lane. Cool's aware of it, but to get there, he has to run through some risky business. He's lucky he didn't just die to them both. Look at the wards placed on the minimap as well for Snake. This turret is freely able to be pressured, and there is no response directly available from NewBee.
SOFM, just by being a presence, just by standing there,
Flandre's mid.
is zoning NewBee back, yeah. Flandre might be looking to collapse. Zatai follows up. He's got the cast ready. But doesn't catch Cool from the front. That's teleport now being used by V. Zatai is still there as the minions are cleared out. He's got the hook ready, but misses. Field goals right between everyone. Despite the collapse from Swift as well, they were not able to do anything. That's a lot of summoners burnt by NewBee. They're turning onto OQ in the top lane. That's Exhaust. Crystal stalls it out. True Shot Barrage again is going to miss Happy as the arrow finds Crystal in the front. Flandre is there, but that's Wild Growth used. They managed to find SOFM in the mid lane as well. And NewBee collapsed the dynamic trio in the mid lane.
Flandre doesn't have his ultimate, so there's no real dive available in this top lane, and they just catch SOFM for no particular reason. SOFM should have been top lane with Flandre. They should have pressured and got a free dive off, but instead he's trying to kill V and Swift when there is a Syndra nearby. That is pure disrespect, and this is why SOFM has been getting exposed. He is actually the reason why they did not just snowball this game into a victory right now.
getting very greedy and sacrificing that kill, and NewBee calling Snake's bluff and preying on the known weakness of SOFM. Managed to hold on through that terrifying early game. They're still not out of the woods just yet, but they're certainly breathing a little bit easier at this point.
Yeah, definitely. This is the point where they just need to hold on for dear life and ensure that Gold Lead doesn't stretch too far out of control. A Cloud Drake doesn't matter all that much. Just means they can rotate a bit more effectively. They're matching the side lanes. They're equalizing the game.
Ooh, that's the flash out of Crystal as he's almost caught out warding. Luckily, Karma very quick at escaping. Flandre will be able to pressure in this bottom lane and keep V occupied. He's actually a full level down now and down 12 CS as he just catches up and gets level 9 for himself.
So the crazy thing here as well is 2 mechanical mistakes here. One mechanical, one decision making has completely changed the pace of this game. Not into NewBee's hands, but closer to that equilibrium of we're back to square one. Everything is a equal ballpark game.
Red buff is secured by Swift.
That as well. That red buff went to SOFM. Might have an experience advantage still, but Swift ticks over to level 9.
Swift is still there and will sidestep the empowered Bola from SOFM. So not able to get a kill there, and despite all the pressure in the jungle, despite all the pressure in the top lane, they haven't taken anything just yet. SOFM is just being present. He's spotted out by the sweeper.
It's a great sweeper. He is still invisible even though he's in a brush. There he
Yeah,
goes.
will leap onto Swift, gets the initial burst damage before healing himself up. Zatai collapses, Swift retreats, more caught by the stun. Is he going to be the target? He's got wild growth. Flandre did teleport in, but gets stunned from the side as Cool collapses, and Snake's push is stopped. They will be able to take that top tier 1, but they don't get any kills. V is answering on the opposite side of the map.
And those no kills again is actually a big deal. He won't get this turret V. Flandre doesn't have teleport, but Zatai does. So if they choose to send someone down there to protect it, they still have an available member of the team to be able to rotate. He might get the turret unless they teleport, in fact. Realistically, still the right move from Snake. You see Flandre come up with SOFM. There was no summoners actively available for the bottom lane of NewBee. They're making the right calls now. It just took them one too many mistakes.
Yeah. NewBee starting to back up, definitely respecting Snake at this point as blue buff is gifted over to both Zatai and Cool. Cloud Drake is up in 10 seconds, and oh, Happy. You were getting way too greedy for those minions. Zatai is going to chase up to him. There's really not much you can do to escape an Echo. He flashes, he's got heal, and he's still got wild growth, so he actually will be able to make it to the turret.
Bet you look funny now, don't you, Dom?
I certainly do.
No,
I didn't realize that Mora was on his way.
Yeah, so Happy actually got both of his summoners back up in that duration of after just surviving.
Yeah.
So he's lucky enough to have them up now. Of course,
he's let off with a warning
that,
at this point, yeah.
Still means he has to use them to get out alive. Zatai now going to a side lane. Flandre, if he chooses to as well, means they can 1-3-1. This is something we haven't mentioned, but Snake's team composition is entirely capable of doing this. However, V has a plan. V's plan is to build Banner of Command.
Yes.
And prevent both of them from being able to split this.
They're going to try to collapse onto Crystal here. He doesn't have any flash, and they're able to nuke him down. Teleport onto the ward just behind SOFM. He's got a bowl already, but he eats a snare. Depth charge, but he's knocked up as well. But stealth, Hook is going to follow up. No amount of stealth is going to prevent you from escaping this. He tries to turn and leap over, then the cast separates. V continues to follow. His True Shot Barrage is there, and that's another one. V, relentless, chases SOFM down. That's 2 kills to NewBee, but they sacrifice their pressure top.
Yeah, they get rid of the top lane turret for Zatai here, so he's actually going to have enough time you'd expect to take it down, so they just look to trade objectives. One gives gold, so still Snake creeping into that lead ever more so with every engage, and unfortunately Flandre can't hit the miracle keg to save his jungler after their support is already dead. So a real tragedy for Snake here. It's small things ultimately undoing what is a lot of positives from this team, something we have been waiting to see for a little while.
Yeah. They finally got the Frankenstein monster in the right shape. Two legs, 2 arms ahead, but it's just a little weak at the seams right now. With that, it is 3 turrets to 0 in favor of Snake and about a 2,500 gold advantage. NewBee have got that gold on the map if they ever get the opportunity to take it. But so far, it's Snake who have been responding just a little bit faster in taking these objectives despite these mistakes that they're making.
The good thing as well, though, if you are NewBee just trying to hold on for your lives, is that V just got kills after going for a reasonably inefficient laning build path, so he'll have more money. He'll actually have a fair amount of control in that lane. The mid laner of Cool is farming well still. He has a lot of damage and his items completed. As SOFM really wanted that ward more than he wanted the free kill of Moore.
Moore was way out of position. He's an actual support. He shouldn't be getting caught out.
No, Moore does this plenty. That's why he's a Brawl player.
Okay. Yeah.
You know that. He gets caught out plenty, even
Yeah.
as TCT. That was the one downfall.
Yeah,
I played Analyst. So I am not caught. You're all caught. Because I don't die.
This was a fight that I meant to engage.
Yeah.
As 4 people pounce onto me, you fall into my open arms.
SOFM also timing his Raptors as if he has never changed.
Yeah. Very, very farm aggressive in this map. NewBee actually group up as 5, but there's no answer to Zatai. The 4-1 split of Snake is starting to pull NewBee apart.
Here's the thing. The strategy from NewBee right now is place Banner of Command in one lane, send V to the other, and be a 4-man unit. If they ever 1-3-1, you engage. They're not really finding that 1-3-1 or stopping it very successfully, so the turrets are taking damage constantly. Zatai is creeping the gold lead up for Snake ever so slowly, because an Ashe can't 1v1. There's no way.
I mean, I was wrong about Ashe escaping Echo earlier.
Yeah, but a 1v1 against an Echo?
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to hit your arrow as he's going to ult with no health. But then it'd be ulting on top of you anyway.
Just hard read.
You'd have to, like, not just hard read. Zatai would have to make a mistake.
We've seen worse things. SOFM getting a little bit too greedy in this matchup. Crystal getting caught out warding.
I can't rule it out.
As it is, however, Zatai will not find this one-on-one that he's looking for, as Moore will support his AD carry, as any support should, setting up supplementary vision.
That guy needs experience. He's not getting it.
Zatai?
More. He's level 7.
Yeah.
He really needs experience.
He's trying to get level 2 to...
Happy's level 10 right
ultimate.
now, and he's behind OQ. So the thing is, like, because Snake are slowly winning the map, Crystal will have more experience.
Wow, that Bola hitbox.
So Moore needs to spend more time in lane. If he continues to roam around as a 2v2, he will continue to fall behind.
I mean, it is patch 7.4. He does get more experience whenever there are kills, as SOFM sets up with the ultimate. Camps right on top of the blue buff and starts it out. The arrow finds Crystal. He's got both of the summoners. Swift in the front is going to deal a lot of damage, but doesn't have enough as Moore gets executed by Zatai. Teleport completed from Flandre. Collapses onto Swift and pins him to the wall. He dashes over the far side, but with OQ pursuing, he does not stand a chance.
And there it is for Snake. They actually get the fight. This time NewBee are the ones trying to actually say go. It doesn't work as planned. V not really even there at all. And the Echo, I think that was the biggest differentiator there. Zatai actually placing the sphere down perfectly, getting the right stun off at the right time. The fact that Crystal doesn't die means everything's coming up sunshine and rainbows for Snake.
Well...
Nope, Scott, don't dispute this one. All right, give me that.
There's certainly sunshine.
And rainbows.
I feel like we're getting a little optimistic with this setup here, Rusty.
This is great. Everything's great, Dom.
We've got to evaluate a little more appropriately.
Snake are winning. This is great.
You're right. In the break, I did say, even if they don't look for wins, they have to show us some sort of improvement and growth, and they are doing that.
They currently have an AD carry playing support.
So I can't,
and they're winning.
Harp on myself here. NewBee are setting up in the mid lane, but once again, Thrill of the Hunt from SOFM is going to zone them away as he finds himself on the flanking position. And despite the fact that Snake are winning, NewBee are still looking for plays.
Yeah.
They just can't find anything.
Thing is, like, 5K is good, right? And we can praise Snake all we want for playing better than they have been, but that's not saying anything.
Sure.
NewBee are still a late game team fighting team.
Yeah.
They still want to get to that 5-man unit. They still want to just scale as best they can. Look for the 1-50-50 fight late game. They are very capable of doing that. They're not quite WE levels of I'm going to turtle until late game. They will actually try and make things happen. There's a chance that they are their own undoing in that instance. But if they get to that late game fight, like, you can never count NewBee out of a game in the LPL. They will always try and find a way to get there.
Yeah. They do still retain that sort of classic sense from old school Xiaogu, as SOFM just going to harass Bully on the way out, probably feeling pretty good to be moving around the map so effectively, finally returning to that jungle position in a competitive match, as Swift a full level down on the opposite side of the map when Infernal Dragon spawns. There's not a lot of opportunity for NewBee to contest this, so they're going to be forced to give it over. Snake take the second dragon of the game. Oop, they've got Crystal, manages to eat the stun and goes down to Swift. Not even the full unleashed power is enough to kill it off. But here comes the rest of Snake. They got the Infernal Dragon. They've got priority on that mid lane. He's thinking about it. Swift is standing in the front. But the rest of Snake collapse onto the mid tier 1. Finally, they're going to break it down. They make the proper call. Instead of diving aggressively, hunting down kills, they take the turret instead.
By SOFM pressing his ultimate is keeping them busy. They want V. And it feels like V wants them still in some way, but he absolutely cannot look for this because he's completely caught out by himself.
Yeah, it's 5 versus 4 right now, but Snake are still really strong. Crystal is racing out of his base to catch up with his team. And the fight will eventually start to disengage as the teams complete recalls. 5,000 gold in favor of Snake. Slowly but surely, they're increasing their gold lead. And NewBee have got to start wondering if they can make it to that late game team fight.
They definitely will have to wonder, but they've got the Ash Arrow. They can get themselves through mid game with a pick composition that they put together for themselves. It's objectives now. Can they prevent Snake from getting a Baron as we creep towards that stage of the game? If they can prevent that, or if they can steal that, however they choose to do it, that's pretty much what keeps them in this.
That's going to necessitate a lot of vision, however, and taking a look at the map right now, Snake are the ones who are controlling vision around Baron. They've got a few flanking wards set up as well. Taking a look at the map for NewBee, they've got one ward on the far side, on the bottom side of that mid tier 2 turret, another one just behind the red buff, and then a control ward to keep an eye on any sort of flanks.
But they have got control wards to place, so when they find some time, which they are struggling to get because SOFM's contesting everything, if they do find some time, they will have enough necessary vision. The control wards are what is adequate to me. And because they're not taking the Baron, it's not that bad yet. Once the Baron actually gets contested from Snake, that's when this vision becomes infinitely more important.
Yeah, now Snake are setting up some vision around that Baron. They are contesting the freshly placed wards of NewBee. Somebody's going to have to deal with Zatai in the top lane, and with Flandre already setting up bottom with his teleport ready, NewBee have got a limited window to use here.
There's a banner of command minion somewhere that's about to die. It's just going to take an awful long time. So that's why V is here. Every time you see him grouped, generally you'll see the item on cooldown.
SOFM is flanking right now. He does have his ultimate.
So is Zatai.
Flandre manages to group up, detouring from the bottom lane. But NewBee just call it quits once they see that the fire starts to get a little bit too hot.
Yeah, and they're okay with this. They can continue to disengage and just collect waves as they crash towards their turrets. Everything's perfectly fine for NewBee to just sit back and want to hit that late game. We're still highlighting Snake. Can they get the objective? Is it the right decision? And do they set up for it properly? They have now cleared the vision for the second time of NewBee in the red side jungle. The pit is completely clear, and they're waiting for NewBee to face check.
I love that they're side by side, just outside of vision for each other. Legitimately hilarious.
The thing is, 2 blue trinkets and an Ash hawk shot means that baiting for vision, like trying to bait for the Baron being done, is
That's
kinda
hilarious.
silly. Unless you're like super flanked.
That's straight out of a Looney Tunes cartoon. Like, they're back to back. They're never going to find me. The only way it could have been better is if they were both on opposite sides of the red buff. Literally the 2 brushes side by side. But instead, everybody backs away. The tension sort of diffuse. NewBee once again find themselves in the mid lane. Looks like Flandre's on his way there as well as OQ tries to pick up a red buff. V finally has his teleport ready for something. And with Zatai shoving a minion wave top, NewBee once again call it quits.
Ash Arrow. All right, I don't know how this is going to work, but they've got him. They have got 4 people on top of him. So
do they have him, or does he have them? They follow up with another stun, still holding on to the unleashed power. Teleport being used from Flandre and completed. V is zoning outside of the front.
Swift actually aggroes the Krugs as well.
There are pings going forward mid. Snake are just stalling this out as they bring OQ and the minion wave onto that tier 2 turret. They catch V on the rotation, but he is so tanky. Zatai eats a big hit. He got the chrono break off, but that's only going to do so much. Cask reset from a huge flank. More goes down as Swift is going to get knocked straight up by the blast cone. He's going to try to make it over the wall, but Zatai follows. There's not enough to kill Swift, and that's going to be V saving his jungler. Cool is getting some shots on the side as Redemption tops Snake off, but they did find the pick onto the support.
But they've got enough damage done to the side of NewBee that they can still look towards starting off this Baron. So they will go over, they kick it off immediately. However, the teleport's there from V. They've got their jungler alive in Swift. Cool and Happy is still there if they can get there in time, and they are rotating. They're aware it's being done.
Yeah, there's the teleport being tossed in. Happy has got his arrow ready, but he's low mana. 1,500 health. Cool is there. Swift makes it over. He steals it! Oh my god, NewBee steal the Baron. Swift is tethered against. He will finally drop to SOFM, but V is going to punish as many members as he can. Knocked back by the Scat of the Week. Happy is cleaning this fight up, and NewBee win the ensuing fight, and they have got the Baron.
As if this wasn't going to happen magically, NewBee, they get a team fight by Snake being the first ones to genuinely force this. Zatai's got a big flank. He is potentially going to kill Cool. We'll see how this pans out, however, as that's risky business going for anything like this.
Yeah, Chrono breaks and rejects that right out. Finally, the second turret of the game for NewBee at the 28-minute mark as they get now a third on top of it. And start to finally open this map up. Here's the play again.
Ash Arrow onto SOFM is the big thing here as well, because in the middle of that stun duration, you can still smite, I believe, but Swift gets an auto at the same time as his smite. So, and this stun from Cool, saving his life by killing us, like everything that NewBee just did to execute on this chaotic nonsense that just breaks out is always perfect. Like, I don't know how they managed to do this, but when every individual member of NewBee doesn't have to think for the rest of their team, they win a team fight.
Yeah. Whoa. Cask to save that red buff, but Cool is going to keep it with him. This is mine.
Oh, no.
And, Brambleback is going to hold. Oh, he can't make it away in time.
Usain Bolt was trying to get back to his pit, but they did enough damage. NewBee now with a Baron buff. They've brought the gold lead back to nothing. They've got all of the item spikes as well as the important thing, Dom. Like, they are in a position. They haven't won the game by getting that.
Yeah.
But they're now in this position where they can absolutely win the game with one more team fight.
Despite the fact that Snake played a very good early game and opened themselves up to a 5,000 advantage, NewBee just played the game that they're known for. They waited, they baited out openings to try to stall until their own power spikes and bait the enemy team into making a mistake, and that's exactly what Snake did.
Just remember as well, when I say mechanical execution is the difference between Snake having won the game at like 15 minutes and now this happening is the same thing all over again. If they actually got those kills onto the members of NewBee, if Swift died instead of living on 10 health because they executed better with Flandre's ultimate, or OQ's Q that may have missed. Like, these small things actually amount to that Baron being stolen. That amounts to a 5k gold lead becoming what is now 700, and now brings NewBee back into a position where they can win this game in a game where they should not have. It's just like amazing how such a small detail that happens over and over then amounts to an entire game potentially.
With this, NewBee perhaps looking to crush the hopes of Snake fans once again. They're already up one game in this series and are looking to turn it into a quick 2-0 stomp as they are now pressing forward on the map. Flandre is flanking on a far lane, but with the Baron buff being maneuvered around so quickly by NewBee, they're just slowly but surely taking objectives. They've got minions pressing down mid, but Zatai was able to reset top. So despite the initial push success from NewBee, they haven't been able to find too much afterwards outside of that top tier 1 that Happy got earlier.
Exactly, so they do have to reset one more time, control side lanes and try and actually set themselves up as Swift is well out of position.
He's racing forward, he doesn't have flash.
Ah, you cooked it.
Here comes Cool. Yeah.
Did he think he was in range? I don't know.
SOFM?
Find out on the next episode of SOFM Z.
Did he just chuck the bowler blind?
Yeah, he threw the bowler without actually jumping.
I was looking at the mini-map there, expecting V or perhaps Flandre to, in case a fight were to break out.
V actually doesn't want a fight to happen there, so Swift just needed to run for his life. If he died, so be it. The reason that he doesn't want to fight is because he wants to actually place a Banner of Command minion in this lane
That's just
when
cruel.
the next cannon arrives. So, okay, logically speaking, right, the way you match a ZZ Rock Portal is by getting one yourself.
Yeah.
The way you match a Banner of Command is by getting one yourself. So if anyone ever gets one, well, you have to match fire with fire in this instance. There's no such thing as getting water to beat that.
Smite.
Yeah.
Unless you pull your jungler over, but that's a pretty heavy investment.
And it's in a tank off that I reference this as well because physical damage dealers obviously take it out.
Yeah.
It's the right decision from Nautilus to get one, and he's now going to do this himself. So
There goes that
his
Banner
best
of
decision
Command.
and what we've been seeing from V so far is he'll place this down, he'll pressure this wave, he'll either go to a side lane or they'll take turrets.
Yeah, NewBee are actually rotating as a unit down towards that bottom lane. That's a very large minion wave that V is escorting forward. They don't have Baron buff anymore. That fell off a long time ago. But it's going to take a lot to clear out this bannered cannon minion. And now that it's under the turret and V is even tanking it, they're able to break down this bottom tier 2 turret. SOFM is in the mid lane for some reason, which means
Why
that
is
he
he
is
mid?
very far away. Zatai is reacting faster than him, but he could be looking for a flank here. No, he's pinging back to the mid. NewBee are backing away.
Yeah, so by NewBee backing away, Snake can now call the bluff effectively and at least push towards this middle lane. It'll be Zatai and SOFM who do this. No Drake, no Baron, no objectives. It'll be just kills and a free turret ultimately gained. Unless SOFM decides he wants a kill.
Yeah, Pop's thrill of the hunt for just a bit of vision as Happy and Moore did complete their recall, racing towards the mid lane. They're going to catch that wave. 80 seconds up until Baron respawns, and Snake are desperately racing around to set up some vision, start pressuring some side waves. As Zatai goes top, you've got
top's
teleport
pressured.
ready from Flandre.
Where's the Banner minion? Oh, it's not there yet. He placed one bottom. Okay.
Yeah, he placed a bottom.
So here's the thing. Now, with all of this time, with 1 minute till Baron is set up, Snake actually have control of every wave, including the middle one right now. Cool's probably going to go up and clear there, and then he'll set up to try and get there with the team. This is time wasted and resources spent where they can't actually be getting vision as a team, because if they leave that top wave, it takes a turret. If they leave that bottom lane, it takes a turret. They have to respect that fact, and so V now has to go down there, and he's going to be busy forever clearing that minion.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds now for that Baron.
This means Flandre can group though.
Brief window of opportunity. SOFM gets a recall. He's going to finish off a Randuin to get 2 more longswords for some additional damage. Recall now looks to be finishing out of Zatai, but he's got teleport with red buff on OQ. Snake have got their eyes on the prize,
But
and
they're
they
still
are all
choosing
set
not
up.
to do it. Like, they're set up, but they had an opportunity with those minions there. They could have maybe looked for something. A Gragas flash engage or a keg is sufficient. He is their best engage tool, so whenever they actually have time to alleviate pressure in Flandre's lanes, they can actually utilize him to be the one thing that they have for engage. He has his summoners up. Like, Snake was set to go. They were feeling good. And then they decided that it wasn't what they wanted.
Yeah.
They chickened out.
The engine was on, but nobody was in the driver's seat. That's Ocean Drake being turned onto by NewBee. They're going to see that happening, and despite this, Snake continue to hesitate. They set up some vision all across the Baron, perhaps looking for a death rush here, but with a blue trinket on Happy, along with that hawk shot, he's going to spot out the rest of Snake, and suddenly they're the ones on the back
This is
foot.
great. So 1-3-1 right now is absolutely being brute forced by NewBee. They've got the hawk shot to see the Baron's not being done anyway, and they just go straight down this middle lane. That's teleports forced by at least one. But they still have their top laner right now of the Echo going for the turret. This is really dangerous from NewBee.
Oh, the arrow catches Crystal. Cask is going to knock Swift in. He tries to dash back, but he eats a lot of damage. He's going to use the collateral damage to group up with his team as Power Unleashed is not going to be enough to kill Flandre. The minion wave was long since
dying.
cleared. There's the True Shot Barrage. Zatai is on the inhibitor right now, and NewBee are not able to break this down. Cool, it's a big hit. He's going to have to back away from this as Snake get the better of this trade. Zatai is going to clear out the rest of these minions. He's actually still going on to the Nexus turret. Oh my gosh, Snake are calling the bluff of NewBee's bluff. This is insane. NewBee, they're still wasting their time. There he goes. Now he's teleporting to Baron. That's recall out of cool to get himself back in the Nexus. SOFM is trying to leap over the wall here.
Now the turret will still die. Snake could have just straight gone for that Baron, and that would have been the pretty much the final straw there. But because they don't get it, they have to slow down. Cool now has to reveal himself, so they will go for the Baron again. It's about what can NewBee do knowing all of this information. Do they cause a check in here? Like, can Swift come in one more time? He's not really close just yet.
Happy's there. He's got the arrow. Swift doesn't have a smite. He just used it. It's going to be brute force, but Snake don't know that. They decide to turn on the Moore instead. He ends up going down, but the cast now finds V. He's in the front, and Happy is separated from his team. Saved over the wall by Cool. Happy is exhausted, but finally will go down. Flandre falls in answer, but will it be enough? He's got the Guardian Angel popped. It's all up to Cool. SOFM is right there. V is going to try to keep him safe. 2 versus 5. Does NewBee have what it takes, or will they give this win over to Snake?
It doesn't look like they could end the game here. Cool still being alive. There's no minion presence in the top side of the map to actually threaten the game being over. And Snake could have went straight towards the Baron, but SOFM has no health. Honestly, because Cool and V are alive, they're 2 members besides Swift that can still impact this map. They need to defend bottom, though. I still think Snake should have went for that Baron.
Yeah, they decide not to, and perhaps some hesitance. And I might be getting ahead of myself, but this is turning into a good game.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourself.
Okay.
No, they're getting pretty intense here, Dom, and finally they decide
Yeah, once
in
again,
vision that they're going to hit the Baron.
Swift is still dead. Minions are going forward. Happy's going to try to clean it up. He's got the arrow ready. Cool is on the way, but there is just no answer. NewBee have got to give it up for dead. Snake at the bottom of the standings. I can't repeat this enough. Worst win-loss ratio in the LPL. This team has been falling apart. Now finally finding at least some semblance of the team that we used to love.
And I like that they played that safe as well. Swift was the last person to die on the side of NewBee. So by going back to base, they had enough time, they said, to go for it. Side lane control was there. I don't like that Cool decided to defend mid lane when nobody was killing it instead of pushing out that bottom lane. Whatever the decision making was behind this means that 2 people end up on the bottom side of the map. And now the Baron buff is there for free. Now it gets spicy for NewBee.
It certainly does. They're going to have to defend against a terrifying setup from Snake. And all the tier 2s that they took earlier are certainly going to start paying off as the top inhibitor is going to have super minions slowly shoving in. Zatai keeping them occupied as the remaining 4 members of Snake break down that middle tier 2 turret and they continue to press forward.
Flandre can also go through the top lane, empower the Baron minions so they have to defend the Nexus, but he can also threaten a dive then because he doesn't have to use flash, he has a flank.
Zatai almost solo kills Swift as he pops that Sterix gauge. And there's just no answer to Zatai right
with
now.
the Echo.
He gets some huge damage onto the turret.
Whoa.
Cool gets a big chunk with the Thunderlords, but he's got the Chrono Break. True Shot Barrage is not
Now
enough to
middle
kill
get
Cool,
broken
but
right
he's
now.
backed away. Bottom has been cracked by Zatai, who turns onto V. Middle is going to be broken by the rest of Snake as well. That's all 2 bear inhibs. The arrow is going to miss OQ as he flashes. Doesn't even waste the time with the Arcane Shift. And Flandre trying to keep V out of this fight. He's massive, but there's nothing he can do. Cool is healed up, and NewBee are forced to make a final stand under their Nexus as the inhibitor itself goes down. V finds a hook onto Crystal instead of OQ, not the target he wants. Cask knocks him back in. No matter how massive that Nautilus is, he has to respect this huge damage out of Snake.
And Snake look like they want it back, except for SOFM because he just wants to hang out. And it looks like 1 more reset's what it's going to take. 3 inhibitors. Teleport's still there for the man who just recoil. Yeah, they're still going for this end.
They've
Here
still
they
got
go.
Baron for 90 seconds, and the next minion waves are pushing in. After a brief respite, the Eye of the Storm has passed. Now NewBee needs to weather the terror that is this late-game Snake lineup. Finally pulling themselves back together. They're going to use the Baron-empowered minions here.
They need to protect Cool and Happy. Those 2 have to do damage, or it is over.
True Shot Barrage finds Swift. Cool is chunked down to half. He's backing away. Double Redemption is layered. Zatai goes in. He's going to be knocked up in CC lock. He's going to get the GA pop, but the Nexus is laid bare. Do they have enough to drop this, or are they going to try to take the fight instead? They turn it back, and NewBee managed to land the stun. SOFM finds Cool and assassinates him. Moore will get the silence as Happy tries to follow up, but the Nexus is undefended, and Zatai is dead. This is 4 versus 4 right here, as they are just trying to hold on for their lives. Happy is going off. He is going huge right now. Doesn't have enough and is denied the exhaust. Flandre follows up. He can't get in.
What?
And this is Happy still alive. OQ is probing with these Mystic shots. Super Minions are on the
OQ's ending the
Nexus
game.
with the Baron buff. Happy is healed, and Swift goes down. OQ will do what Snake could not for the past 2 weeks. And finally, Snake take a win against a team. This is finally Snake bringing us to game 3.
Tell you what, it couldn't have been harder for Snake though, right?
Oh
They had to
my
get a
goodness.
Baron stall and they had to delay the game by 10 whole minutes, but they finally did get a victory, so kudos to them. SOFM even had to make sure he dies at the end in his signature fashion, but that looked a lot better. Everything that they did was better than what we have seen from them for the past whole week. So there are signs of life in this roster. They do still want to win.
Yes, they certainly do. Now, joining us back on the desk is going to be Indiana Frosker in black. Welcome back.
Oh, hello.
So, Snake, they're taking us to game number 3 against NewBee.
Yeah, in a very kind of tug of war, back and forth fashion. Now the gold map, you can definitely see that tug of war. That is a huge drop off as the Baron steal came in there from Swift. Massive, clutch play there. And like you said, Rusty, it was really that Baron steal coming in for NewBee that stalled out the game 10 minutes because Snake should have ended that so much earlier.
You can see the exact moment the throw happened by the gold graph.
Yeah.
NewBee did do well at least to have that one fight, and you can see again a lot of positive signs for what NewBee can offer, but they just didn't have it in the early game. A lot of poor decisions in the early game caused Snake to get these advantages, and at the end of the day, they had enough. They had a team comp that can close a game out successfully.
Perhaps a bit of disrespect from NewBee to allow them to get that composition. Rengar, then you've got the very self-sufficient bottom lane, but then the Gragas and Echo. I mean, Zatai went off as well.
Yeah, and I really want to kind of start in the early game, particularly around that Rengar pick. So the thing is early game when you have the Rengar, you want to farm him up into level 6. And so there's this massive window where Swift can completely snowball the game out of control, contest, put the Rengar down, and that's literally not what happened at all. Swift just on circus repeat just kept walking mid lane. Zatai was basically 2v1, just this exact play, just watch this literally 5 times, and this was the early game, and it never works out. Zatai just walks away. And yeah, like you said, Rusty and Cass, it is giving these small advantages over into cool, but ultimately, if you're not hitting the hard CC, if you're not finding the snowball for Syndra, just walk it into the jungle. Just find the Rengar. Stop visiting mid lane. Go somewhere else. Do something else.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with it as well. They just consistently come in.
And again, this isn't that exact play that we just saw. This is a completely different play. Looks exactly the same, but again, Zatai is just absorbing so much of Swift's time and energy there. I wonder if we're going to go for round 3. I was like, producer, just grab me just chain all 4 of them together, and we'll just back to back to back. But the thing is once Swift loses control of the early game and Rengar is able to kind of ramp into mid game, get his ultimate, that's when he starts popping off. SOFM throws it back by getting caught in that mid lane fight when he tries to get the pick off, and instead of going for the dive, that was the big snowball opportunity. I was like, no, Snake, please, you have it. It's set up for you. NewBee screwed up the early game. It's time for you to start popping off. And then classic SOFM.
Decided to try and fight a Nautilus opposed to diving
Single-handedly.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He's like, Ashe, Nautilus. Which one do I want more? Nautilus.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
He's a little bit bigger than the plate there, but I feel like that was the theme of the entire game. Even at the end where he was single-handedly flanking on the side by the Nexus while the rest of his team was having a fight, he was looking for the pick around the back.
Yeah, but it's totally fine because the shining light of the team was Zatai. Well, where SOFM was kind of losing direction, losing attention, it was Zatai consistently on that Echo, either through the split push pressure that he was applying, taking that top lane inhib and forcing them to pull the bluff on the Baron, or even at the blue buff fight where things finally went right for Snake. The thing is Snake had thrown, they'd stalled out because SOFN didn't get the snowball, so they looked for the team fight here, and again, it's really Zatai that just sets this up so well. I will say that it was a great exhaust to save Crystal's, or to stall out Crystal's demise and save his life right there because it ate up so much burst damage, and then Zatai and Flandre just run through the rest of the fight. And this was really the breaking point for Snake, where SOFM had thrown the ball back into NewBee's corner after their failed early game by getting caught mid-game. That's where Zatai's like, okay, Flandre, team up with me. We're cracking this one open.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing, again, the signs of life, the positives. They are able to make these decisions. They are able to team fight and keep up with a team like NewBee who excel at that exact thing, and they have the capabilities to get these victories, but it's also, once again, still clouded by these potential negatives. Going for that mid lane fight instead of diving bottom, and having the Baron team fight instead of either baiting for it or setting up for it a little bit better and having it stolen. a nice mixture. Ultimately, they do still get a victory though, so like I'm happy to call that a big positive compared to what we've seen.
But the thing is this feels like Snake week 2. Like, it's nice that we kind of went back to that iteration, but because it took us so long to get back to that kind of roster, like, again, normally they would be so much farther ahead or so much more matured in their strategy, but we're still just so basic right now.
Yeah, MVP that game is going to go to Zatai. We've just heard all of his accolades from Frosco here. 4, 1, and 3. A whopping 64% kill participation.
The god has returned. He played
Yes.
amazing on Echo. Now, the thing is, when Zatai changed his career over into a top laner, he was literally the only top laner in the LPL who could successfully split push. Glad to see that is still alive when he's playing back in the mid lane. But we now just had a back-to-back MVP to Cool popping off on LeBlanc, and now into Zatai. Like, forget my Beauty and the Beast, but this is like a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Zatai versus Cool.
The stakes have certainly been raised for the mid lane. We've seen how volatile it can get once somebody starts to pop off, even just a little bit, between Zatai and Cool. Now, wouldn't it just be hilarious if they brought in Tank and just let it sort of all fizzle out?
God, I hope not, because that means someone else has to go. And
Don't
he would
joke.
fine. Yeah, it's not a laughing matter. right
Exactly.
now.
So Snake finally taking a step in the right direction, returning to the success that they saw just a few weeks ago. The question is, can they do it once again in game number 3? We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When the nights were long and the sky was painted black, had a broken soul. Then you came along, and I'm never looking back. Made a house a home. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Now I'm letting go. When I lost it all, no tomorrow, no way out. Couldn't take no more. No. Suddenly you're here, and I never need to doubt. Nothing left to fear. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly, never been so high. Now I'm letting go. Oh, now I'm starting over. Gonna take it all. You're the one I've chosen. Never let you go. You're my one and only. You're my one and only. I feel like
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final game of the night. Game 3 between NewBee and Snake. We saw NewBee crush in game number 1 against a very curious roster for Snake. And in game number 2, Snake swapped back to something a little bit more standard and actually took their first win in almost 2 weeks right now. Snake finally showing some signs of life.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I can't help but be happy for Snake. You have to, feel bad after a week and a half of really, really poor performances,
Yeah.
but mostly because they're poor performances to expectations. We always expect a lot of a team like Snake. We've seen them do really well. The rosters haven't changed enough for us to have low expectations of this team, so it's finally good to see the positives again.
And again, coming into the LPL, like, everyone was looking, when we heard what Snake's roster was going to be, we're like, damn,
Yeah.
that's going to be amazing. In our power rankings, we ranked them so high. We've always had mad respect for SOFM, and he played much better that game. There was that scary moment, though, where he returned to kind of like that mid-game or that mid lane late game push, and I was literally just having like a heart attack backstage. I was like, no, SFM,
Yeah.
don't, please,
When
no.
they were NewBee were sieging bottom, and he was just
Oh.
randomly mid, catching minions.
It was just, I was,
It ended up working. I mean, they set the minions back. NewBee had to give away the siege as the tie collapsed.
Here's the thing. I wonder if that was shot calling errors from the side of NewBee, though. Like they very much aware that there's a 1-3-1 in place from Snake. That was pretty clear. They were in that split pushing, I guess, situation for quite a while.
Yeah.
They decided that instead of putting a banner of command minion in a lane and then putting their top laner in the other lane, in which case they should have put it in Zatai's lane to slow him down, they actually pushed with it. And so like small things like that actually compounded into this really big decision-making area that cost them an inhibitor and ultimately the game.
And that's something that you mentioned a whole lot during the match itself, was that this is a game of inches. We saw the fact that Snake were able to take an early lead, but they just couldn't quite convert a kill, or they couldn't quite convert a turret here and there. And that's what allowed NewBee to make that sort of mid-game surge back once again. And then those same mistakes from NewBee's perspective is what ended up tossing the game right back over. So we're down to game number 3 right now. The table has been reset. Snake finally back in form. NewBee still looking good. The teams have got to reset.
the thing is the guys who have been moving them the inches over the line to make the difference. I'm glad to see are still in their position on the roster. OQ and Satai are having phenomenal performances right now. OQ, you know, being the Ezreal, stepping up, ending the game when it needed to be done, especially when he's, you know, having trouble communicating with the team. You can only imagine what kind of lengths that they go to talk to each other.
Yeah.
That said, from Red side, I don't know. It's hard to call. I'm waiting on the side of Snake just because I like this version of their roster. But really, if Cool gets a good priority pick on mid lane, I think that's really just kind of what's swinging us right now. You know, last game, Zatai got the counter pick because he got the Echo. It goes their way. The first game, Cool got the priority pick. He gets the OP, overtuned LeBlanc, and the game goes his way. So I think the mid lane matchup is what's going to tell us who's going to break even here.
Yeah, we'll certainly keep an eye on Cool versus Zatai. Both of them have gotten MVPs in Game 1 and Game 2. And who's going to close it out and take game number 3's MVP and really take this set? We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Frosco as she will join us from the analyst desk afterwards as we get ready. Picks and bans are already on your screen. Ziggs and LeBlanc are the first two, along with Graves finally stricken from the board.
And whilst we go through these bans as well, I just want to highlight that like mid lane MVP-worthy performances are flanked by these junglers. And I think the one thing we should see in this draft phase that changes is actually like an early pressured jungler, something like a Lee Sin actually to be seen, or even a Kha'Zix who can do the same thing that a Graves can early, but a little bit better in the way of ganking. I think we should see one of those from either SOFM or Swift really tip the balance in favor of them.
Question is it going to be that Rengar focused out? Is it going to be that Kha'Zix? We've got 10 seconds left for their final ban. Do they risk the Rengar? Do they first pick it for themselves? They're actually going to ban away OQ's Varus in the bottom lane. So knowing they've got first pick, let's see if Snake will fall into that trap.
Yeah, burning the Varus. I mean, Snake could opt into a Rengar ban, but as we said before, you know, Kha'Zix is there, so maybe SOFM's okay with playing Kha'Zix into the Rengar with Graves gone. That's the top 3 junglers at the moment. There's also an Elise, so if he chooses to ban the Rengar, he should know that he has a champion pool available to him. It's a decision-making thing. Do we want to get rid of an AD carry or a support or a mid laner that is going to ruin a comp? So, as an example, Lulu means they now have to pick the Rengar, or they don't have to pick the Rengar and actually risk not having an answer to it.
Yeah, Lulu is the ban, and Rengar is the immediate follow-up from NewBee. So, seems like they've got their priorities straight.
They're listening. However, there's a response of a Karma. Crystal looked good on the Karma. I don't know if he can play more than one support as an AD carry main, but this one was okay. So I'm not surprised that they early prioritized this champion. Alongside that, however, I think OQ should be fine with his own role, but I'd pick a jungler just because you don't want to have to reveal anything.
Sure. Instead, Snake are going to reveal that bottom lane. Once again, set OQ up on that Ezreal and give him a Karma flank to further support and enable OQ.
Yeah, so they pick it so that NewBee can't. Happy is a good Ezreal player. By putting it onto OQ, they don't have to reveal their jungler just yet. The reason that they don't need to reveal it is because they can see what NewBee's is. However, they do want to pick it in the 3rd rotation, which means NewBee now have the capabilities of pinching other roles. So if they don't go for the bottom lane, which they haven't, and now kind of throws a spanner in the works for Snake. What is our 3rd pick before the next ban phase?
certainly going to raise some eyebrows here as Nami is the final pickup for Moore in the bottom lane. So locking down that support very early on. It's a very early Nami in the draft.
Yeah, it is, but it had to be one of the two from the bottom lane, I guess. Now it means that AD carries can get pinched by Snake against NewBee if they choose, but I also expect the jungler, so the Kha'Zix locked in there is the one thing that does make sense. Now we see what they focus.
So Snake putting SOFM back on that assassin in the jungle, going to be all over the place.
Get rid of the
Shin,
Shin.
is the follow-up. With Camille picked up for V, is it going to be a double top lane ban to enable that Camille, or perhaps...
And game number 1 was Fiora Shen as the two bans.
Yeah.
So V was pretty comfortable in that matchup. Like, he didn't have a great time against Renekton. Perhaps they ban the Renekton just because of that alone, but Shen and Fiora are the two that they should look towards to get rid of the matchup. Flandre, it's known that Fiora can play into Camille and match split pushing, and Flandre is a very good split pusher. Him and Zatai actually worked quite well.
On those side lanes, very strong with those independent champions. With Ashe to follow up, it's double 80 carry ban towards Happy. And
Yep.
you can see NewBee thinking about that final ban.
I guess the question is how pinched as well Happy's going to be. So does he go towards the Caitlyn, or does he actually just go full Uzi and pick something like a Tristana? Happy does play it, by the way.
Yeah.
He doesn't play Vayne like Uzi does, though. Just saying.
Not a lot of people play Vayne like Uzi does. Not a lot of people play any champions the way Uzi does.
Thank God.
Fiora is the final ban, so they are setting up that top lane once again.
So now does Snake go towards the Renekton immediately, or do they actually prioritize a mid laner like the Syndra for Zatai? He showed that he was fine on Echo.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs to. There you go.
Yeah, Gragas going to be picked once, this time into Camille. Very fun interaction. The Hextech Ultimatum and the Explosive Cast kind of nullify each other.
Which actually favors V, so I'm not too sold on the Gragas matchup into it. I mean, it's okay, right? Like, Gragas has lots of sustain, Gragas has lots of crowd control. He shouldn't die, but he doesn't have the same amount of control that a Renekton has, or the sustain that a Renekton has, or even the damage. He's definitely lacking in a lot of respects there in comparison. But he has crowd control. He has lots of that.
Well, he's going to have to toss it into a spell shield, as Happy is going to pick up Sivir for his final AD carry, and currently Rise is the hover from NewBee, as Snake decided to give that final pick priority over to Zatai in the mid lane. He's going to have to answer Cool's Rise.
With Cassiopeia. Damn. All right, I tried. Now, there's still plenty of mid lane options there for Zatai. He can pick for like winning lane like the caster. He can pick in control mage that goes equal in lane. And then you look at their team composition, what he actually wants from it. Cassiopeia is a little bit too defensive, or too, difficult even to execute on. This makes it simple. You have Kha'Zix and you have Gragas that can go in and disrupt the team. Orianna also disrupts the team with not direct stuns as crowd control, but actual movement impairment spells, which is a cool thing that Snake now have going for them. You can't cleanse it.
Yeah, they've got a lot of crowd control, some pretty long-range damage from both Zatai and OQ. It's going to take a lot for Swift and V to get into those backlines. And Flandre is going to be all over anyone who tries to dive his carries. So, we are in game number 3 right now. Both teams 2 and 4 in the standings. Snake with the worst individual win-loss record in games. Now
Okay, we don't know
finally
that
starting
anymore.
to pull themselves back up. It is 1-for-1, so they do maintain even.
And remember, it was a map record that I'm saying the worst win-loss ratio in as well. It was 31% of games that they would lose, maps total. And with an extra victory, I think they're a bit close to that 35% point, which was game talents.
Hopefully.
7th place.
Yeah.
Or 11th.
But the pressure's on. This is a team that has just found a successful roster. SOFM back in the jungle, OQ on AD carry, Zatai in the mid lane, and Crystal on support.
Yeah.
The Draven main himself
Not playing Draven
on
support.
Karma.
Unfortunately.
It's the weirdest flippity flop of hats. But they're starting to pull themselves together, and against a team like NewBee, who desperately need to start taking some wins.
Yeah, there's a lot to prove. Of course, we're seeing the mid laners on your screens. There's a lot of history between the mid laners, at the very least. Both organizations have been around for a while now as well. And for a Game 3, it's not just a third game, it's not just a series victory. This is the start of the upward trajectory again. It's the start of potentially Snake finding themselves. If they can make this game look clean, then perhaps things do start to get better for them. Contrasting that to NewBee, they looked good, and they started to falter. They just need to find good again. Just make it simple.
Clean and easy is what they need to close out this match. But we have loaded it onto the Rift for game number 3 between NewBee and Snake.
And we've seen a lot of level 6 priority for these junglers when they want to hit that. The same thing applies here, but Kha'Zix can get ganks off earlier, similar to what we saw in game number 2. And so if they can exploit Swift's jungling, then maybe they keep him down as the choice, knowing SOFM, that is the direction they'll generally try and go. And so whilst these junglers are now flanked by control mages in the mid lane, I think the skill matchup between Cool and Zatai is actually super interesting. If Zatai can find a way to control this lane, which you would expect he does on Orianna, then SOFM actually has pressure alleviated, can invade, can look towards finding Swift, and actually preventing that Rengar from doing what happened in the second game for SOFM, which is farming out of control.
And you mentioned the exact same thing that Swift did not do in the previous game, so SOFM would definitely be displaying some superiority in that respect if you were able to make that happen. Swift starting off with a fairly standard Raptor cancer.
You know, the cool thing as well about everyone starting Raptors now is it's just so easy to ward for. Like, you'll always see them start the Raptors, 100%, because it's just not even a deep position. You don't have to go over a wall like the red buff. Just walk up, and just place the ward, and then you know exactly where they're going to start. So the information's always there now in competitive teams at level 1.
Happy and More are going to let themselves fall very far back early on as OQ and Crystal are doing some work here. He's actually holding on to his smite for a really long time.
He's choosing not to smite. He wants to secure his other side of the map, and again, we spoke towards what can SOFM do if he has control of Summoner's Rift. That was a very clever play for level 3 here from SOFM, but the fact that Rengar kept his smite means he'll at least be healthy or take the camp quicker. In all seriousness, if SOFM just went for level 3 and didn't finish his Krug camp, he's trying to accelerate the pace of his clear quite severely.
Yeah, he's racing bottom right now, actually leaping out of the fountain as V, fairly defensive, despite the very early level 3 from SOFM, is not going to be anywhere near overextended.
I mean, honestly, I don't even, like, it just means he wants to recall and go to the other side of the jungle quicker. It takes so long to do Krugs. I'm actually super interested that he decided to do that, because once you kill the big Krug, like those mid-tier ones, like the medium Krugs, not the baby ones, so annoying. Especially as a Kha'Zix, because there's 2 or 3 of them.
They're very tanky.
I like that adaptation.
The quick change-up lets him finish off Gromp before turning over to Blue, looking to get a very similar clear time. Still 1 camp away. That Dire Wolves need to be finished, whereas Krugs were ignored by Swift on the opposite side. Cool, meanwhile, not having a great time in this mid lane. The mid-range mage is having some difficulty against Zatai's very long-range Orianna.
As expected, though, he went for the mana crystal, so he wants to go back and get his tier, you would expect, but if he's losing lane too hard, he may actually choose to stay, go for a full catalyst. Actually have some lane control then, because he'll be super tanky.
Oh, SOFM is here. Hands off the keyboard once again, adjusting the jacket. Here comes Swift. He's got 2 longswords and not a lot of help. And with NewBee's bottom lane pushed in, he's probably not going to be able to help this Rengar out, but he will not get a lot of isolated damage.
He will go for the steal. He has smite.
Yeah, leaps over, gets the smite steal from the black. Swift now retreating. He's burning down and will be able to heal himself back up, but only just. Ebb and Flow burns the rest of Moore's mana. As for SOFM now going to clear out the rest of these Krugs.
The moral of the story is always use health potions, kids. It saves lives. Saved Swift's life there.
Yeah.
SOFM's definitely the one at advantage here. Has his leap available one more time, so Swift's just trying to keep eyes on it. Nice pump fake. They want to dive.
Yeah, they set up the tether with the spell shield down. That's exhaust as well. First blood, OQ.
Wow. That was done well, but I don't know where more disappeared to.
Oh, that's heal, but 3 slows is going to be a lot of hits onto Crystal.
Don't do it.
Yeah, SOFM manages to find Swift in his own jungle and will kill him with the assistance of Zatai. Meanwhile, Crystal walked out of there. It's 2-0 Snake.
It's almost like exactly what we said was going to happen happens. You pick a draft like this, you actually know that these things are going to happen. You have Orianna into Ryze, you blind pick Ryze. Yes, you no longer have control in this middle lane. I know SOFM's about to invade me, so I hold Smite. But the way he invades is super creative. It's unique. I have not seen someone just half clear a camp before to have a level advantage and then go to the opposite side of the map. And he spots Swift doing Krugs on his second back, a camp that most people tend to ignore because he acknowledges the lane that Swift wants to gank, it seems, which is the bottom side, because all of Snake's lanes are winning. So the fact that SOFM just has winning lanes, he might die to Krugs, means that he's able to do all of these things and almost embarrass himself anyway.
Yeah, creative though it is, he's still going to have to play smart in this set. 1-0 right now with another kill onto OQ. Things are looking good for Snake. They've got Flandre back on that Gragas on which he saw so much success. They've got the same bottom lane as previously. And the happy spell shield again is a little bit late. Crystal just continues to harass this bottom lane. That's a 12 CS lead so far.
Yeah.
And he's going to stop the recall here for sure.
Yeah, you can't actually spell shield the second part of the tether from a Karma, so you can't actually prevent the trap from hitting you once the first part is on. You have to spell shield the first part. That spell shield timing was actually to try and prevent the Q. But Crystal's an AD carry main. He knows how that works.
He's got the timing down.
And he beats him to it.
Crystal's actually going to complete his recall, picks up a Sightstone along with more, as Cool did get his tier in boots, but Zatai is just keeping complete control of this mid lane and demonstrating some real superiority here as he's 15 CS ahead.
There is a legitimate gold lead of 2,000 at 6 minutes from pretty much laning phase.
Yeah.
Top lane's the only one that's keeping it equal, and I mean, it's a Camille into a Gragas, so he should be.
There's a twice as many CS on SOFM as Swift. He's invading now and will spot Swift. Leaps over. Here comes Crystal as well. There's no flash for Swift. He's about to get the clear, but doesn't get his cleanse in time. Another kill onto SOFM, and Snake are smashing NewBee.
There are 3 control wards on the bottom side jungle of Swift, and he still has to try and go for that red buff. He has nowhere to be on Summoner's Rift at the moment. Like, that man is on Struggle Street because his lanes are on Struggle Street. So it's an entire village of struggle at the moment.
Struggleville.
There's a population of 5.
Very unhappy setup from NewBee. We know they like to wait out late team fights. Is this the game where they sort of fall back to that strategy? Zatai is even starting to pressure onto the turret.
Do you call it a strategy when you have no choice? Because they have no choice. SOFM's about to be 2 levels ahead of Swift. He's about to go from red to blue, like coast to coast, absolutely bopping him.
Yeah, he's going to be spotted out now as he leaps over towards that Raptor camp. Swift tries to get blue, will pass it over to Cool if he can, but he's a full 2 levels down. Bottom lane is eating some huge harass as well. OQ gets a very early level 6 and forces them even further under this turret, leading to a 32 CS lead in that bottom lane. This wave is going to alleviate it somewhat, but this is a massive opening for Snake.
Tell you what, we already spoke towards this from the first game. What does Snake change to make themselves look like a better team? Because they definitely didn't look like it. The answer isn't necessarily roster, right? I'm not going to say the changing rosters like they have has been the difference between winning and losing, though having SOFM back in his main role helps a lot.
He's doing it again. He's ignoring those cards.
Once again doing that, yes. The difference to me is that they just pick things that win. Like, it's not rocket science that a Kha'Zix, when isolated against a Rengar, will be able to kill the Rengar, especially when he has the jump. They just pick winning lanes. They pick a standard draft in this game, and look how simple it is. 30 CS bottom lane, 20 CS mid lane, a ridiculous amount in the jungle. That doesn't actually mean that he's just that much CS ahead. It actually means that he's got more gold than the average CS worth. He is just incredibly far ahead.
Yeah. SOFM is really setting his team up for success right now. Blue buff being passed over to Zatai to answer the one that Cool received just a little while ago. Cool actually going for Boots of Lucidity first before finishing any items. So NewBee, they're really investing in the long
Andre's gone
haul.
back to the turret, or he's at least sitting defensively because they were considering teleporting to bottom to dive this. He's found Swift, so they may not do it anymore. But SOFM's pressuring the side of the map. He thinks he can dive.
They're trying to collapse onto SOFM. There goes Thrill of the Hunt, but teleport being used. It's a actually going to be completed by Flandre, and V follows up as well. Flandre forced to make it over 2 walls, but at what cost?
I'm thinking that he's pretty happy he's a Gragas right now and can body slam over walls, so he does get out. But now they still threaten this bottom lane. They feel like perhaps they can still make the play that didn't work out with the teleport positioning. Because SOFM is still super far ahead, just wants to poke.
Leaps over, the bolus slows him, but the bubble does not catch SOFM, and he continues to sit outside of this vision. Snake are trying so hard to break this, while Zatai is keeping cool occupied in the mid lane. But why?
They have 2 control wards. They do have the ability to at least prolong siege this. They don't necessarily have the same sustain that a Nami can provide, but the Nami's out of mana. So they have every right to be trying to prolong this. Top lane's not a problem. No one's going to siege it. Mid lane still has control and tempo of the map. Zatai is happy to be isolated. Like, Snake aren't making a bad decision by staying down there. They're just using their gold lead to prevent NewBee from even bringing it back slightly.
And taking a look at the gold, it's nearly, what is that, 3,000 gold ahead?
Yeah.
Realm Warp, they're going to try to force a fight onto Zatai. He flashes, but there's the follow-up Hextech ultimatum. Cool's going to try to get in there. Shockwave finds feet, doesn't fling him out. And Swift is the one who leaps in for the kill.
Zatai didn't have flash, used it early in that engage, and Camille can always lock him down. He went for a trade instead. That was the decision. Didn't actually cleanse the stun.
Yeah.
Could have perhaps cleansed and then flashed back to his own turret. That's definitely still there. But it's an afterthought as well.
Oh, OQ forces the heal. Crystal actually dives as well, and here's SOFM keeping the minions on the side. Crystal's at super low health, but here comes Swift. He's almost got his Thrill of the Hunt off of cooldown, and they now see that Rengar is there.
Now they've spotted him, and pressure's not going to be enough to actually secure a turret. So OQ and Crystal decide finally that they have the ability to go back to base. And now we get to see items actually expand a little bit further, and perhaps the advantages that Snake have got increase.
Yeah, Morello's picked up by Zatai while he was dead. The 2 components of that Triforce for OQ. He's not quite finished off that Stinger just yet. And taking a look at SOFM, he's finished off his own Warriors Enchant along with Boots. So minor advantage over Swift in terms of the gold that he currently has.
Yeah.
But he's still more than twice CS up, a full level up in experience. And we're seeing this sort of discrepancy even in the bottom lane. As
the red
OQ's
buff.
a full level up. Yeah, SOFM's going to steal this away.
All of Swift's jungle belongs to SOFM, honestly, whatever he chooses to fight for. And the major difference now is that Camille is still a champion on Summoner's Rift. She has proven already that Zatai can die. He has no flash, and they're aware of this fact. So if there's one thing NewBee can do, it's use Swift and use V and kill that middle lane. Get Cool going again. It's the best option that they have got.
Well, they're bringing Swift. They've already got V there as well. They're sitting just outside of Vision, but here comes Flandre from behind. He's going to be spotted out, and they turn onto him. Ultimatum is not off of cooldown just yet, so Flandre can make it over the wall. With True Shot Barrage fired down bottom, this is OQ looking to take the first turret of the game. 650 bonus gold, and Snake really bank in as they take mid as well. That's a snare onto SOFM. Now they've got the ultimatum. Realm Warp is not going to take anyone, but they turn onto Zatai. He's still got no flash. Shockwave flings V back in. He goes down to the assassination from Crystal as SOFM backs out. OQ is almost there, but Zatai, despite his damage, does not have enough. SOFM leaps the wall, makes sure to wait and make it nice and painful for Swift as he escapes. Meanwhile, Flandre was able to collapse and get a kill onto Moore. Yeah, he's still there for some reason, trying to bait Swift further in. OQ and Flandre are following up.
There's a moral battle between junglers right now, but Flandre got 2 kills. Snake broke 2 turrets. OQ beating his own team, and now they're diving.
Yeah, he's got the cask ready, but Flash from Happy gets him over the wall, and he's trying to haul, but
Flandre had flash, wasn't worth it, but threatens to get something else out of him, and that would actually be diving 2 turrets. We get to see this fight again. Now, I actually have to highlight Zatai here. He doesn't have flash. He gets the shockwave on the 2 priority targets at the same time, and watch the fancy feat from here. So the Q misses, dodges a bubble, dodges the spell combo as well. All of that time is actually spent where Flandre can now rotate in. So this is where the double kill comes from. And again, Snake, before this fight happens, gets 2 turrets. So it's an afterthought fight from NewBee. That means it's a desperation trying to capitalize on what was a turret take. doesn't amount to anything.
Yeah, at the 15-minute mark, it's 5,000 gold in favor of Snake as they also take that first dragon on top of the 2 turrets they already secured. OQ heads up top to defend his tier 1, but Happy and More are already up there. And V is on his way as well, so that means OQ has to wait for his team. That means that this tier 1 looks like it's going to go down.
Yeah, it definitely is. They have to respect Camille's engage on OQ. He has E, so he can dodge it, but he's feeling excitable here.
Here comes Zatai, flanking from the side. He's got no summoner spells, but he does have Shockwave. Tosses out the command attack to zone. Happy into the wall. Poor Sivir goes down. Flandre is waiting on the side, but he's actually spotted out by Swift, who gets Thrill of the Hunt, and then he's collapsed into the wall. This is brutal. Snake are tearing NewBee apart.
They are completely dismantling NewBee right now. From the first minute of this game, it felt like hope was waning. And now with one outer turret left standing, they make a play towards it. They continue to take every single buff that does not belong to NewBee anymore.
Yeah, they're taking everything that's nailed down and the kitchen sink.
SOFM's having a wonderful time.
Oh, yeah.
He has a team working with him. Imagine that.
These are the sorts of games that you share with your friends. You actually download the replay and send it to them.
These teams are, yeah, it's a Tic Tac game.
Yeah. Break me off a piece of that replay?
Share with your friends.
Oh, okay. All right.
Don't share it with fish.
Rift Herald is now even being taken as well as Flandre makes his way around. Gosh, even SOFM is going to get that while Zatai finishes off the top tier 1. He zones away the Sivir and doesn't even care about the turret shots. That's all 3 tier 1s. And with SOFM leaping, he gets the slow with his evolved W. And Happy goes down. The Hextech ultimatum tossed onto Zatai as V is going to try to burst him down. He gets the kill, but SOFM is hot on his heels. Meanwhile, Flandre is collapsed upon by Cool and Swift. He ends up going down as SOFM finally assassinates V. Crystal is separated from his team, and suddenly Snake find themselves falling apart. Good flash over the wall gets him out, but NewBee are on the wrong side of this wall.
Falling apart or regrouping, Dom?
Yes,
is the question. NewBee now having to run for their lives. It's not their jungle, so if they get spotted, they will die. SOFM's on the hunt.
Oh, just outside of the hitbox. Does not hit Swift. While More, despite singing as loud as Nami possibly can, is going to make it back into base. But here's that play again.
Those are some good sound blocking trees, as we do get to see how Happy goes down. The spell shield's used pretty early here, so unfortunately with that going down, the amount of slow that comes out of an evolved W from SOFM's enough. However, V was here, and once again, he is going ham at trying to take out Zatai. As you can see, that's how the flank comes about. It's the Rise ulti. Cool's still doing good things. He's doing great things, honestly, but the rest of his team is still imploding. He's 2-1. He's the best performing member on the team in this whole series at the moment, and he's still shining well.
It's a sad day when you say Cool is the best member on his team at 2-1. 2-1's good. And, well, comparatively. I mean, like, considering Cool's name and the fact that SOFM is about to face check into a Rise. When you compare to sort of the grandeur that we expected from these teams way back in the day, and even heading into the beginning of this split, knowing that Coco would eventually get in there.
I mean, to be fair, like, the caveat to it is that Cool is ahead because V is camping it with Swift, right? Like, they're just keeping Zatai down. He's 0-3.
Yeah.
And so, yes, he is performing well, and I mean, I agree. It's not because he is personally doing incredibly well, but they're getting him to a stage, acknowledging that Cool can carry.
Yep.
It's just weird seeing this happen from NewBee.
Yeah.
They never play like this.
NewBee are falling apart. It seems to be that slowly but surely Snake have gotten better over the course of this series, and NewBee have fallen apart more and more as it has gone on. Complete role reversal from game number 1.
You know, the hardest thing about watching a NewBee game is trying to not say the words more and happy without referencing the champions or the players. Because you won't notice it, but you will now. The amount of times that you say more and happy without thinking about it, like, just get ready.
Okay, I'll do that. SOFM face checks into 3 people, eats a boomerang, and says, all right, neat. As he smites away the Direwolf camp of Swift, once again laying claim to everything that he possibly can. Flandre is keeping V occupied in the bottom as Zatai is split pushing on the opposite side of the map, still maintaining that split push persona, but this time on a full AP mage. Crystal finds some more.
He will die. I know he's baiting. Like, I understand that there is an exhaust but that's still a lot of pressure.
OQ's there too, and he's got that completed Triforce Shockwave onto Cool as they assassinate him under his own turret. Flandre is on the other side of the map trying to duel with V, and SOFM is a god.
There's a casual tower dive at a second turret on a Rise. He had Ghost, and he also has magic resistance. SOFM did not evolve his Q, so I didn't expect that much, honestly, to come out of him, but he is a 6-0 Kha'Zix now, and it is quite a substantial number of damage.
Goodness, just sitting outside of the vision, Snaker. They're just enjoying this way too much.
Yeah, they're playing with their food a little bit. It's about making NewBee come towards them, but with a 7,000 gold lead, you saw one force already under the turret on the top lane. It's playing around Zatai as a engage tool and letting Flandre deal with V, keeping him busy perhaps, or stopping him from teleporting or getting turrets. Like, it's a slower process when they don't have the Gragas as their engage tool, because it is reliant around the slow from SOFM and the shockwave from Zatai. So given that both of those things are not as readily available as a Gragas,
Yeah.
it is vision. It's control wars. Control wars.
An excellent new game. Control Wars.
It's minefield.
That is really tough. Finally, with the recall from Snake, they're going to stock up on some fresh control wards and refill the Eye of the Watchers on Crystal, along with the Ranger's Trinket from SOFM, so he can start setting down some additional vision.
Yep.
Now, after the 20-minute mark, Baron is on the map, and with Ocean Drake respawned, Snake have got some new neutral objectives to bait NewBee into to look for more kills.
They'll probably just do the Ocean Drake. Kha'Zix by himself, you would expect, is entirely capable of doing it, so he'll just take that one down. You don't have any expectations of a response. There's no vision there.
I love SOFM's build. I like to imagine he was building Black Cleaver, got the Phage, got the Caulfield's Warhammer, and was like, wait, that builds out of
Hey,
Kindle
dude,
Dragon.
I am actually 100% with you. I believe that SOFM just did that. It's not even that he, like, you don't want to believe he did that.
Yeah. That's Flash. Oh, man. Crystal is engaged upon from 4 directions as 4 members of NewBee catch him out of position. Caught on a warding mission. You called it. You did.
Ward Wars, man. Crystal, not a support main, so again, the awareness of where to be is okay. He knows how to not die, but he also doesn't know when to place vision, I should say, and can find himself caught out. Rise very good at doing that, Rengar as well. And with a Sivir ultimate, I mean, this is a pretty stock standard comp from NewBee.
Yeah.
So getting one pick
ultimates.
is handy.
Yeah,
no, look, it's 4 ultimates, but it's a Sivir who'll always have her ultimate up again. Rise doesn't really matter too much. He'll build CDR as well. Like, they're not high-cost ultimates, like, compared to a Shockwave.
They're already down by half in most cases. And already Crystal has respawned. He's making his way out of base, perhaps a little sheepishly this time. Catches up with his AD carry. Yeah, I was totally here with you the whole time. Wander's actually roaming up, but he's going to be spotted out by Scuttle Crab, and then he heads right back down. And the game is definitely slowed down a bit. OQ gets some harassed and buffers his True Shot Barrage before the bubble. OQ is going off right here. Oh my god! That is amazing!
No, it's OQ. He's having a great time. 302, he's got his items.
Yeah.
And now the Baron is something that we have to address. It's a Kha'Zix composition. Ezreal has a lot of single target damage that he can apply as well. It is going to be on a ward. Maybe the opportunity comes up for NewBee, but I doubt it, because look how quick they can do this.
Yeah, you've got Cool with the Realm Warp, and Swift pops his Thrill of the Hunt. Realm Warp is ready. It's being used behind the pit with Flandre there. It gets Swift way too far away. Baron is picked up by Zatai, as Smite was used by SOFM entirely too early. As Flandre is going to race bottom to try to defend his bottom tier 1 from V.
It was a cute idea there from NewBee. I think they could have been a bit more proactive and thrown him inside the Baron pit. I just don't think he pressed the range properly there, Cool.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the Baron goes to Snake after very meaty picks and big plays out of OQ. It's an aggressive Ezreal.
It certainly is. Perhaps OQ feeling very happy now that he's finally found his stride. 7-0-2 on SOFM, 3-0-2 on OQ.
He is that happy as well. I gotcha.
He's feeling happy.
Yeah. No, he's not. He's killing happy.
No, I presume he is also feeling the emotion happiness.
There you go. There you go.
Do you want me to do that every time now, just to be
I'm just
clear?
saying be ready, because you won't think about it, but you will say the word happy a lot.
Instead of like they're going to push for more turrets, they're going to push for additional turrets.
Yeah.
I can get more syllables in here.
Good, that's the challenge.
Snaker setting up. They have got the advantage. They have got the tempo. They have got this game in the bag. But they just need to close it out.
Yeah, they definitely do need to close it out. There's a couple of closing issues in the LPL in terms of performance. They always get leads decently well. Early game seems fine. Mid game is a little bit more challenging for a lot of the teams, and that late game is where they just agree, you know what, we'll play a 50-50. So if Snake can actually close this game out, the lead's big enough. Like, surely they can continue with a Baron.
He says optimistically. They finally break down that mid tier 2 turret. And now swinging up towards the top. Will clear it out. V is split pushing in that bottom lane. Flandre is forced to answer. He's got teleport. Baron buff still going to be up for about another 90 seconds on Snake. Probably down to about 60 at this point.
And NewBee have sacked all of the outers. They just defend the base itself. The inhibitor turrets are the things they want to keep alive. And it's about having Camille on a side lane. I don't know if he can just outright 1v1 Flandre, but it's the Trundle build. Lots of sustain with a Ravenous Hydra, not a Titanic Hydra. So he just wants to split push. That is the only saving grace, is scale and split push until the Rise is big enough and the Sivir is big enough. They've got 2 completed items, or 3 completed items apiece when they're so far behind. They need Magic and Magic Pen and Lethality.
So you're telling me it's going to be a while?
It'll be about 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
But V can accelerate that if they get him going properly.
Snake now setting up for the Mountain Drake. They're second if they can't secure it, as OQ is going to be the one who picks up blue buff. Zatai, despite being on that side of the map, is going to hand that over to him at 0-3 and 9. Still 3 items, but the 3 items of OQ do so much damage at this point.
Yeah, he's going to be really hard to deal with. Even having armor boots prevents damage from Happy as well as Swift, even V on the side of NewBee. Armor boots are pretty silly at the moment.
They're looking now for this final tier 2 turret. Snake set up and break it down so quickly. No contest whatsoever from NewBee.
They also have 2 blue buffs on the side of Snake. They take the enemy's blue buff before they get their own. There's about a minute of separation between the buff timing, so they both have blue buffs. And now they siege. Ocean Drake will complement this. Mountain Drake will complement their siege. And this turret's in trouble already.
Yeah, Cool can't get in range of those back minions. V is forced to walk up. The inhibitor has already been broken. The base has been fractured. And with Zatai and OQ there, they start setting up, looking for the next inhibitor. It's a 3-2 split. OQ catches up with the rest of his team. That's Thrill of the Hunt, looking to catch Zatai in rotation, but he takes the long way around, even dropping a sweeper on top of himself, and Swift does not find a way in. With Baron wearing off, that means that the inhibitor is still standing for now, but that is an open inhib in the mid lane.
I like that decision from Zatai, though. Get with the team, group up. Rengar's now wasted his ultimate, and so they can pressure this middle lane if they choose, but from the looks of it, the Baron buff is now worn off. And so that siege is a bit more difficult to execute on. However, they should not stop it. They should get that mid lane inhibitor just through sheer power. They should.
Yeah. Concentrated force of will is what they're going to need.
10% left.
20% crit. Flandre eats a slow.
And a shockwave needs to be the difference here.
Yeah. Last game, it was a game of inches. This game, it is significantly more than that. As Snake find a huge assassination, and they actually follow up onto Cool as well. The 2 wave clear carries for NewBee are dead.
They're staying mid lane, so this absolutely could be the game over here. Bottom lane inhibitor's the next best thing. They've got easy minion waves set up. The minion control has been stellar from Snake. They do decide to end instead.
Yeah, adjacent teleport to keep that minion alive as OQ starts clearing out the bottom Nexus turret. Flandre completes it. That's Hextech Ultimatum onto SOFM, looking for at least the Pride kill onto that jungler who has been so huge this game, but OQ is having none of it. He is cleaning up in the backlines, and they will not be able to find that kill. The Nexus turrets go down, and Snake come back in the series to take game 2 and game number 3,
God, he just
getting
respawned.
the execution kills on the Fountain and defeat their opponents of NewBee.
That was pretty rude from Zatai, but that was pretty good from Snake. There's not much more you can say about a victory like that. Level 1, They had the lead, and at 29 minutes, they converted that lead into a pretty clear-cut standard League of Legends victory. I'm impressed that Snake have managed to come from what was that game 1 into this third. Does that look good?
Yeah, Snake finally bouncing back here. Swapping SOFM back into the jungle, rotating that bottom lane around a little bit. We're actually doing some rotations on the caster desk here, as joining us once again is Indiana Frosker in black.
A very well-deserved victory from Snake, and that wasn't just a comeback from the series, that was a comeback from SOFM. It has been a long time since I've seen him look that good.
Yeah, this guy really creative pathing, netting a few early kills, but then just consistently using them so effectively to shut NewBee out of their own map.
This was, we've used this phrase over and over again, a game of inches. I'm going to change it to a game of milliseconds. That's what League of Legends really is at the highest competitive level. And SOFM's jungle style is really a game of milliseconds through creative pathing. Rusty, you talked about it on the cast, doing the Krug camp halfway just to get the level, then immediately resets his positioning, runs to the opposite side of the map. It just gains him those slight seconds to find Swift on Krugs, find the initial pressure point right there, and then he just viciously uses those leads to rip apart the rest of the map.
I wonder if getting level 3 is actually normal off those 3 camps as well, or if he's running an experienced Quinn, because that is a legitimate strategy that a lot of junglers used to do, especially when it was just red buff into Krugs. We nerfed the amount of experience you get from that. I think he'd still get 3, but he didn't do the full camp, so he doesn't get the full XP.
And SOFM, no stranger to running just kind of bizarre rune sets. His Graves is known throughout all of Vietnam, basically, as all AD. So he runs AD marks, seals, glyphs, and quints.
Oh,
no
God.
armor whatsoever in the
Holy
jungle.
cow.
And he just auto-kites every single camp perfectly.
Well, you can see him smiling right now, finally feeling happy that he has made a return to form.
And this is the thing. This is why we are so hard on SOFM, because this is the expectation that he has set for us. And he did this consistently last year. He's like the biggest tease. He's like that smoking hot redhead at the bar who just like slides you the number but never calls you back.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. But SOFM,
Jesus.
he rang. He rang tonight. It took him a while, and he had to sort of build up his courage to it. But they finally pulled it together and took the win. You can see that gold graph is as smooth as ever.
That is the smoking hot redhead. That graph. Look at that. That is straight up.
This metaphor is going on for far too long.
Just long enough.
So, let's break down what we actually saw over the course of this series. Snake finally managed to pull themselves together. Zatai split pushed pretty much ever since he got the opportunity to on that Echo, did enormous damage. SOFM was crazy. OQ made a huge showing in the AD carry role, and even Crystal in his one game in which he lost demonstrated that he's still playing up remarkably well.
I mean, he even showed it in games 2 and 3 playing the support position,
Yeah.
which is kind of an abstract thing to consider, but he didn't look bad by any means. I mean, he got caught out of position once in a winning game that didn't amount to anything in particular. So, like, overall, I'd say they looked a lot better in games 2 and 3 just because they put SOFM back into the jungle. If that guy is an MVP, I am hurt personally by this decision. Like, he was the standout.
Yeah. 100%. SOFM has said this multiple times. There's a great documentary on SOFM where he explains, his coach explains, everyone explains, SOFM only plays for himself. He finds himself a lead, and then once he has it, he is so good at just rolling that lead over into other lanes. Yeah. And so this is the thing to take away from the series. Yes, it is nice to see Snake kind of return to form or return to expectations. This is why we're so hard on them when they don't show up like this. But ultimately, we didn't learn anything new from Snake here. They won the exact same way that they've always won. It's not like we're continuing to see the evolution of Snake, just kind of like the comeback
It's
story.
almost like a relief to have them back, right? Like, it's just, I'm glad that they are back to where they should be.
Yes.
Yeah. You get to breathe a sigh of relief, Rusty. That is SOFM, who is taking the MVP for this game. 8-0-4, involved in a good 67% of his team's kills. Not very high damage to gold efficiency overall, but still an exceptional performance.
I mean, he succeeded where Swift failed when the Rengar matchup went the other way, is that he was like, you're on Rengar, I know, just had to trip you up.
Yeah.
And completely invaded him, forced Swift off, put him behind, and because the jungler's behind, the rest of the map is behind.
I mean, realistically as well, when you look at the jungle-to-jungle matchup and how both of these players play on Summoner's Rift, one of them does invade. So when you look at the matchup itself, I find it interesting that they decided the Rengar was the pick for NewBee instead of the Kha'Zix, when the Kha'Zix will always invade the Rengar.
Yep.
And they drafted themselves in lanes that will actually not have lane control in terms of how they take out the minions. So Snake set themselves up well to do exactly what they should be doing on League of Legends on Summoner's Rift. NewBee did the opposite.
Does it become a bit of a concern as a Snake fan then that you see SOFM, he has these amazing moments when he pops off, but because he's playing for himself so exclusively, does that raise any sort of concern?
That's always going to be a red flag, but the number one thing to take away from tonight, just not this series in general, is this core concept of identity. Like, we saw it with OMG. OMG know exactly what kind of team they are, and they draft to it, and that's how they beat Vici. Vici are just struggling to find themselves in the middle of the LPL. Snake, fans can sigh a sigh of relief because they figured out who they are again. And, like, that's fine. If you have one trick, but you're the best team at doing that trick, just keep doing it. Just give yourself winning lane matchups. You said it, Rusty, on cast. Like, they prioritize that they get the counter pick on mid lane, they have a winning bot lane or a winning top side of the map, and then SOFM just exploits those two pressure points and just invades repeatedly. If that's what works for you, just keep doing it. No one's going to stop you.
The only sad thing for me about this is that when they looked really good at the end of last year, it was Flandre.
Yep.
And now they've decided Flandre doesn't actually exist. He's on this island that teleports one more time, so he's not actually being able to carry as much. And it's just a shame. It doesn't mean a lot, but it's a shame.
I do agree with you that he's not carrying as much, but I feel like Flandre is actually playing really well, despite the fact that he's kind of taken that back roll type of seat. He's just that guy who's, making the teleports at the right time. He's hitting the really nice Gragas casks. He's just constantly in the right place, right moment. But he's not that gangplank anymore, that Fizz that's diving the backline and getting the quadra kill. He's changed roles over, but
They're
still
being banned from him, I guess.
Yeah. And he's just putting in the time. He's clocking in. I like Flandre. Solid
Coming
backbone.
in, definitely 10 out of 10. Would hire again to sort of do some sort of, like, I don't know, roofing work. He's the guy who gets it done, like, on time all the time.
We used to joke last year about, like, Flandre's boardroom because he was just, like, doing all these crazy things. Like, does he just sit at the head of the snake table and be like, this week I'm going to play LeBlanc Trinity Force top? And everyone's like, okay, Flandre, that's fine. Now he's, like, at the top of the boardroom and he's just like, this is fine. I'll hear your guys' ideas out. That's fine. I'll oversee it all.
Yeah. The surveyor. He has turned from the contractor into the surveyor.
Whereas SOFM is like, guys, I have this great idea.
Put me support.
What if I change roles because we're losing? And everyone's like, all right, how do we work around this one?
Yeah. I can affect the game so much in the jungle. Now think if I had Moby boots and the sight stone. You could just build those in the jungle, SOFM. No.
God, no.
It has to be done from support. Okay, so we've talked a whole lot about Snake. Let's take a look at their opponents on the other side. NewBee, they started strong. I mean, great performance in game number 1, but then in game number 2, they had a couple of strong moments, and in game number 3, it just looked like they were at a complete loss.
NewBee and WE are the same being to me in that they always want to get late game. They always want to teamfight late game.
Okay.
That's what I mean when I
Sure,
say that.
sure.
They're not the same.
Yeah,
They're
like,
players in
just
any- All right.
raise my-
So to fix this, right, to get
Fix.
to late game, how do I get to late game efficiently is by winning early game. That way, even if you miss the mid game, you don't do anything right, you've still got an advantage that they have to claw back to being equal to you. So you get to late game in a better position. Whereas if you're NewBee and you lose everywhere, you don't have a mid game, you then lose more and more and more until you actually just lose the entire game. So the easiest thing I can say for NewBee right now is draft better. But the end. Do you want me to say the end? I
Okay,
end.
thank
Cut.
you. So they just draft better so that they can make it towards the late game more consistently.
Yeah.
Is this something that can be easily fixed?
You would think so, but this has been NewBee's problem for like 2 splits now. You think all the way back to when they had Dade on their... Like, NewBee had 3 different mid laners on their roster at one point, and they could never draft winning lanes. Like, it did not matter. Their identity was always late game, and it was just kind of a coin flip. Did the enemy team play late game or play early game? If yes, lose game. If no, win game. And that was really it. It was just kind of this very simple flow chart. The curious thing for me is that they stuck with Cool all 3 series.
Yeah.
They had the potential to go back to Coco, and I actually really expected game 3 that it was going to be, the the bromance across the flower field, just running towards each other. Coco's like, it's fine. I'm here to play Jace.
Maybe it would have been that sort of pride match between Zatai and Cool, and it was Zatai who showed that he could come out on top. We've actually got the standings for you as well, so we can take a look at where these teams shake out at the end of the weekend. Of course, if last week was the top-tier teams going head-to-head, this week it is the bottom. Snake finally find a win along with OMG, leaving LGD at the bottom of Group A. Meanwhile, in Group B, Vici still hanging out down there along with NewBee.
And again, we said it at the top of the day. I'm going to say it at the end of the day. It is all about the top 4. That 4th place spot is so important because that goes into playoffs. And in Group B in particular, that is incredibly volatile.
Yeah.
All of those teams are tied up. This is cross-conference. This is free wins. And it's only going to get worse from here when we move back into our domestic conference, because then you can start moving 2 spots.
I think it's interesting as well, whilst we keep a tally between groups B and A and which group has more victories. Today was 2 A's, so now they actually have more victories than their opponents in terms of the cross-conference play at the moment.
The individual talent winning out.
Yeah.
6-5 in favor of Group A so far. We'll see if that continues tomorrow, however. We are going to have some more exciting matches coming at you. It's IMA taking on Xiaogu and EDG versus Invictus Gaming.
And that's our match of the week.
Yeah, so be sure to bring your friends and tune into that. It's going to be a fun one. And of course, on Saturday, we're going to get a chance to see the Bash brothers themselves, OMG, take on Game Talents. That one is going to be absolutely fantastic. You should definitely try to tune into that one. If you can make the match of the week, you can make Saturday night as well. And, you know, even more story on top of it. Sunday, we've got IMA versus W. It's a great week for the LPL, all right? We've got a lot going on.
Sunday on Fight Night.
The producer's like, hype match of the week, hype match of the week. Tom's like, the entire schedule? Okay.
Just keep on listing the entire thing. Okay, we're getting a loopy over here. We're going to call it a night. Thank you so much for watching. On behalf of my co-casters, analysts, and the entire production crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you next time, fam.
Tomorrow is next time. Goodbye.
out of the